at Coletco with Otis. And he's going to give me a hug. Come here, Otis. Give me a hug. Okay. All right, good job. All right, right on time, Mike. Right on time. This dog is dying for another treat, Mike. I mean, he's basically blocked me. He's standing right in front of me. He said, you know what? I'm not, his eyes are watery. It's like he's crying. All right. Here. You got to go get those milk bones. All right. All right. He's sniffing for every crumb he can find. Okay. Well, I was told, well, there was 14 boxes of new vinyl, but that only is in 2 crates. Because guess what came in? The Beatles. The Beatles have arrived. 14 anthology box sets. We have sold 12 of them. I've got 2 to sell tonight. There's more than 2 crates in new vinyl. Is that 3 crates there? 3 crates. So 14 boxes of new vinyl came in, and there's 3 crates of vinyl. So that's because this took up a lot here. And I'm going to let y'all look at the Beatles for a second while I share everything. Otis is still sniffing where I was standing and eating, looking for any morsel of food. That dog is good. All right. Okay, there's that. There's that. Everybody's been getting sleepy on me. Donna's been falling asleep. 2 or 3 other people's like, man, Chad, last 2 nights I've been falling asleep. I know, that's why I'm late. This time change and darkness and coldness has got me in a bind. So I'm going to start metal night on time, I'm going to go home right after the sale and just go to bed, Tanner. Whew. It's going to be rough. It's just like, ever since the time has changed, I have been in a bind. Whew. I know, because I've been looking up at like 10 o'clock and there's 190 people watching. Usually there's like 270. I was like, man, a lot of people's going to sleep on me. So we got to do something different. We got to start sending everybody packets of coffee. Air horns, yeah. We're still selling a ton. It's just I noticed everybody's like, the next morning I'll be getting messages. Man, I can't believe I missed that. Man, I wish I had a dog as good as Otis. Man. All right. Donna, all those 45s are back here behind me. If you're for sure that they're still available, I got the list you sent. What I'll do is I'm going to keep all these boxed up, and I'll go through them later. And I'll pull them all out because it would take me 10, 20 minutes to flip through all those and find them for you if I did it right now. So I'm going to box them up, make sure they don't get mixed in, and I'll make sure you get them, okay? As long as they're still, if you're for sure they didn't sell, I'll find every one of them. So yeah, right behind this Beatles box is all the 45s that didn't sell last night. And Otis has found a crab chip, and he is munching on it. He's found one crab chip that's hit the floor, and it's gone. He has evaporated it. All right, I'm almost done sharing. Now he's staring at me again like, give me another one of those crab chips, dang it. Oh, give me another one of those freaking crab chips, Chad. I want one of those freaking crab chips. We almost got Otis trained. As soon as Seth walks in, he just starts getting bit by Otis. Urgh. Nasty pharmacist. Hope there's no pharmacist watching. I know there's one in Knoxville, Jimmy Ball. I used to make fun of Seth being a pharmacist, and there'd be some people like, hey, my daughter-in-law's a pharmacist. What are you talking about? I'm like, I'm just talking about Seth. All right. Well, Sotheby's is selling some more $1 million paintings tonight. They're no match for Collecco, though. A world record was set last night in the art world. As soon as I got off, as soon as I opened my phone for the first time last night, I opened it up. First 5 articles on Facebook. World record painting, world record painting, world record. Of course, I follow the art market closely, Tanner. I mean, closely. Probably just as close as I follow the vinyl market. All right. All right, here we go. Ooh. Ah. What's that? Favorite artist? Rembrandt. By far. I will own a Rembrandt one day. It may involve a heist. I did not just say that live over the internet. I'm joking. For any legal purposes, I'm joking. All I just said, it may involve a heist. I didn't say anything else. And at this point, it says the FBI. Oh God, yeah, I know it. The Louvre gets jacked again, and then next thing I know, federal agents are at the door. That museum evidently has virtually no security, which blows my mind. I'm like, what? There's billions of dollars in priceless treasures in there, and they virtually have no security. Okay. Donna, I know you wanted prints. I'll find, like I said, I'm going to keep them all together, and I'm going to set them over here. Well, actually, you know what I'll do? I'm going to leverage to somebody else. I'm going to set all these on Ed's desk and be like, Ed, I meant to text him and say, hey, Ed, all the 45s that Donna wants will be in these stacks. I think the Rembrandts that are still in private collections are like that Russian guy that owns a ton. Probably David Geffen has one. And then the Rothschilds, they've sold a couple out of their collection. That's about it. The rest are in museums. They'll never be owned privately unless the museums get really desperate, which will never happen. Okay, one more box. So we sold about a whole nother box last night of 45s, probably more than that. Yeah, anthology. So there's a 9-part episode about the Beatles coming out on Disney Plus. So it's the old anthology from the 90s, remastered, which was like the definite Beatles documentary ever made. And now they've remastered it and they've added new episodes to the most recent history and most recently discovered stuff. So Tanner, end of November is busy for Chad. We got Stranger Things coming out and we got the Beatles anthology coming out. So that ties up like 40 hours of my time that I don't have. So I'll have to make some time to watch some stuff that I've been wanting to watch. All right, we're ready. All right, Nobody needs Kramer. He's only $14.99, folks. Kramer. We're going to set him back there for the night. All right. Here's two country 45s that I can't believe didn't sell. Waylon Jennings, What You'll Do When I'm Gone, and Dixieland Delight by Alabama. Those are $6.99, $6.99. How much new vinyl came in? 3 crates plus the Beatles box set. So it was 14 boxes, but the Beatles box set took up almost everything. Okay. Start Your Ear Out Right. Is that out? Oh, gosh. I guess it's about time, isn't it? Whew. Man. Let's see. Next thing, are you finding it obscure? We had a few last night, Craig. Yeah, we had a few remnants of the New Orleans collection, Blonde Redhead. We had like this artist, Blonde Redhead. We had some stuff like that. And, yeah, I know, you're not the only one falling asleep. Like I said, I've been looking up at like 9:30 and there's only like 190 people watching. So it's that time of year, everybody's getting all sleepyhead. It's dark and cold and they're putting together their puzzles and falling asleep. So Johnny Hancock gets Waylon and Sherry Darnell gets Alabama. And then Donna gets Prince. Okay? So we're off to a hot start. 345 sold. Donna Turner, Waylon to Johnny Hancock, and Alabama to Sherry Darnell. First auction. I'm going to reduce the price on this and get it sold. U2 Boy is an 81 USOG. So this is the original press of U2's first album in shrink, and it's not bad. EX with a original inner sleeve. And how about this? $1 start, Tanner. $1 start on U2. That will get it sold. Their debut album. And then Cat Stevens didn't sell last night. I'm still going to say $55 because I might keep it. It's a pretty dang good pressing of T for the Tillerman. And this is 200 gram, which is now out of print. But if anybody wants to make an offer, I would love to say that. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. And that's an Analog Productions 200 gram. I'm going to put it right over here in the catch-all. And running a gerbil rescue center, evidently. We have U25, U25. Okay. All right, there's that. And let's go ahead and so start your ear off right. So whenever I see the list, I'll start posting pre-orders. But as of right now, I haven't seen anything. But I'm sure Rhino's about to come out with it. It'll be about that time. I got to do returns tonight for damaged records. Still hadn't done that. And then I found this in a box. I was just about to put this in a discount crate. And I was like, well, this is one of those records that I find when I'm making discount crates. I really can't mark it down to $19.99. So how about I do this? Let's just put it up for auction and we'll sell it to the high bidder. This is actually an OG pressing of Prince Purple Rain. John's graded at EX. And it does have the poster. So poster, nicer vinyl at EX, and the poster's not bad at all. So $15 start on Prince, just a $15 start. It looks like it was hung at one point, and right here on the back there's a couple pieces of tape, but it's on the back, so it's not bad. Prince is a $15 start. And then Kristen Rising on Cat Stevens for $45. Kristen, have you bought from us before? That is Reising. I don't think we've sold to him before. Kristen Rising. And if not, we'll get you registered. That's a great first purchase, though. Rush Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, and Vapor Trails. So those are coming out individually, okay? But if you want to go ahead and grab the box set, I still have those in stock. And I have not tried selling those. Is this newspapers? Yeah. From Prince? Yeah. All from Prince? Okay. Prince newspaper death. All right. I hadn't shown that. No, I've been working on this table for 3 months, it seems like. Which has got to go. We got to get this table out of here. I don't like that table. Not a fan of the table. Not a fan. All right. Okay. Let's see what happened here. I need to send two things here. All right. And then where's that Aussie at? No. Yeah, I'll have to do that later. Whoop, and then there it was. Dang it. Okay, I'll do that later. Okay, so I bought on Sunday. Okay. All right, welcome. And that is sold to you. So thank you and welcome back. He's registered. That's sold to him for $45. And let's get this morning's video pulled up. And this morning's video is right here. And I'll do all that later. Okay, so at the bottom, I'm showing U2 at 30 with Sean Miller. And I'm showing Prince at 25. So Prince has a bid for 25. And U2 has a bid for 30, okay? That's where we're at on our first couple auctions. Let me jump over here. Let's jump over here. Nice. Laura's got that Cure Gothic Roots up for pre-order. That's great news. And, okay. And then over here, we have this. So we have Y&T, Descendants, Rick Astley, Y&T, Dangerous Toys, Clapton, Whiskey Myers, Cinderella, Def Leppard, Creed, Gordon Lightfoot, NoFX, 1914, Cinderella, 1914, Friday the 13th. All right, so Friday the 13th is sold to Sean Fairweather. This is a waxwork on purple and gold vinyl, $49.99 for Sean Fairweather. And then over here, we have Friday the 13th waxwork, and that is $49.99. Okay, and this is, so one sold to Sean Fairweather, and this one's still available then, okay, $49.99. Tanner, was you here this morning? There was a tray of Japanese CDs I left on the counter. Was you here this morning to, okay, because those were in the flip video, and there's some claims. So I need those back here. If you can bring those, I would be in debt. We have Emojin Heap. This is a 2LP. Emojin Heap is $38.99. $38.99. And then both Y&Ts are sold. This one's sold to Richard Bradshaw, and this is sold to Heather Grant. So those are sold and sold. And then U2 then is officially sold. U2 is officially sold to Sean Miller for $30. Thank you, Sean, on that. That's sold to you for $30. And then over here is Prince, Purple Rain. And Prince is EX OG with poster. EX OG with poster, okay? The Cure we're talking about is something Laura has posted over in the group. It looks like it's an unofficial. It's one of those, the roots of the Cure. You know, they're doing the roots of Metallica, the rock and roots of Paul McCartney, which I think is a live unofficial. Most of them are live unofficials from what I understand, or they're cuts. I don't really know. They can be anything. They're kind of a bizarre release they've been doing, but they're very popular. NWA is $34.99. There's the link. Mike just shared the link. NWA is $34.99. The Descendants, I have one left, and it is sold. And the Descendants is sold to Scott Dwallow. That's yellow vinyl, new for Friday, $29.99 if anybody else wants one. Whiskey Myers Firewater is sold to Brooks Valder. That was my last copy, gold vinyl, if anybody else wants one. Now Prince is at 30. And I got a Prince memorabilia lot coming up next. But first, let's go ahead and put up this next auction, which is Albert Collins Ice Picking. Albert Collins Ice Picking is in VG minus condition. It's a 78 OG on Alligator, but that's why we're going to start it for $1 start. $1 start. $1 start on that. And then over here, I have from our other bin, I'm going to put up for auction right now, without further ado, at this moment. Here we go. NXS Shabu Shaba. And NXS is an 82 OG, specialty press with the original inner sleeve, VG cover, VG plus cover, VG vinyl, $15 start on that. I will take those right here. What, does Otis think that's food for him? He's biting your butt. He's very excited. Over here, we have Creed, the best of. This is new for Friday. The best of Creed, $29.99. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. You see it right back here. There is one more left on green vinyl, $34.99. There's 4 more left on green vinyl. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Otis with your nose so bright. Otis, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? $36.99. Harry Chapin, Cats in the Cradle. Harry Chapin now playing is $24.99. And Alice in Chains, Dirt, Them Bones. Ah! Dun, 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 dun. And then that last copy of Creed was sold to John LeBeatty. Thank you, John LeBeatty. That is sold to you. All right, and then Grinch is sold to George Jones. Grinch is sold to Brad Waits. There's one extra copy left. And then we had No FX, and No FX was sold to Thrasher Morales. Thank you, Thrasher. That's sold to you. Sherry, there are no more Creeds left. I'm going to put you on a waiting list, okay? I will put you on a waiting list because I will need to order more of those. And then Gordon Lightfoot now playing. Gordon Lightfoot now playing was sold to Bob Goodyear. Thank you, Bob Goodyear. That's sold to you. And then we did get more copies of Fastway Trick or Treat, 39, silver vinyl numbered. And we got more copies of KK Priest, Sermons of the Sinner, red vinyl, 34. Prince, Brad Waits, 35. James Chilcott, you're out. NXS is 15, 20, 18, 22, and 25. And believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message. Albert Collins does not have a bid for $1. Okay, so this is a 78 USOG. It's VG minus. I'm asking for 100 pennies, okay? And they don't even make pennies anymore. I'm asking for 100 pennies to get that one, and it's going to be a buy now pretty quick if no one else bids, okay? So $1 start on that. Albert Collins. Next thing is we have still need to look for Rick Astley, Dangerous Toys, Clapton. I still got to do the Japanese CDs, 1914, 1914, and Cinderella. Okay, so KK Priest, red vinyl, $34.99. Fastway Trick or Treats, $39. Alice in Chains is $36. Harry Chapin, $24. Rudolph is $36. We're down to 2 copies of the Grinch. We started with 12 yesterday, and then NWA is $34. Emojin Heaps, $38. And Friday the 13th, we sold one. There's one left. Purple and gold swirlish colored vinyl, $49.99. Okay? So now Prince is at 40. Now Albert Collins is at 3. And now NXS is a final call to Sarah Wyberdink for $25. So like I said, 14 boxes of new stuff showed up today. After it got all unboxed, there's only 3 crates because the Beatles Anthology's in. And that's going to be one of the first big things I tag. The Beatles Anthology's in. What an epic release, and we're about to show that. That'd be the first thing we knock out. And then it looks like new puzzles. New puzzles. We love puzzles. New puzzles are in too. There's Japanese 45s tonight. I think a few albums, but we got a big delivery of Japanese 45s and, of course, Japanese CDs. And I'm sure David's talking about Japanese albums. There's a lot of stuff over here. Yeah, there's a whole box. What's the new stuff? Okay, Sabbath, AC, some old waiting lists. Oh, yeah, there's a whole crate of vinyl. There's a whole crate of Japanese vinyl, a whole crate of Japanese 45s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crates of Beatles Anthology. All righty, so let's jump over here and see what happened. Albert Collins 4, Albert Collins 5, and Led Zeppelin Mothership, okay? Self-explanatory. The best of Led Zeppelin over 4 LPs. 20-page booklet, $114.99. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Limp Bizkit's $39.99. You've got to do it for the Nookie. Dangerous Toys, sold to Heather Grant, $44.99. We have Rammstein Rosenrot. Rammstein Rosenrot, last copy, $44.99. Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish, $44.99, silver and brown. And then Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up, Never Gonna Let You Down, Zoetrope Picture Disc, $29.99. We sold one, we need one more. And there's one Rick Astley, 1914, one sold to Sean Fairweather, and one sold to Thrasher Morales. Those are sold and sold. Eric Clapton Journeyman, last copy sold to Clifford Umstead, and that left just Pink Floyd Animals. Pink Floyd Animals, $34.99. Kiss Lights, I got a tracking number Monday, and so the next batch, and then I just got word they're ready to ship the first wave of Metallicas, the first wave of the rest of the Kiss, the first wave of Metallica, and first wave of Iron Maiden. So yeah, there should be some Kiss Lights by the end of the week. Should be some Kiss Lights by the end of the week. Jason, I never did answer you last night. Celebration Day hadn't been pressed in years. So it's not, quote, out of print, Jason. They just hadn't pressed it in years. I think it's awaiting a repress, meaning it's in the system. They just hadn't made any in years. I mean, I can't remember the last time we got a shipment of that. I've got like 20 on back order. So I can't get them, but I can order them. But it's just one of those things. For the Mothership was the same way for the longest. It just, you know, you just never know. Okay. Rick Astley sold to Javi Soto. That was my last copy. Mothership is $114.99. Now I remember when, 2 years ago, like when these came back in print, I did like an arriving this week because they got up to like a couple $100 on Discogs because they were none in supply. And then, you know, we sold a ton because like $115 was a steal. So that's the story on that. If those kind of ever go out of stock or go out of print, prices greatly increase because it's Zeppelin and it's the only best of. Yes, this is brand new and sealed. Zeppelin's brand new and sealed, $114.99. Yes. Okay, so we also had Prince over here. It was up to 2 people. Chilcott went out, so this is officially sold to Brad Waits for $40. Thank you on that. So Laura is marking vinyl tonight. Okay, so Paul is in Texas buying collections. Him, Tyler, and Henry are on the road. They left yesterday morning. Today they were making 3 stops to try to buy 3 collections. They're trying to buy nearly 10,000 albums. I haven't heard from them. Of course, I've only been awake for about an hour and a half, and I haven't had any texts, so I hope everything's okay. I'll text Paul here. Paul will probably get on the feed here in a minute and be like, we just bought the best collection ever. Which will probably be true because he told me these collections in Texas are awesome. Some of the best collections we've ever got has been in Texas. Houston, Dallas. I've been to Dallas twice myself. Flew out there, bought collections, had them come in and pick them up. I flew back. That was fun times. I told that story the other night. So there's some great stuff out there. And we are buying 3 collections today. Over 10,000 albums, and they're driving back, and they should be back tomorrow night. They should be back tomorrow night. So that sounds exciting. Brian's Music Room wants a Led Zeppelin. Brian, have you bought from us before? If you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll get you registered. I think they're in the Houston area, from what I understand. And then over here, Albert Collins, Donna has it for $7. And John Durden, Donna outbid you, okay? So that's at $7, and Donna has it for $7. And then I think we're done on NXS. Sarah has it for $28. Mike Langford, Sarah Wyberdink did outbid you at $28, okay? There's a Led Zeppelin. I'll make sure Brian's registered. We got 2 left. And so I forgot what I asked if you're a first-time buyer. So if you're let me just say this regardless. If you're a first-time buyer and you make a purchase, make sure you let me know, first-time buyer. The form to our website is in the description of the video. So you can click on that link, register on our website, and $8 limit shipping. If you bought from us before, you don't have to do anything else. But if you are a first-time buyer, that's good. The Bearded Italian. Okay, the Bearded Italian. So make sure we know that's the Bearded Italian, okay? So good deal. So let's make a note. We probably need to let them know in the invoicing room that's who that is, okay? All right. And then Donna gets Albert Collins for $6 or $7. $6 or $7. This is Donna's for $7. And then over here we have NXS. And NXS is, going to make sure Mike Langford's done. Sarah has that for $28. Okay. Led Zeppelin is $114.99. Limp Bizkit's $39. Rammstein $44. Limp Bizkit $44. I have a couple of those left. Pink Floyd Animals. Okay. And let's go over here and condense this with this other crate. All right. There's that bearded Italian. How much do they get to spend on collections? Well, I'll just put it to you this way. If you have a collection for sale, we want to buy it. If you have really good stuff, we've spent 6 figures on collections before. I'll let people know that. Some people have really high-end collections and they're trying to find the right people to call. And I've always said, if you got a collection for sale, you can call us, we'll come buy it. So there's been collections that we've had to put out some very serious cash for. So I've always told people, we're the people to call. We are the people to call. We can take care of it. All right. That would be an insane collection. That kind of money, you're starting to talk about thousands of records, and they're all premium grails and very high grade. Okay, you're talking about a very insane collection at that point to get up there to those kind of numbers, especially for somebody reselling. All right, let's see what's in here. All right, okay, I like that. All right, NXS is sold to Sarah Wyberdink. Sarah Wyberdink, $28. $28. Okay. Let's put up new auctions. Honestly, one of the most expensive collections we bought recently was that Kiss collection, because that was an insane acquisition. So, all right, here we go. We have Skid Row. Skid Row is this. William, you were tagged for Rosenrod already. Yes. All right, we have an 89. We have Skid Row, an 89 US Club, Columbia Record Club, near mint minus, with the original inner sleeve and shrink wrap. Coming out of nowhere, an unadvertised Skid Row, near mint minus, $75 start. $75 start on this, okay? Nice shrink wrap, Skid Row, $75 start, OG. $75 start. Let's grab some other stuff over here. Let's do this and this. And the other day when we ran an ad, somebody's like, can you define when people say, and I think a guy was genuinely curious. He was like, can you determine what you mean by, will you pay top dollar? He said, because I hear people say that, and by definition, that means you would come and pay me top dollar for my collection. And I was like, well, when somebody like me, a dealer, says that, and this is for anybody that may consider selling your collection in the future. If a dealer like me says they pay top dollar, that means 2 things. One, we're probably willing to outbid most other people that's coming to look at your collection. That means, because I feel like we can pay you probably more than anybody. And I also mean that by we pay top dollar, that you want to trust us to come look at your collection because we have the means to buy it logistically and financially, rather than getting somebody to show up that is trying to screw you over and lowball you. Because we have to buy records. We can't hee-haw, fo-fum around. We have to show up, make strong offers, buy collections, and get them back here so we can sell them. So when I tell people we make top offers, you're not going to be, someone's not going to show up and be like, man, can I just pick a few of these out? Like, can I just pick out 10 records and I'll pay you $500 or something? We're not going to do that. We're going to come in and be like, we'll give you X amount of dollars. We're going to load it all up. We're going to pay you in cash and we're going to leave. So, you know, we got to be able to show up, buy records, and bring them back and sell them. We can't, you know, we got to be very fair, make strong offers, and do that. So that's what I tell people. That's what I mean when we pay top dollar, because some people show up. I've had it happen before. They'll be like, yeah, a guy came out here. He wanted to pick out like 100. He said he didn't have the money to buy everything, and he just wanted to buy 100. And then they sell them 100 records, and then they're left with like the leftovers. They've picked out 100 Grail records and paid them $5 a piece. So you're better off selling everything, you know, one big lump. We'll pay you cash. We'll load them up and get them out of there. Our next auction is Judas Priest, and this is Defenders of the Faith. This is an 84 Euro original, EX Plus condition. Judas Priest is EX Plus condition, $40 start. It's in shrink, and it has the original inner sleeve. So Skid Row, $75 start. Judas Priest is a really nice copy, $40 start. And then over here, we have our next auction, which is going to be this right here. It is going to be something. what is over here? How about La Bamba? Richie Valens. This is a 1987 U.S. sealed copy. This is an 87 U.S. sealed copy, $15 start on that. We don't cherry pick. I buy everything. That's one of our staples here. I'm here to buy everything in this building. I've done that with just about any kind of collection. Toys, records, comics. I don't leave anything behind. Nirvana, Love One Another, Tokyo, Japan, 1982. This is a live Nirvana unofficial, $29.99, Otis. And Otis, I got to go up here and get my laptop. So let me go get that right quick, Otis. I got to get my laptop. Looks like Tanner's up here unboxing more Japanese 45s. And David Johnson is licking his lips right now. He's like, Japanese vinyl. David Johnson licks his lips on Japanese vinyl. I lick my lips looking at a Japanese sushi bar. I'm like, Okay. Let's go ahead and pull up vinyl pre-order master sheet. That's a spreadsheet I've had on my laptop for years with all these pre-orders and waiting list. And the first one I have here is the following. Nirvana, Matt Nichols was on a waiting list. Thank you, Matt Nichols. This is sold to you, $29.99. $29.99. This is Nirvana Live, sold to Matt Nichols. I've got 2 extra copies for $29.99, okay? 2 extra copies there. So Skid Row has a bid for $80. Skid Row has a bid for $80. This is a 1989 U.S. club. It's Near Mint Minus and Shrink. Near Mint Minus and Shrink. Kristen Rising has that for $80, okay? That's the high bid. And then Judas Priest, one more look at this. Steve McGee just bid 40. It's an 89 Euro OG. This is a UK edition, EX Plus condition. Judas Priest has that for $40. And then Richie Valens. Richie Valens is an 87 U.S. reissue sealed, $15 start. Nirvana 29, Nirvana 29. We got Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. That is 2 LP, $39.99. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. And that is John Williams, folks. And Sean Lee Hooker needed a copy of this. So let me look this up right quick. That was Harry Potter. And I went ahead and ordered 1 extra. I'll go ahead and order at least 1 extra of any kind of special request because I know I've sold these before. That's a great movie. That's a great soundtrack. It's John Williams, $39.99 for Harry Potter. So I've got 2 Nirvanas, 1 Harry Potter, and over here, Matt Nichols is in on Judas Priest at 42. And I think we've been waiting for this to come back in. This is AC/DC live in Nashville, Tennessee with Bon Scott, 1978. Now, that is an unofficial. Let me see if I can pull up. That might be a pretty old waiting list, and they just now came back in. Yeah. Shane Devers, Jamie McCord, Brandon Jones, and George Jones. I don't know if those people are still watching, but Shane Devers, Jamie McCord, Brandon Jones, and George Jones. That's 4 people. This has been out for a while. $29.99. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I've got 2 extra AC/DCs. Jason Fortnerat wants a Nirvana. Didn't see it till right then. I missed it. That's so to Jason Fortnerat, okay? Now Skid Row is a final call. There's only been 1 bid for $80. Judas Priest has 2 bids. Steve McGee, you're out. Let's go ahead and make Richie Valens a buy it now for $15. La Bamba can be picked up for a $15 buy it now. And then Black Sabbath Paris. This is the one I was telling you about. The footage is on YouTube, and it's a really amazing concert. Early Sabbath, Prime Sabbath, just incredible. I mean, it is a great live recording, Black Sabbath in Paris. It was originally filmed and recorded for a TV broadcast, and that's why there's good master soundboard recording of it. There was 3 people on a waiting list: Joe Kolosky, Paul Brothers, and Susie Breedlove. Joe Kolosky, Paul Brothers, and Susie Breedlove. This is Black Sabbath Paris, 1970, $39.99. So I got 3, and then I got 2 extras. Okay, the Aaron Andrus gets the last Nirvana. Judas Priest 45, Skid Row 85. Stanley Richmond wants an AC/DC. Whoops. Stanley Richmond wants an AC/DC. Ben Diger gets an AC/DC. Christian's out on Skid Row. Jordan Underhill has it for 85, and then Judas Priest is at 48. We had a request for Oingo Boingo. So I've got David Allen Coe, I've got George Jones, I've got Lead Belly, Mississippi John Hurt, Def Leppard, The Clash, Tony Rice. I've got some metal-looking stuff. I got Black Sabbath. I got some Japanese in the hot picture. And we got Oingo Boingo. And Oingo Boingo is an 85 U.S. Gloversville OG with insert VG condition, a $25 start. So it's OG VG with the original insert, $25 start on that one, okay? Both of the Sabbaths are sold, Mitch T and David Doyle. Those are gone. Only thing left right now is Harry Potter. And we got 2 copies of Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around. This is not the right price on this one. This one is more than the other one. This one is the 2 LP. This is $44.99. $44.99 for Johnny Cash. There's another coming up later that was a special request. This one I just went ahead and stocked because everybody always wants this one. This is the one with Hurt on it. This is, of course, those Rick Rubin sessions. What is today? I got to change my price gun here. I'm going to go ahead and sticker this stuff. So, yeah, great Johnny Cash stuff here. The Rick Rubin American Recordings, $44.99. The Man Comes Around, and that has Hurt on it. $44.99 for Johnny Cash. I got 2 copies, okay? First thing is Oingo Boingo 25, and then over here, Skid Row. So I think Skid Row's done. We're about to sell it for $85. It's an OG Club and Shrink near mint, and Judas Priest is done. That's a final call as well. There's Johnny Cash, and then we had a wait list for Korn Issues. Korn is a 2 LP, $33.99. That's Korn with a K, folks. And let me tell you something, I love some cream corn. And Michael Wilkerson was on a wait list, and so was Amanda Davis. Michael Wilkerson and Amanda Davis. So there's 2 more copies sold. There's 1 sold. There's 2 sold. That's done and done. Korn Issues. And then I got 3 copies of Dangerous Toys. The artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. That's pink vinyl. And Dangerous Toys was Tony Riddle on a waiting list. This is $29.99 pink vinyl. $29.99 pink vinyl. Dangerous Toys pink vinyl, $29.99. And then we have 1 stray copy for Troy Robinson swag. And this was Justin Bieber swag. Troy Robinson, that's sold to you, $54.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then Thrasher on Limp Bizkit. I think we've already tagged him for one of those. Yeah, we've already tagged him for one of those. He got one last week. So that's already been tagged. And then Philip Holt, I didn't know about this, but it's definitely something I need to look into. The Chess Records album with Chuck Berry, Sonny Boy Williamson. It's on Blue Frost vinyl. Didn't even know about this. Philip Holt asked to order it, and I can get anybody else one. So, you know, those kind of artists, amazing chess artists doing Christmas music, blue vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? And then Oingo Boingo is just a VG. Yeah, a straight-up VG copy. A straight-up VG copy. And it's got bids now for $30. Judas Priest is sold, and McGee went out, and that means Priest is sold to Matt Nichols for $48. And let's get a wait list going for that chess. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I don't think it's really new. I just think it's something I've never ordered. Yeah, I'll show that one more time. And we got 2 people on a waiting list. That is Chess Records Anthology, or the Chess Records Christmas album. Chuck Berry, Moonglow, Sonny Boy Williamson, Meditation Singers, The Germ, Soul Stirs, Ramsey Lewis, Soulful Strings, Rotary Connection, etc., okay? And then Skid Row is sold over here to Jordan Underhill. And Jordan, that is sold to you for $85. That comes in print sometimes through Friday Music, but OGs are always pretty desirable like that. OG Club on that one. Aaron Andrus also on chess, and then there's Oingo Boingo. It's at $30. Aaron Andrus on chess, Jerry Stone on chess. There's 2 more chess sold. Next auction is David Allan Coe, Penitentiary Blues. This is not easy to get, never been reissued. It's in the original die-cut jail cell bars cover, a 69 Terre Haute VG condition. Does have a pole hunch. How about a hole punch cover where it was a cutout and a little bit of sticker residue? Not bad, $35 start. Okay, Bill Samus also on chess. That makes 5 people now. And there's not much left in this first crate. We had Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. That's $39.99. 2 LP black vinyl John Williams. Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around. American Recordings Volume 4. That's $44.99, a 2 LP. And then we have Korn Issues. That's a 2 LP. Korn's $33.99. 2 copies of Dangerous Toys left. The artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. Pink vinyl, $29.99. And then Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $39.99, okay? Can you get Skid Row Slave to the Grind? Yes and no. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. Are we done on Oingo Boingo? I'm going to make sure that Mitch T said out, so to John Durden for $30, okay? David Allan Coe's at $35. Let's move that right over here. Now, I still got some Japanese CDs to tag. It's stuff that's already been shown, but I've got it all together, so you might have not seen something you didn't know we had. And the first thing I'm going to do is put up George Jones, an 83 USOG, just a $5 start for George Jones. That's called Shine On. And then let's pull something over here from the bonus crate. Anybody ever heard of Black Sabbath Paranoid? This is a 71 USOG pressing. OG, it is, here's the stats. 71 US OG Terre Haute, has a little bit of ring wear, a strong VG, pretty much a VG Plus copy. It's not bad at all for a Black Sabbath Paranoid, especially an OG 71 Terre Haute. Folks, we're talking about Ozzy Osbourne, Bill Ward, Geezer Butler, and Tony Iommi changing the world right there. Holy crap. $40 start on Black Sabbath Paranoid. Okay, there's that. Let's go grab, I'm going to go ahead and knock out the Beatles Anthology box sets in just a second. But before I do that, we did in the video this morning have a few claims on some Japanese CDs. So let me show you some of the ones we have. I'm looking for one each of Cinderella, Def Leppard, and one each of Cinderella. So Supertramp, Breakfast in America, sealed Japanese CD, $29.99. Cinderella Heartbreak Station, this is sold to Jeff Johnson. Thank you, Jeff Johnson. That's sold to you. Another Cinderella Heartbreak Station, and that one is officially sold to Stanley Richmond. Those are sold out. The Beach Boys 2020 is $29.99. Cinderella Long Cold Winter is $29.99. One sold to Jeff Johnson and one sold to Stanley Richmond. There's one Cinderella Japanese CD left. That's Long Cold Winter, and that's $29.99. Just one of those are left. Talking Heads is still available, $29.99 for Talking Heads. Nightwish is still available. That's Century Child, $29.99 for Nightwish. The Best of Morrissey, Morrissey's $29.99. And then Def Leppard Hysteria, that is officially sold to Jeff Johnson, and that was $29.99. Thank you, Jeff Johnson. I've only got one Stones left. It does have a crack in the back of the jewel case. That's why it was marked down to $45. Foreigner was $24.99. That's another Japanese CD. And then these are all Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl, with different cover variants. We have Taylor on the Phone, $19.99. We got Taylor in White Dress for $19.99. Taylor Wrapped in Rope for $19.99. Taylor Playing Her Piano for $19.99. And then we had Speak Now for $29. Lord, do you know what edition this is? It's not Japanese. Is that just an import? And then we have Evermore for $29. That's a Japanese CD. That's a Japanese Taylor Swift Evermore. A Japanese Debut for $29. And then those are extra copies of her cover variants back here. Yeah, these are extra copies of her cover variants. Let me keep all those together so we know how many we have. Okay. All right. And that's all those there. Those all have different bonus tracks as Taylor Swift. Okay, that's the deal. Okay, yeah, that's right. They're cover variants and different bonus tracks. I forgot about that. Def Leppard, I don't think this has bonus tracks on it. The Megadeth we auctioned last night did. So that's all of our Japanese stuff. That's all Taylor. And then I have more Taylor. We sold these last night. There's that deluxe edition of '89. It's $38.99. That's with CD and DVD. And then there's another Japanese Evermore. And these will make great Christmas gifts. And then this is stuff that we've had for a while. Red, that's been in our inventory up front. Red is $34.99. And then we just have a standard edition red, but I think there's something special about this one. That all came from that Music Producers collection out of Nashville. And then Taylor Swift 89 is $24.99, okay? So that's some stuff we had up front for Taylor. We've had those for a while. Evermore Japanese, that is sold to Stephen A. Young. Okay, and thanks for everybody on the video this morning that bought out of there. We sold some Cinderellas. And then this is Tortured Post Department, and I think that has a calendar, right? That's the one, the Japanese with a calendar, $54.99. All right, I think that's everything. We can put all these together now, and we have... I sold a bunch out of there, but I just packed it and restocked it where it's all nice and neat now. So there we go. That's our complete Japanese CD collection and all of our Taylor Swift CDs. There it is. All right. That's everything. I don't think I have any more Japanese CDs this week or tonight. I think we've shown everything. That's everything I have in stock right there. Okay. I do have new puzzles. Let's go into another new crate of vinyl. Let's update all these auctions, okay? So Black Sabbath opened, excuse me, let's start with David Allan Coe. David Allan Coe 35, David Allan Coe 37, Bob Riger got a Dangerous Toys. I didn't pull that yet. Black Sabbath 40, David Allan Coe 39. Black Sabbath is a US 1970 OG Terre Haute. Yes, first press, green label OG Terre Haute. That is the one, okay? Next is, I'll check on Kiss CDs. David Allan Coe 42, Black Sabbath 45, David Allan Coe 45. All right, so David Allan Coe is Penitentiary Blues. That is a 69 OG Terre Haute press. 69 OG Terre Haute press, gatefold jacket. VG condition. Not, and that's, as y'all know, lower graded, that all conservatively graded. George Jones, I'm looking for a 5. I'm looking for an Abraham Lincoln on this. No starting bid yet, $5. And Black Sabbath just has one bid for 40. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on an OG copy of Paranoid. Final call for $40. That's all that's left in our first crate. Boom. That was fun. Let's jump over here, and I'll start grabbing the first handful of puzzles. And oh boy, let me go ahead. I need to get all this stuff kind of out of the way anyway. This is a huge announcement too. I've got 2 extra copies. Okay, 2 extra copies. And let me show you what we're talking. Let me show you what we're dealing with. So if you want to buy one live right now, and you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, we have the new, updated, and remastered Beatles Anthology. The Beatles Anthology is a 4-volume, 12 LP box set. It tells the story of the Beatles in music and in their own words on vinyl. It's an amazing thing to listen to from beginning to end. It's in chronological order, and especially the first 3 volumes. Then they've added a new 4-volume, and it starts with the earliest stuff like demos, literally the song they recorded at that house. There was this like a mic suspended from the ceiling, and this is pre-Ringo, In Spite of All the Danger, all the way up through their most recent thing, Now and Then. So an incredible thing, the Beatles Anthology. That is 2 available in stock right now, $374.99. $374.99 for the Beatles, and I have 2 left, okay? I'm going to start telling everybody who bought one. So the box sets are $374.99, and we posted this back on August 26, and I've sold 1 to Patrick Lear. I've sold 1 to Daryl Johnson. I've sold 1 to Mike Torres and 1 to Tim Holloway, okay? So there's the first 4 sold. 4 anthology box sets gone. We'll put those right here. Okay. And then I'm going to come back and update these auctions. In spite of all the danger. Dun, dun, dun. Whoa. These are heavy. That was a fast crate, wasn't it? Okay, then our very own Tony Murphy, unless he's already pulled his out. There's 1 for Tony. We might want to leave that on his desk. 1 for Marsha French. 1 for Scott Beebe. And then 1 for Paul Brothers. And then the 1 guy that was in the comments complaining that they're reissuing this, which is a weird thing to complain about. I'm mad they're putting this out. Whew. Bizarre. Okay. Here's a billion puzzles. Oh my gosh. Dan Ingerson, Ryan Eaton, Jeff Brindley, Fred Cardinale. All sold. So that was 12 anthology box sets sold, $374.99. I have 2 left in stock. You know you want one for Christmas, so go ahead and buy one for yourself right now. Those are all sold. Let me go ahead and lay the next crate up here, and then I can finally pay attention to bids and questions, okay? I had to get those kind of out of the way over here. Now I can actually get to this crate of Japanese stuff. Oh, let me go ahead and knock out this Gigantator of a pre-order over here. Okay. Whew. Let's start up at the top. So George Jones 577, George Jones 10. Dangerous Toys, Greg Preston. That was the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. Pink vinyl, $29.99. Next is David Allan Coe 51, David Allan Coe 55. Black Sabbath 50, David Allan Coe 56. George Jones 12, Black Sabbath 55. Black Sabbath 55, David Allan Coe 57. Dale's at 60 on David Allan Coe, Black Sabbath 57. George Jones was an 83 USOG EX condition. Black Sabbath 60, David Allan Coe 65. So David Allan Coe 65, Black Sabbath 62, George Jones EX OG, the last bid was Mega Blast at 11. I think Mega Blast, no, Brad Waits has it for 12. Now Mega Blast 13. Okay, boy, this was a long-awaited restock. So when we ran out, I had a lot of disappointed people, but I told you, I said, they said more would be in November. It's November, and look what they've made. More Buckingham Nicks Rhino. So if you don't have one of these, I've got to still read off the pre-orders. This is a pretty big deal having these back in. And I went ahead and posted, and I said, hey, these are back in. And if you don't need one anymore, you need to let me know. And only one person said they've already got it elsewhere. I think everybody else has just been patient waiting. And I understand if you have got it elsewhere, it's been a long time. This originally was supposed to come out September 19th. July 25th is when I posted this. So for somebody that pre-ordered something on July 25th, they're just now going to get it this week. And I have them in stock. And this is now known as an incredible pressing. This is cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, limited edition, Buckingham Nicks. Okay? And the first one that's been next on the list is Michael Carpenter. If you hear your name and you're like, I don't no longer need one, Chad, then let me know right now. Michael Carpenter, Marsha French, and Sean Hulford. Okay, that's the first three people. Michael Carpenter, Marsha French, and Sean Hulford. Richard Davis said he's going to pass. He already let me know. And then the next person's Heath Normand. Okay, the next person's Heath Normand. So there's that. And we have now filled up a full crate. So let's get another crate started. And let me grab a new empty crate. And we're sold out of Dangerous Toys everything again. No surprise there. All right. And now let's see what's going on. We need to update these chats. Can everybody still hear me? Everybody said there was a connection problem. Okay. So George Jones, Brad Waits is out. This is sold to John Durden for $13. And then let's update David Allan Coe again. Dale Kaniza. Dale Kazinave. Hold on a minute. Dave Kazanave, I think. Dave Kazanave. Yes, Dave Kazanave. You have David Allan Coe for $68. Everybody else is out. And then Black Sabbath is with Jordan Underhill, 67. And that means that William Warner, you got outbid. Okay, next on the pre-order is Shannon Mashaka and Ron Cornwell. Shannon Mashaka and Ron Cornwell. Darren Wallace and Scott Beebe. Romelu C. and Michael Nath. Romelu C. and Michael Nath. Jamie Butler and Kathy Webb wants 2. Jamie Butler and Kathy Webb got 2. Lily McCurry and Blaine Zapnick. Lily McCurry and Blaine Zapnick. Brent Robley and Randy Klein. Brent Robley and Randy Klein. Rob Bobby and Gerald Whitworth. Rob Bobby and Gerald Whitworth. Tim Graham and Sherry Darnell. Tim Graham and Sherry Darnell. Manny Ray got 2. Philip Holt got 1. Cheryl Poultice got 1. And that's it. So that's the extra copies I have. I've only got 2, 4, 6, 8 copies left. Buckingham Nicks Rhino Hi-Fi, $39. And in case you missed that, here's everybody that just got one tonight. That was starting with, I think, I started with Michael Carpenter. No, Marsha French, Sean Hulford, Richard Davis. No, it was Michael Carpenter, Marsha French, and Heath Normand. Shannon Mashaka, Ron Cornwell, Darren Wallace, Scott Beebe, Romelu C., Michael Nath, Jamie Butler, Kathy Webb on 2, Lily McCurry, Blaine Zapnick, Brent Robley, Randy Klein, Rob Bobby, Gerald Whitworth, Tim Graham, Sherry Darnell, Manny Ray for 2, Philip Holt, Cheryl Poultice. okay? And this is the Buckingham Nicks Rhino Hi-Fi, okay? And that's going down the pre-order. Now, there's one more list. My laptop. There's one more list on my laptop. Buckingham. That one is the following. Joe Delgado, Chris Martin, Kevin Willis, Steve Mason, Paul Bryan, and Kevin Voitosh. Joe Delgado, Chris Martin, Kevin Willis, Steve Mason, Paul Bryan, and Kevin Voitosh. 6 more people. Joe Delgado, Chris Martin, Kevin Willis, Steve Mason, Paul Bryan, Kevin Voitosh. That's 6 more copies sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 more sold. And then that leaves 1, 2 left. And Freddie Milford, you wasn't on that list, right? Freddie Milford wasn't on the list, and the record guy wants one. All 55 copies are gone. All 55 copies are sold. So now we need more copies. If anybody else wants on the waiting list for Buckingham Nicks, we just blew through 55 copies like it was nothing. That was a blink of an eye. All 55 are sold, and now we officially have a waiting list, okay? All right, now evidently, while I've been knocking all that out, I hear people saying buffering, freeze, no video, Facebook's messing up, no video. Chad, I can hear you, but I can't see you. Hello, Chad, are you out there? Obviously, there's some kind of Facebook problem because Twitch is okay, YouTube's okay. Some kind of other issues going on, though, out there. Everybody's saying they can't hear me, they can't see me, and they can barely even know me. All right, so David Allen Coe, the last bid that came in on David Allen Coe, let's make sure we understand where we're at on this. The last bid was Dave Kasnov. And Dale Kasnov had this for $68. And he outbid Brent Robley and Ryan Mustaine. So Brent, and because the feed's messed up, we'll make sure Brent and Ryan Mustaine are done on this. He has that. He has the high bid, okay? And Tanner, that is with Dale Kasnov at $68. $68 for David Allen Coe. Final call. Does anybody else want back in? Dale, are you still on? I hope you are. Black Sabbath is still getting bids. It's still at 80, okay? It's still at 80. There's that. And Buckingham Nicks. No waiting list, right? Let's still make a note. Chad, order more Buckingham Nicks, okay? I just bid on Sabbath. Okay, my bad. All right, so it's up to Brent Robley on David Allen Coe. All right, let's go into, we're almost done with all the new vinyl. Big pre-orders being knocked out, right, Otis?
That's right, Chad. These freaking pre-orders are amazing. Thanks, everybody, for pre-ordering and a whole lot of records.
Do I have any more Japanese CDs? Not any new ones. No. I've shown everything we have already tonight. I've shown everything we have already tonight. All right. Oop, I forgot about that pre-order. All right, more cool stuff here. Okay, so I'm going to do about a 30-second countdown, David Allen Coe. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath. William Warner has it for $80. Did I get a Dangerous Toys? Greg Preston, you got a Dangerous Toys. Yes. Okay. I don't have any new Japanese CDs other than the ones I've already shown tonight. There's no new ones to show. I still got plenty left, but I've already shown all the ones that I have for tonight. Okay. So one person on waiting list for Buckingham Nicks. Nobody live new tonight on Beatles Anthology, right? Nobody wants a Beatles Anthology. $374.99. I've got 2 left. Okay. I'm going to take that off the table and lay it right up here. I've got 2 in stock. All right. Here we go. First thing is Promise. Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Promise. Sailing the Seas of Cheese. This is on cheese pinwheel colored vinyl. Cheese pinwheel colored vinyl. There is a waiting list. And that is Paul Cruz, Charles MacDonald, and Tim Rory. Paul Cruz, Charles MacDonald, and Tim Rory. 1, 2, 3. I've got 2 extra copies of Promise if anybody wants one. Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Dale Kaznov, I hope I'm saying your name right. You're a first-time buyer. David Allen Coe is sold to you. And this is sold to you for the winning bid of $68 almost 9 minutes ago because we had some connection issues and I was knocking out a huge pre-order. So what I need you to do is send our Facebook page a direct message. I think you're our 3rd new buyer tonight. I need your email address and your mailing address. We'll invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. The invoice will come to your email via Square. It'll come via Square. Now, Black Sabbath was up to one person, Jordan Underhill. William Warner has this for $80. It was up to Jordan Underhill to say in or out, but the time is ticking. Promise is $39.99. Cheese pinwheel colored vinyl. I've got 2 Harry Potters here. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. Clear vinyl. There was a special request to order this for Andrew Eisensmith. Thank you, Andrew Eisensmith. This is sold to you. And I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because this is full. Welcome first-time buyers. Welcome 5-year buyers. Welcome 1-year buyers. Welcome 10-year buyers. Welcome Otis. Welcome Otis. I'm going to steal this crate. I'm going to steal those CDs. Tanner's working late tonight. Tanner's tired. You're usually at home in bed by now. All right, so that's sold to Andrew Eisensmith. Promise is sold to Brian Campbell. And William Warner, due to losing Jordan Underhill, this is officially sold to you for $80. Okay, and now we're ready for all new auctions. Hope everything's running smooth now. Everybody make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We got a great lineup of auctions tonight. We're just getting started. Let's go ahead and throw up Lead Belly. Lead Belly's our next auction. 1970 USOG compilation. EX, a $25 start on Lead Belly. Jordan's bid just came in on Black Sabbath, and that was unfortunately very late. You must have got hit bad with a lag or something. That is already sold. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. White Wolf. There's Lead Belly. Here's White Wolf standing alone. White Wolf is an 84 USOG VG Plus $15 start. And then here's the other Johnny Cash for tonight. Solitary Man Volume 3. This was a special request for John Lee Hooker. That's sold to Sean Lee Hooker for $33.99. It's sold to Sean Fairweather, okay? Sean Fairweather gets that. That is sold to Sean Fairweather, a.k.a. John Lee Hooker Fairweather, a.k.a. Master Moss 6666, $33.99. I've got 2 extra copies. All right. Next is 2 copies of Slayer, South of Heaven. $33.99 for Slayer. I've got 2 copies. And Johnny Cash, the 3rd album of the night, Folsom Prison, $29.99. Lead Belly's a $25 start. White Wolf is a $15 start. And oh boy, what if we go over here and grab one of our first Japanese singles? So I've got a ton of Japanese 45s. They're probably going to be a $15 start on some, or if not all. Let's go ahead and grab the first puzzle restock too. The first puzzle I have for tonight is a pretty cool one. And this is, I don't think I've had too many of these before, maybe. Hawkwind Space Ritual. Here's our new puzzle. And doesn't Lemmy play on this one from Motorhead? Hawkwind is $24.99. Tanner, what did you do with that first crate of 45s? Ah, okay. I saw it on the ledge and then right here. Wow, we got a bunch of them. And then okay. Yeah, these are sweet. We don't get a lot of 45s, so Japanese 45s, that is. These are pretty dang sweet. This is my forte of collecting. I love stuff like this. Wow. This is the stuff you don't see every day. The Runaways Cherry Bomb, Japanese single, near mint minus and pristine, has the insert with it. It's beautiful. The Runaways, and the flip side is Blackmail. Just a beautiful sleeve. The Runaways Cherry Bomb. We'll say a $15 start on that. Now, Edison Toledo, you've said mascara twice. That must be an auction request. Hawkwind is sold to Jerry Stone for $24.99. I've got one Hawkwind puzzle left, okay? No other claims here. Yep, Scott Dwallow wants a South of Heaven. That is sold, and we have 3 copies of Promise, Tales from the Punch Bowl. Promise, Tales from the Punch Bowl is $39.99. We had somebody ask if I could order this. Jim Berg. Nice to meet you, Mr. Berg. You got a great John Houseman name. Promise, Tales from the Punch Bowl is sold to Jim Berg, $39.99. Runaways has a bid for $15. This is a big pre-order. Before I do that, we're making some buy it nows. Lead Bellies, a $25 buy it now. 1970 USOG compilation, no bid, $25. White Wolf, no bid, $15 buy it now, standing alone. Runaways has one bid with Kevin Tays for $15. Going once, going twice, going once, going twice, going twice, going 3 times. And we have a request for Mascara. Mascara, let's find that over here. Mascara. Mascara. Mascara, 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 mascara. I still don't see it. Mascara, I'm still looking. Mascara, still don't see it. All right, let me do another flip. Mascara. Is there an album in here called Mascara? Lord would know better than anybody. There it is. I found it. Mascara. No wonder I couldn't read the font. Mascara, Final Holocaust. This is a 1990 German OG and VG condition, a $35 start. The Runaways has a new bid for $20, and now White Wolf has sold to Brad Waits for $15. Jeff Brinley second, Scott Oman third. Here's another incredible pre-order. This has been out of print for a long, long time. Allison Krauss and Union Station, live. And I'm typing it in the group right now to find the pre-order. This is $89.99. It's a new 3LP, comes out this Friday from Kraft. And it doesn't have that normal big red and black Kraft sticker, but you can know the quality when I say Kraft, right? Allison Krauss and Union Station live, $89.99. This is finally in, and we got one for Brent Robley. We got one for Daryl Johnson. All right, then let's count them this way so I can flip through them better. We got one for Greg Layton, and we got one for David Howard. Thank you, Greg Layton. Thank you, David Howard. The Runaways is sold for $20 to Gerald Whitworth. Mascara has a bid for $35. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. Oh, my gosh. Band on the Run. Japanese Paul McCartney wings. I already have this one. It would be going in my pocket. I'd be putting this in my pocket if I didn't already have it. Band on the Run, 1985. Beautiful Japanese wing single, $15 start. Wow. Band on the Run. That's available. And then, yeah, this was only, thank you, Patrick, only available originally through MoFi. And for years, it's been hundreds of dollars. Okay? Hundreds of dollars. Bill Samus and Scott Dwallow. Bill Samus and Scott Dwallow. I'm still reading the pre-order here. Look how many Japanese singles. We got 2 crates full like this of Japanese singles to run tonight. And somewhere David Johnson just fell off his couch. Diet Mountain Dew spilt all over the floor. Now the cats are running around screaming. Just a lot of chaos going on right now at his house. Next one. Let's go ahead and run one more. Anybody ever heard of Bruce Lee? Well, this is not him singing or talking. This is actually music from Fist of Fury. That's going to go up for a $15 start as well. Okay, then we got Mackenzie Harrison on Allison Krauss, Tom Sullivan on Allison Krauss. Next is Chris Kirkley on Allison Krauss and Blaine Zapnick on Allison Krauss. We're not done with the pre-order yet. And then we got Rob Fordham on Allison Krauss. We got Richard Yeager on Allison Krauss. Okay, and then there's 3 more, and I have one more pre-order, Clifford Umstead. All right, so everybody that I've tagged for Allison Krauss so far, just on the pre-order, was Brent Robley, Daryl Johnson, Greg Layton, David Howard, Bill Samus, Scott Dwallow, Mackenzie Harrison, Tom Sullivan, Chris Kirkley, Blaine Zapnick, Rob Fordham, Richard Yeager, Clifford Umstead. Okay? Now, up at the top, let me see where we left off. I put up a Mascara. I put up a Wings, Paul McCartney, Band on the Run, and Fist of Fury. The first thing was mascara, $35. Details on lead belly for Fairlane Dave. This is a no bid. A 1970 USOG compilation. EX, a $25 buy now lead belly. Josh White and Sonny Terry plays on that too. Okay, mascara 35, and then wings got a bid for $20, and then over here it got a bid for 16 and then 15. AK, did you get me? David Doyle wants an Alison Krauss. David Doyle gets an Alison Krauss, and then over here, what's the name of the album for auction? What is the auction? Chad, can you please tell me what's for auction? And then Kelly Vladarchuk on Alison Krauss. And then the last two records in here is NWA and the Posse. NWA is $36.99. Okay, so let me update everything from A to Z, and then I'll do it from Z to A, and then we'll do numbers from 1 to infinity, and then I'll do it backwards, and then randomize it. Randomize it? This is Mascara, The Final Holocaust. It's a 1990 German OG pressing. It has the original inner sleeve. Mascara is a 1990 German OG VG condition. VG condition. The last bid that came on this was the first bid. Andy Lane is the only bidder 3 minutes ago for $35, which is the minimum and only bid on this record. That's it. Now, there's a lot of people with their eyebrows raised. They're like, holy crap. What is thou metal record, and how shall thou build on it? Okay? Final call. $35. Now it's at $37. It's either pronounced mascara or mascara. Wings over here is a final call. New bid, we'll say just a new bid because it just popped up. Stacy Metternich at $22. Stacy Metternich at $22. Stacy Metternich on Band on the Run for $22. Stacy Metternich has that for $22. Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese single. Bruce Lee, Fist of Fury. High bid, 0. Minimum bid, $15. It is Fist of Fury, Bruce Lee. Love theme from Fist of Fury. Okay? There we go. This record was requested about 3,000 times as soon as I went live. There was people beating on the door, threatening me and everything to put this up for bid. This must be a grail among grails. This must be need to be going in a Smithsonian. There was people like Chad. I am not joking. If you don't get that up there for auction right now, I'm going to absolutely freak out on my pet gerbil. I'm going to walk over here to the cage and just scream at it. Please don't yell at your gerbils. We got Creator. Next puzzle. This is a 500-piece puzzle. Pleasure to Kill. Creator. 500-piece puzzle. $24.99. $24.99. I will run Voivod in just a second. Jeff Brindley is like, listen, Chad, you have got to put up Voivod or I'm going to lose my cool on my gerbil. I'm going to run over and scream at it like Sam Kinison. Ah! Look at me, gerbil. Ah! Okay, now, Mascara. The last bid on Mascara was $45.45. Bruce Lee and Wings, the last bid on Wings was Stacy at 22, and she's about to get it. Okay, Bruce Lee 15. William Warner wants a Creator puzzle. And then over here, Michael Salazar on a Creator puzzle. So William Warner on a Creator puzzle and Michael Salazar on a Creator puzzle. Both Creator puzzles are sold. If anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. Creator puzzles are sold, sold, sold. And now we have filled up another crate. Stuck inside this sports arena, waiting for the show to begin. Red light, green light. Strawberry. Okay, Wings stuck inside these four walls is sold to Stacy for $22. Mascara is at $52. And Bruce Lee is with William Warner at $15. Brian's Music Room, you tied him, okay? So you're out, Brian's Music Room. William Warner's bid came in first. Now we need another auction. Motley Crue, shout at the devil. Actually, I just promised him Voivod. My bad. Let me retract that. I just promised him Voivod. Voivod is called War and Pain. It's an 84 OG in VG condition, a $25 start. Voivod, $25 start. Should get bids for 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95. Right now, you can start it at 25. You can get the snowball effect in effect. The snowball effect in effect. The snowball effect in effect. Anybody ever seen a snowball go down a hill? Next puzzle. I've got 3 of these. Some say it's Metallica's best. Some say it's Metallica's worst. Most people agree it's probably their best. This is a puzzle, though. So no argument on the music. It's just a puzzle. Saint Anger, I've got 3 of them, $24.99. You know you want one, and you know you need one. Saint Anger puzzles are only $24.99. Okay? First thing, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, 2 LP, $39.99. Johnny Cash, Volume 4, American Recordings, The Man Comes Around, $44.99. Korn issues. Somebody else has been asking about Korn. The one you've been asking about, I cannot get. But this one's $33.99. Limp Bizkit Significant Other, $39.99. Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. This is on pinwheel. It looks like white, yellow, a pinwheel. $39.99. We've sold 3 tonight, 1 left. Mascara is at $66. Bruce Lee did not get another bid. I guess 15 was the number, and this is sold to William Warner for $15. Voivod is already at 50. And now we're ready for another Japanese single. What shall that be? Every time I flip through these, I'm having a tough decision, like my head could explode at any time. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. Wow, this one's pretty cool. I've never had this one. Badfinger, No Matter What. Wow. From No Dice and Better Days, a Japanese single, $15 start on Badfinger. And then we had Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, $39.99 clear vinyl. Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 3, Solitary Man, $33.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, $33. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, $29. Primus, Tales from the Punch Bowl, 2 left, $39.99. NWA and the Posse, $36.99. NWA, $36.99. I haven't seen any Billy Idol yet. Mascara's at $70, Voivod's at $55, and Badfinger's at $15. No matter what. Next puzzle. The Rolling Stones, Bridges to Babylon. $24.99. So Stones and Metallica are the last 2 puzzles I've shown. We sold out of Creator, and then I still just got 1 Hawkwind. Okay? I still just got 1 Hawkwind. We sold 1 already to Jerry Stone. There's 1 left. Hawkwind Space Ritual. I've got about 4 more different ones to show. I've had about 5 chocolate chip cookies and 2 monsters. I'm more wired than a 5-year-old in a McDonald's play place. Brandon Jones on NWA. That's so to Brandon Jones. Thank you. Voivod still getting bids. Mascara is still at 70. Edison Toledo's out. And final call on Badfinger. That is new vinyl. And then the only other thing I hadn't shown is this. And I've got 2 in stock. The Beatles Anthology. We've had 14 pre-orders. I've got 2 extra ones to sell tonight. $374.99. Think about it. 12 LPs, though. And before this was in print, those are not cheap at all individually. So those are like $100 plus a set if you want minty or sealed copies originals, and then volume 4. So if you break it down that way, it's $100 per 3 LPs, less than $100 per 3 LPs. That's about right for the cost of new vinyl, especially by the Beatles catalog. So it seems pricey, but you're getting 12 disc. That's 12 disc in the anthology. And the OGs have been out of print, and they sell for about $100 a set. So honestly, that's not too bad. So if you need one, 12 LPs, okay? It seems like a lot, but that's 12 disc, and the Beatles probably charge more than just about anybody for their new catalog. All right, we got our first crate that Laura has marked here. Let's get to it. All right, so Badfinger sold to Joe Delgado for $15. Mascaras at $72, now $75. Voivod's at $100. The Hawkwind was a puzzle. 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, not a record. St. Anger was not a record. The Rolling Stones was not a record. This is a 500-piece puzzle, jigsaw, just like the Rolling Stones song. I'm sitting here doing my jigsaw puzzle. That's on one of their albums, so I don't know which one. All right, I still got more new merchandise over here. More new merchandise. Let's go ahead, before I start with this Laura crate, let's go ahead and do this. Megadeth Rust and Peace blankets. Megadeth Rust and Peace blankets. $79.99. Now, there's some people on a waiting list. We hadn't got to them all. The first person is Shane Devers. Rust and Peace blanket, Shane Devers. $79.99. This is sold to Shane Devers. Shane Devers. This is sold to Shane Devers on the Metallica Rust and Peace blanket. Let me find last night's waiting list, because I think Jerry Stone went on a waiting list for one, best of my memory. Iron Maiden, Charlie Brown, Marshall Tucker, Iron Maiden, Rust and Peace blanket. They meant Megadeth. Somebody meant Megadeth. Is that Tanner's handwriting? How dare you, Tanner? How dare you? Jerry Stone, okay? These are Rust and Peace blankets, Sherpa fleece, soft, beautiful, new, Rust and Peace, queen size, 60 by 80, 80 by 60, $79.99. Okay? I just have the blankets. I don't think I have pillowcases and comforters and shower curtains. Shower curtains will be next. Now, when they come out with a Dark Side of the Moon shower curtain, I'm all over it. Just the blankets. Okay, here we go. So, first thing is Mascara 75, Voivod 100, Mascara 77, and we need a new auction, okay? Let's go ahead and show this, because you can kind of already, boy, this is weird. It's light, but it's a big box. $124.99, Creator. A 2022 2LP orange and black marble, 3 CD and an extra large t-shirt. Creator is called Endgame. I don't know what that says. Creator is $124.99. $124.99. A Megadeth KitchenAid mixer. Wow. Yeah. Steering wheel covers. I had somebody ask me about those the other night. Steering wheel covers. I was like, dang, I hadn't even thought about that. We got to bring those back. Now, I know somebody's going to want a Ride the Lightning Metallica steering wheel cover. Holy crap. Speaking of Metallica, this is the 598 EP puzzle. Next puzzle, Metallica, the 598 EP, $24.99. $24.99. The Metallica 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited, $24.99. This Creator box, we're right now in a lower crate of newly priced stuff. Creator is $124.99. Next is, I don't know what this says, Eradicator, Influence Denied. Eradicators on purple vinyl, $19.99. Metal alert, metal alert. Hope everybody's ready. Metal alert. Next auction is Mississippi John Hurt. I just said metal alert, and here comes some classic blues. Last session's Mississippi John Hurt is a 72 UK original on Vanguard, a $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? Let's go back to the top and figure out where I left off. So Voivod is sold for $100 to Jeff Brindley, okay? And then Mascara was at 75, and then 77, and then 80, okay? And then over here, we have next Mascara 82, Mascara 85. John Lee Hooker's up for bid, and then Danny put MP. And Danny, MP was for something. It was either for Metallica Puzzle. I bet it was for Metallica Puzzle. This is sold to Danny Thomason. Metallica Puzzle, $24.99, okay? And then we had Red Death, Formidable Darkness. Red Death is a 2017 US hardcore, $9.99, and Sadus, Chemical Exposure, yellow vinyl, $24.99. What's our next Japanese single? Nobody asked that. I asked it. I'm very curious. We got some cool ones over here. Holy moly, look at Dolly. I've never seen anything Japanese Dolly, I don't think. I've been working 9 to 5. That's pretty cool. $15 start. Let's put that one up right there. Sadus is sold to Bradley Siff. Mascara's at 90. We also have Deicide, The Stench of Redemption. Deicide is $22.99, 2018 reissue. And Warbringer. And Warbringer is $27.99. It does have a corner band up here. It does have a corner band. $27.99. Steve Riley on D for Deicide. Jay Nutra next on Sadus. All right, Mascara's at 90. Mississippi John Hurt has bids for 25. That's the only bid, and Dolly's a $15 start. Okay. All right, and then we have Machine Head, the Blackening. Machine Head is a 2024, limited to 1,500 on ghostly black colored vinyl. The Blackening Machine Head, $49.99. What about Mascara? $90 of Edison Toledo. Okay, Mississippi John Hurt still at 25, and Dolly has a $15 bid. Final call, and then Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. Seal, the 2017 edition, $49.99. Our next puzzle. I've only got one, and that's Iron Maiden, The X Factor. This is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. Iron Maiden, The X Factor. This is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. $49.99 for Iron Maiden, The X Factor. $49.99. I've got two of those, The X Factor. And let's show a few more in here. And then let's go ahead and sell Dolly for $15 to Brian's Music Room. Thank you on that. Mississippi John Hurt, just one bid, $25 to Jay Nutra, sold. And Mascara's at $100. And boy, do we got some great albums to sell tonight. Holy moly. Somebody already asked about this. Neon Cross. Neon Cross is an 88 USOG. $35 star, VG Plus condition. Danny Thomason on the X Factor puzzle. And then Danny, we showed Saint Anger earlier. You might have missed that Metallica puzzle. That's the only new ones. We sold out of Creator. Creator's the only one we sold out of. Pleasure to Kill. Everything else, we still got at least a copy of it. Danny wants an X Factor. And then this is Exhumed, Death Revenge. Exhumed is death metal, $29.99. Next thing is Mascara. It's up to Edison Toledo. It has hit 100. So tonight we're only going to see Japanese 45s. No, probably the opposite. Next is a Japanese 45. Elton John, Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. He's got some beer in his belly. I think he literally says that in the lyrics, and he's ready to fight somebody. He's going to have a brawl in the streets. He's going to have old slobber knocker in the alley. Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. Elton John, DJM, $15 start on that. It looks like Mascara. Mascara is a final call for 100. Traveler, heavy metal, $14.99. Velvet Revolver Contraband. This is unopened music on vinyl, just $29.99. Great price. And then Inhuman Condition. This is $34.99. Neon Cross has a bid for $37 with Mike Straws. Richard Davis on Traveler. We're going through a straight price crate of metal. And then over here we have Deckelman on Inhuman Condition. And St. Anger was in the flip crate. No, St. Anger has not been shown. Velvet Revolver is sold to Bradley Smith. And then Matt Nichols was next on that one, okay? So Mascara, and Massacra, these are all sold the same thing to Andy Lane for $100, but he only has to pay $100 one time, sold to Andy Lane. And then Neon Cross, final call for $37, and Elton John is a $15 start. Slobber Knocker in the Alley sounds suspect. We'll just say I'm putting up another single. And that next one is going to be, I don't even know at this point. I don't even know. I better bring out an album. David Johnson's cats are starting to get a little bit angry at me. They might start attacking me. How about we put up Motley Crue Shout at the Devil? And somebody just breathed a sigh of relief. We have Motley Crue Shout at the Devil. An 83 U.S. Allied original. VG, nearly VG plus. Motley Crue is a $25 start. Next is Havoc. Havoc is a thrash album on that colored vinyl, $24.99. And then Sodom, Masquerade in Blood. Sodom is $37.99. X Factor was not in the flip crate, no. Okay? Neon Cross is sold to Mike Straws for $37. Thank you on that. And then over here, we have Elton John, a $15 buy it now for Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. Really cool Japanese single, $15 buy it now on that. Motley Crue at $25. Deckelman on H for Havoc. That is sold. And then next thing is any more puzzles to show. Absolutely. Like 2. And now we're going to put up Chainsaw. Hell's burning up. Holy moly, it's Chainsaw. Chainsaw is an 85 US OG. That is in VG condition. Honestly, not a bad name for a metal group. Chainsaw. $25 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Deceased. Almost said deleashed. Looks like an L there. Deleashed. How about Deceased? Ghostly White. $27.99. Okay. And then we have a new auction that needs to go up as soon as I show the next puzzle. And then I've got blankets. Jerry Stone's trying to get off early tonight. Jerry, I can't let you off the hook too early tonight. I got to keep you around till 10, 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m. Just call out of work sick tomorrow. We got Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road puzzle. That's always a winner. And then Napalm Death, Scum. There's 2 more puzzles. Napalm Death, 24. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. $24.99. Okay, Tanner handed me this pile before he left earlier. This is an entire lot of original memorabilia. I think this is stuff possibly Fred Goodwin kept. These are all original newspaper articles and newspaper headlines when Prince passed away from all over the country. I don't know if this is from Fred. I mean, they're all over the country. I don't know, or it just came from somebody's collection. It looks like something Fred Goodwin would have kept. But I never did know him to have too much. So it's the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, and the New York Post. And it's all headlines where Prince passed away. So USA Today, there's the Los Angeles Times, and there's a New York Times, okay? So that's all Prince newspaper articles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $25 start on Prince, okay? That's all original newspapers when Prince passed away, $25 start for that lot. All that sold together. All that sold together. All right, and then there was a few more claims over here. the first thing we had was Motley Crue at 50, Chainsaw at 30, any Avenged Sevenfold's you know of. I don't have any in stock at the moment. Tim Grindstaff, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Elton for 10, even though I'm going to regret it. Scott Savaki's on Deceased. All right, Chainsaw 35. And then Nick Orlando wants a Scum puzzle. By the way, I always remind everybody that was a puzzle. That was a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. That is sold to Nick Orlando. Thank you on that, $24.99. I have not sold Halloween yet. And then we have Benediction, Subconscious Terror. Benediction's $19.99. So quick update on all three auctions. The last bid on Motley Crue that came in, Motley Crue, the last bid was Matthew Kopus at $50. Final call. Chainsaw just has three bids now, okay? Chainsaw's at $40 with mock straws, and all the print stuff is a $25 start. We have Hypnosia, Extreme Hatred. Hypnosia is $19.99, and Warbringer. Warbringer definitely has a seam crackle at the top. Warbringer is on gold vinyl, $22.99 for Warbringer. Warbringer. Chainsaw, $45. Okay, let's see what our next blanket is. Next blanket, we have Metallica's Ride the Lightning. So this is the next one. Metallica's Ride the Lightning. We've already sold out the 2 copies of Rust in Peace once again. And wow, Lord just delivered another crate of metal. And the metalheads unite. They pick up their swords and hold them up in the air. And they go, Collecco, we serve you. First on the Metallica Ride the Lightning was Solarplex Studios. Solarplex Studios on Ride the Lightning blanket. I've got one extra in stock. $79.99, Ride the Lightning. This one is sold to Solarplex Studios. Laura just dropped off another crate, and the metalheads go wild, folks. They go, whoa, 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 holy, holy moly. Okay, there's that. Nice. One Ride the Lightning blanket in stock. One Ride the Lightning blanket in stock, $79.99. $79.99. I have one available. One. Numero uno. That's it. And then this one has never been shown. There's no waiting list. And there was no pre-order. And this is Sherpa Fleece, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. It looks like a concert poster. $79.99. $79.99. Okay? Pink Floyd, $79.99. That's the only one I have. Have I been tagged for a Master of Puppets? Brandon Jones and Danny Thomason, y'all have been tagged for Master of Puppets. Yes. You have been tagged for Master of Puppets. You are tagged. Pink Floyd has never been shown. I've got 2. That's what it looks like. Queen size. To my knowledge, no king. They go down from here. They go down from here. There's a twin that's like $20 cheaper, and I've been ordering just queen sizes. Okay? I've got 2 Dark Side of the Moons. Okay, so sorry for that, and I've still got some other stuff to show, but we need to go ahead and update these auctions. Chainsaw got up to 46, and Chainsaw 55.55, and let me show 2 more records. So we got, oh my gosh, this is Mammoth Grinder Cosmic Crypt. Mammoth Grinder is $19.99, and Prodigal, what does this say? That was my best attempt. Prowl. Prowl is $14.99. Prowl, $14.99. Okay, so we can sell Motley Crue. Motley Crue is officially sold to Matthew Kopus for $50. I haven't seen any claims on these last few, right? Let me scroll up a little higher. I don't think there was any claims on this last few records here. No. I do see Dark Side of the Moon, but give me a second. Chainsaw is at 57. Let's take a look at it again. This is an 85 USOG. It is on Bonebreaker Records. It's a strong VG. As y'all know, we grade these very conservatively. And then there is the inner sleeve, okay? There's the inner sleeve, and there is the jacket. So it has the inner sleeve. There's an old retail sticker on it, but other than that, the cover just has minor wear, okay? I'm going to go ahead and sell all the print stuff. Prince lot. original newspaper articles and headlines when he passed away, April 22nd, 2016. All the print stuff can be picked up for $25. Those are original major news headlines from Prince. $25 if anybody wants that entire collection. Okay, now we sold both Dark Side of the Moon blankets, and we got a waiting list. Dark Side of the Moon blanket sold to George Jones. Dark Side of the Moon blanket sold to Susie Breedlove. Gerald Whitworth on the waiting list. Gerald Whitworth on a waiting list. So we got 2 Dark Side of the Moon blankets sold. Gerald, you're on the waiting list. Okay? Gerald Whitworth, you are on the waiting list, all right? Anybody else want on the waiting list, just let me know. All right, let me put these in here in the Operations Center. Operations Center. This table is now consumed with fleece blankets. Fleece blankets. There's a very expensive 45 that needs to be tagged to Jason Boxell. Why is that just laying here? Good question. Let me lay it right there. Okay. All right. Good deal. Holy moly. All right. Now, let's go back to the top. Pink Floyd, so waiting list. All right. Thank you, Patrick Lear. No problem. Sodom is sold to Ivan R. Garrett Seipert on Prowl. Lonnie Jolly wants all the print stuff. Lonnie Jolly gets all the print stuff. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. So to Lonnie Jolly. I'm actually going to put that in the crate, whoever's watching. We might can put like a big rubber band around those 2 pieces of cardboard. That's so to Lonnie Jolly. All right, and then Paul Richards gets Machine Head. And we're not done with this crate. There's several things still in here I hadn't shown. Paul Richards gets Machine Head. And then we got Chainsaw at 69. All right, we need new auctions now. So let's go ahead and grab the crate of Japanese vinyl and get it closer. But I still want to run one more single. And that next single is going to be, man, there's some cool ones in here. I'm kind of geeking out over the Japanese singles. Oh my God, this one's pretty dang cool here. I know we got a lot of fans of this band. This is a Japanese single of Cheap Trick, Dream Police. Very cool. That's a $15 start. $15 start. And we have Cancer Culture by Death by, I don't know, Death Eater. No. I don't know. $24.99 on that one. Okay? And a Colecco blanket. You know, Jerry, last night you mentioned something about ornaments. You never know what we might have in stock coming soon. I don't know about a blanket. I've never had anybody ask me for, or I don't know anybody that's ever offered to make blankets. Blankets, hoodies, toboggans, socks, clocks, rocks, peas, tomatoes, bacon, jam, ram. It's like that lady reading off all that stuff for Thanksgiving dinner. That's going to be me reading off Colecco merchandise. Socks, rocks, clocks. We'll just stop right there. Next thing is a Japanese pressing of something. Not the George Harrison song. I'm talking about Whitesnake. I'm talking about Whitesnake live at Hammersmith. A Japanese pressing, a $35 start, near mint minus and pristine, with the insert, cover and obi. There's that. Last bid on Chainsaw, $69. Mock Straws, you're out. Cheap Trick's a $15 start. And we got Gruesome, Twisted Prayers. Gruesome is $22.99. Enforced, War Remains. Blue Vinyl, $24. Resurrection, Embalmed Existence, $24.99. Death Storm, As Death Awakes, $19.99 Blue Vinyl. Charlie Buck on Enforced. And Slaughter Messiah, Curse to the Pyre, Pyre, $24.99. Wow. Okay, so update on Chainsaw. It's been a big one. Victor Guerra has it for $69. Mock Straws, you're out. Whitesnake, $35. Whitesnake, $38. Whitesnake, $40. Whitesnake, $45. Charlie Buck on Enforced. Charlie Buck on Enforced. Charlie Buck on Enforced. Let me find it. What happened to Enforced? That's got to be in here somewhere. Are you sure that's in here, or did I already pull it and forgot? Okay. Oh, I've already pulled it. Did somebody buy that before you? Maybe I pulled it and I didn't even remember. Charlie Buck got enforced. Okay. All right. There's that. Death Metal Fatigue sitting in. Well, unfortunately, this is only the first crate, and it has been 5 nights since we've shown these. Scott Savakis on Slaughter. Gregory might be like, well, that's enough for me. Slaughter is sold to Scott Savakis. And then Garrett Seipert on Decapitated. That was this one right here. And we have White Snake 50, White Snake 50. Okay? And John Mincemoyer on Resurrection. Cheap Trick is a $15 bot now. Japanese single. I think we're done on Chainsaw. Chainsaw. The last bit on Chainsaw. And this was Victor Guerra. I was going to make sure Mike Straw said out. That is a final call. Actually, Jim Cooper put R-E-S. Did I get that? Boy, some of these names getting blended in. R-E-S, Resurrection. Jim Cooper, I think, was first on Resurrection. Unless somebody, yeah. Jim Cooper put R-E-S, okay? So we already pulled Machine Head. That was a while back. Enforced is Charlie Buck. Jim Cooper put R-E-S, and that was for Resurrection, right, Jim Cooper? He put Res for Resurrection. All right, and then Slaughter was sold to Scott Savakis. Garrett Seipert got decapitated. Not literally. Garrett, I hope your head is still on your shoulders. Hopefully you actually didn't get decapitated. And then John Mincemoyer second on Resurrection. And then over here, Shane Landolt got Cheap Trick for 15. And then we have a question on Benediction. Benediction was right here. We're about to go back through the whole crate. 2019 reissue, $19.99. Of course, these are sticker price. These are sticker price. And yeah, if you buy Creator, you get a rare Laura sticker. No peeking. Swiper, no swiping. Creator's the first thing in here, $124.99. $124.99. Over here, Chainsaws at $70. And the last bid on White Snake was Scott Dwallow at $55. Danzig's out and Joseph McCormick's out. We need another auction. We haven't done anything from the high-end tab. And we've got stuff over here like Nuclear Assault, Halloween, Merciful Fate. That's all stuff in the high-end tab. Let's go ahead and run Living Color. Cult of Personality. This is an 88 US OG, nice copy. Original on her sleeve, Living Color, $55 start, okay? Creator, I'd love to sell this box set and clear up a lot of space in here, but Creator is $124.99. We've got Eradicator. Eradicator, Influence Denied, is Thrash, that color vinyl. Eradicator's $19.99. Red Death, Formidable Darkness. The old Red Death there is $9.99. Red Death. That'll make you sick to your stomach if you catch the old Red Death. $9.99. Blankets. I've got Metallica, Ride the Lightning, Grateful Dead, and Ghost. That is the only blankets I have in stock right now. That's it. We got waiting lists for several. I had stepped over here to get this other box of singles and see what all came in. 2 crates of Japanese singles. Awesome stuff here. And then maybe tonight we'll go through some more 45s. I know the 45 gang will be on. And I'm going to go ahead and put up another one here. There's some cool ones. Here's another Paul McCartney and Wings. Helen Wheels. $15 start on Paul McCartney and Wings, Helen Wheels. We got Victor Guerra on Red Death. Deckelman got Eradication. The only Metallic I have in stock is Ride the Lightning. Queen Size Sherpa Fleece, $79.99. Warbringer, Woe to the Vanquished. Warbringer does have a bend corner, $27.99 on Warbringer. And we have Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, sealed $49.99. Chainsaw sold to Mike Straws for $70. Sold to Mike Straws for $70. I think that means we're also done on White Snake, our first Japanese pressing of the night. I didn't mean for it to intentionally be metal, but it ended up being metal, and now it's sold to Scott Dwallow for $55. The flip on Helen Wheels is Country Dreamer. Country Dreamer, yeah. Country Dreamer, Cult of Personality, $55 start on that. All right, and let's put this in a new sleeve as soon as I figure out what they've done with my box of sleeves. Who took my box of sleeves? Uh-oh. And this is when Chad starts getting a little bit angry. You can't mess with Chad stuff. Rule number 1, don't mess with the boss's desk. Somebody has stolen my box of sleeves. And you know who we're going to blame? Let's all say it together. His name starts with S and ends in F. And we're not talking about meth. We're talking about Seth. That's who's catching the blame. Oh, Seth is catching the blame. I'm sure he got back here with his little sticky fingers and got back here and went, he, I think I'll steal Chad's box of sleeves. Gosh, my blood pressure just went up 3 points, which honestly isn't that much, I guess. I had to walk halfway across the store and get a pack of sleeves, and who will we blame? We will blame Seth. Pretty much the clown of the store. Okay, let's go over here. Next thing is no one's been on Living Color, $55 start. No one's been on Wings, $15 start. And then over here, talking about sleeves, did they come in? Now, which one are you talking about? And then we have Iron Maiden. This is a 2017, sealed, $49.99. Also, we have Exhumed, Death Revenge. Exhumed is $29.99. Death Revenge, new auction as soon as I show you Hypnosia, Extreme Hatred, $19.99. It says Thrash Metal Attack, Classic Swedish Album, Deluxe, 180 gram. Are you talking about MoFi inner sleeves? That other order has not showed up yet. That's due in sometime tomorrow, hopefully. Next auction is the Clash, Combat Rock. The Clash is a U.S. Terre Haute reissue. It's on that label. VG Plus, just a $20 start. Should I stay or should I go? We had Warbringer 4, gold vinyl, $22.99. There is some wear on the top of the seam. It's not actually split yet. And then we had Mammoth Grinder, Cosmic Crypt. Mammoth Grinder was $19.99. Gruesome was $22.99. And then Deathstorm, blue vinyl, $19. And the last record was Benediction, Subconscious Terror, $19.99. Let's get into another new crate, okay? And let's do that right now, all right? Let's do that right now. Anybody else? Chad, can you show the creator puzzle from earlier? Yes. Well, it's kind of crated up now, but it looks like this, except it says Pleasure to Kill with the album artwork. But if you give me 1 second, I'll do it. Chad Snyder wants on the waiting list for MoFi inner sleeves, $26.99. We got 300 packs showing up tomorrow. I've got 5 people on a waiting list right now. There should be 300 packs of MoFi inner sleeves either here today or tomorrow or Friday. 500 packs. 500 packs worth, okay? And there we go. New crate. And I think Laura's even marking another one. So don't go anywhere. Let me try to grab this creator puzzle. It's kind of gotten buried, but yeah, it has the artwork of Pleasure to Kill. Give me 1 second. Okay, so Paul McCartney, Hell on Wheels, and Country Dreamer, a $15 buy it now. No bid on Living Color, it's a $55 buy it now. An OG copy of Living Color. And Vivid is what I was looking for, Vivid. And then Clash is a $20 start. Deckelman is on a wait list for creator puzzle. Deckelman on the wait list for creator puzzle. Alrighty. Let's see here. Okay. Next auction. We are good to go. Somebody said, Hawk. I got Def Leppard, Tony Rice. Opeth, I know somebody asked about this. I don't recognize this one. Opeth is Garden of the Titans. Opeth live at Red Rocks Amphitheater. Opeth at Red Rocks is a 2018 on red and green swirl, a $25 start, okay? And then the Clash Combat Rock is a VG Plus copy with the original inner sleeve. $25 start on Clash, $25 start on Opeth, and then we had a request for Hawk, okay? Hawk. Hawk is an 86 USOG, the only time it's ever been on vinyl worldwide. It has the original insert. There is a punch hole. It's in shrink. A $55 start. $55 start. Opeth 25, Opeth 25, Opeth 35, Paul McCartney 10, Paul McCartney 12 for Helen Wheels. 12. I would love to sell it to you. Here we go. Decision Day, Sodom. Sodom is on red vinyl, $27.99. Sodom. Magic Circle, Departed Souls. Doom Metal, $19.99. Enforced, At the Walls, Silver Black Swirl, $34.99. Gerald Whitworth gets Paul McCartney for $12. John Mincemore gets Living Color for $55. Ivan R. on Sodom. Hawk is at $55. Hawk is at $60. Did the Clash get a bid? It did with Shane Landolt for $25. Opeth is at $45. Hawk is at $60. Trick or Treat is a new sealed music on vinyl pressing, silver vinyl, numbered, $39.99. I've got about 4 left. Next Japanese album. Next Japanese album is the following. We have, going up in the Japanese crate, Queensryche. Wow. Coming out of nowhere. A Japanese pressing, near mint minus with Obi, a $55 start. Beautiful copy, $55 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. We have Lead Belly. This is a buy it now for $25. And Richie Valens was sealed, a $15 buy it now. That's the only 2 no bids. About the only thing that hadn't sold tonight on the auction block is the stuff that's not metal. Richie Valens and Lead Belly. We have Repent, Condemned to Fail, Thrash, $14.99, and Iron Maiden Sejinsu, red vinyl, triple LP, sealed, $49.99. So we sold Sodom out of here. Queensryche has a bid for $55. Hawk is already at $70. Opeth is at $50, and we're about to sell Clash for $25. KK Priest, Sermons of the Sinner, red vinyl with CD, $24.99. That's a great price because I have these in stock new. I have these in stock new, and they're $10 more for a new sealed copy. We have Deathstorm. Deathstorm is a thrash album, $14.99. Enforced Info, Enforced At the Walls is $34.99. It's on gray and clear black swirl, $34.99, thrash hardcore. Whoever asked about Fastway, if you're a new buyer and you want anything back here, you can buy it. If you want anything back here, this is an auction. You can bid on it. If you want anything in here, these are a buy it nows. I'm also kind of showing random stuff here, random stuff there. We've went through all the new puzzles. I've showed all the new blankets. I think there's a few new guitars back here. I still got a few guitars that I hadn't shown. Let me see if I can get those a little bit closer to me. So yeah, there's the Metallica Ride the Lightning blanket. There's the Grateful Dead blanket, the Ghost blanket, the other Ghost blanket, the other Grateful Dead blanket. And yep, that's our current stock of blankets right now. Got technically 2, 4, 5 in stock. All right, empty box, empty lid. I got 2 Jimi Hendrix box sets, 2 Rush box sets, and I do have a couple new guitars though. I got a new Jimi Hendrix. This is actually new. And then I got a Kurt Hammett guitar, and Kurt is pretty cool if you haven't had one of these yet. So let me show you the Kurt Hammett guitar in just a second. Okay, first thing is Deckelman on Enforced, Mike Straws on Repent, and that's right here. Physical Graffiti is the new 2LP remaster. is a new 2LP remaster, $44.99. Now, believe it or not, Clash only got one bid, and this is sold for $25 to Shane Lando. That's sold for $25. Okay, and then Opeth, I remember saying that was a final call for 60 to Hiram. The other bidder went out, so Opeth is at 60, Hawk is at 80, and believe it or not, Queensrock just has one bid for $55 to Nick Galletti, and that's an OG Japanese pressing. Slayer, Rain and Blood. Slayer is $24.99, the 2022 press. And Cannibal Corpse, Gallery of Suicide. Sealed Cannibal Corpse, $29.99. Okay, so this is new from Axehaven, or we've had this one before, very popular. These are $49.99. This is officially licensed Kurt Hammett. Officially licensed Kurt Hammett of Metallica. One of his signature guitars, The Mummy. The Mummy. Let's get this thing open. Let me get my box cutter if I need to, without causing a mess here in the packaging. So here's my box cutter. These are $49.99. Physical Graffiti was $44.99. It's a double LP remaster. I usually just show the body here. That's what it looks like. So these are miniature replica guitars. You know, that's from the Boris Karloff, The Mummy movie. They come with a stand. And I have Kurt Hammett, $49.99. Very cool. One of his signature guitars, The Mummy. I have two of those in stock at $49.99. Two available Kurt Hammett's. Okay. Next in here is Cannibal Corpse, sold to Master Moss 666. That's sold to him. And then we have Eccentrics, Bury the Pain. Eccentrics is on red vinyl, $19.99. And Toxic Holocaust, Conjure and Command. Toxic Holocaust is $29.99. And Black Rat, Dread Reverence, I think. Crust Black Metal. I thought that was the color. It's black vinyl, $19.99. Nick Galletti, surprisingly, the only bidder on Queensrock. That's sold to you for $55. Hawk is still getting bids. It's at $85. And Hiram, I'm going to go ahead and sell Opeth to you. Opeth is sold to Hiram for $60, okay? Nick Galletti, though, first on this. Let's put this in a new sleeve for him. Awesome. And then Opeth is sold to Hiram. We're ready for new auctions. We're ready for new auctions, okay? So that was the one from the Japanese album crate. We're down to Hawk. Cosmo Kramer on X for Eccentrics. That's sold to Cosmo Kramer. And then Hawk is at 90. And now our next auction, let's do something from the actual advertised bin over here. Boy, we still got some good looking stuff like REM. REM Green. REM Green is an 88 US Specialty OG. This is OG 88 with the original inner sleeve. EX++ near mint minus. REM is a $50 start. Green. $50 start on that. And then over here we have from the Japanese crate, we're going to go ahead and put up a Beatles album. A Beatles album on Apple with this really cool green Apple Obi. And this is Help, a $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the inner sleeve and the insert. Gatefold jacket on Help, $45 start. I Need Somebody. How much was Toxic Holocaust? That was $29.99 for Toxic Holocaust. We also have Assassin, the upcoming Terror. Assassin is on orange vinyl, $37.99. And this is good Hooded Menace. Yeah. Thank you, Laura. I could have just looked on the back. Hooded Menace is $19.99. Toxic Holocaust is sold to C. Buck. Okay, so I think we're done on Hawk. Tony Bradford has it for $90. REM just has one bid with Craig, $50. I'm going to sell that pretty quick if no one else bids. And the Beatles is a $45 start. Let's grab another Japanese single. An earlier Elton John one, Japanese. I love this song, Just Like the Strange Rain, or Just Like Strange Rain. Great Elton John song there. Elton John, Japanese single, $15 start. Lost Thrash, $19.99. Does that say Lost Society? I think it does. Lost Society and this is called Branded, $19.99. Hawk is still getting bids, $95.95. Deckelman on Lost Society. He claimed that one faster than a speeding bullet, and my crate is full. So let me go swap out crates right quick. This one is full. I'm going to set this right over here. That's already full four crates of merchandise tonight. That's 7 already full crates, counting the Beatles box sets. Wow. Beatles box sets. And I still got 2 extra anthologies. If you haven't heard, I've got 2 extra anthology sets I would love to sell tonight. I've already got mine set aside. Okay? Craig, I'm not going to give you more time. I think probably a lot of people's not bidding because you bid. And I think it's time to send Craig his weekly record. Shout out to Craig Sweden. For those that don't know or that's new, see that guy on Facebook sharing all those track listings? He's just a volunteer. He's an unpaid AI bot out in California that happens to be a real person. His name's Craig Sweden, and he shares track listings for free. He shows up. He doesn't have to. And you know what he does? He shares track listings for us, so I don't have to spend 100 hours reading off track listings that probably would legitimately cost us thousands of dollars. So I don't have a way to metrically view this, but I bet over the years Craig has saved me thousands of dollars sharing track listings. This time of night, every little second is very important to our success. Every moment, I try to make it as efficient as possible. So if I had to stop and read track listings for a lot of stuff, there's no telling the money he saves us. So we send him a free record whenever we can. And Craig seems to get about at least once a week. So thank you, Craig, on that. All right. Next is this. Hawk is still getting bids. They've got 2 more bumps, and then Tony's right back in at 95. All right. And then let's keep going here. We have, what do we have here? This is $14.99. Wastelander, something. This is $14.99. And we have Eternal Champion, the Armor of Erie, heavy metal, $22.99. And this is Protector, the Heritage. Protector is yellow thrash death metal, $24.99. Okay? Elton John is no bid. That's a $15 buy it now. The Beatles is a no bid. That's a $45 buy it now. And I think we're done on Hawk. It's got a couple bumps, but I think we're done. $98. Next question was shipping update Anthology 4. Has not shipped. One place said they already sold out and they got very little, and there's supposed to be more come in late tonight or Friday morning. The other place hasn't replied to my email, so that tells me they didn't get them. The third place said we haven't got them yet. So those individual sets were late. They got the boxes out first. So basically, I've told the individual sets are running late. That's what I'm being told. The individual sets are running late, as in, I don't know if they'll be in this week or not. They're not sold out. They're not limited edition. They just hadn't shown up yet. Grinch is brand new. You can buy it right now, $36.99. Grinch is $36.99. John Mincemoyer on EC for Eternal Champion. Scott Savaki's on Protector. And then over here, Hawk is sold to Tony Bradford for $98. Tim Grindstaff gets the Beatles for $45. We are clearing the table. Everything's sold except Elton John for $15. Let's keep rolling. Next one I have is Municipal Waste. This is Waste 'em All, and that is sealed for $29.99. Darren Christmas says, Napalm Death Puzzle. I'll put it together when I move to Florida Death Metal Retirement Community. There we go. Darren Christmas wants that last Napalm Death Scum Puzzle. So somebody asked earlier, I think Troy Robinson did. Troy, I wasn't ignoring you. Troy asked about, it seems like these puzzles, they focus on mostly metal and classic rock. It's not like I'm not ordering other genres or artists. This is like all they offer. And some other companies make stuff like Beatles and other Pink Floyd puzzles. I got to order more, but there's very little soul and R&B type covers or anything. Pop, there's very little pop. It's mostly metal and classic rock they offer for these, and punk. So I wish there was like every puzzle cover ever made, But, you know, they also don't do big artists like Zeppelin, and they don't have like the whole Beatles discography. They only have certain selections, probably whatever they can license. Not everything is easy to license, you know, like Kiss. Or if you do, it's Gene Simmons is going to be like, pay me my share, or whoever owns it now. I think you got to pay somebody else. Okay, Richard Davis on municipal waste, but I'm going to go through one more time because it looks like they're back in stock. I'm going to order 1 or 2 of everything because we're going to need them this time of the year. Over here, we got Elton John. It's Me That You Need, and Just Like Strange Rain. That's $15. Susie Breedlove wants a Kurt Hammett guitar. And this is on, this so to Susie Breedlove, she's buying this right here, the Mummy guitar from Kurt Hammett, and I have 1 left if anybody else wants one, okay? And then John Mincemoyer on the Napalm Death Scum puzzle, there's that, okay? Next thing is this. We need new auctions. That's what we need, Chad. We need new auctions. So let's mix it up. Let's do a bluegrass album with Tony Rice, and then let's get right back into the metal with Exodus, and then let's throw up another Japanese record. But first, we'll get these 2 rolling. This is Exodus, Fabulous Disasters. This is not in print. The early classic Exodus stuff is not in print. Every once in a while, they'll do Bonded by Blood, but like I can't get it right now. It's not even available to order. It's weird. It'll pop up, they'll delete it. It'll pop up, they'll delete it. It's weird. But here is Fabulous Disaster. I've never seen this in print since I've been dealing in new vinyl. So this is an original from '89. It's in VG, strong VG, original under sleeve, $35 start. And Tony Rice is a 77 USOG VG Plus. Tony Rice, $20 start on that, okay? And let's keep going through the straight price. So here's kind of the agenda right now. Laura is the sole record pricer tonight. And, of course, her and Paul have been knocking out this metal collection. And she's already got 2 crates priced. This is the 2nd crate. I think she's working on another one. And then also tonight we have, I'll be going through other vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. I'll go through other new vinyl that's in stock. And we'll do anything we can for the next several hours while we're alive, okay? So the first thing we had is Hiram asked about a record, and I missed his question. I missed Hiram's question somewhere. Let me go back and find that. Laura says, Chad Hiram had a question about Hooded Menace title and crate. Okay, I completely missed that. That was right here. Hooded Menace was the Tritonus Bell. Yeah, and this is a 3rd pressing on black vinyl, $19.99, okay? Tony Rice and Exodus. And let's go back up to the top. And next thing is this. This is Exto Moors. And this is, what did I just read? $22.99. Ecto Moors Reborn. Red vinyl, $22.99. Exodus 64, Exodus 65. All right, and now we need a Japanese pressing. Okay, well, with the Japanese stuff, David, so we're getting this stuff from Japanese dealers, and what you got to understand is a lot of stuff over there is just as desirable as it is here. So a lot of times we get a lot of the same records. Every once in a while we'll get something different, but there's actually, now there's about 5 different places. And for example, everybody's like, Chad, can you get Metallica Ride the Lightning Japanese pressing? Well, the thing about that is, over there in Japan, they want that just as much as we do here. So it's a lot of stuff that is high population. So, for example, Journey Evolution, there's millions of them, probably here and over there. Hundreds of thousands, and so we're able to get copies more often. The really rare and deep cut stuff, it's really hard for us to buy it and make any money on it. So they have no problem selling Japanese pressings of Dark Side of the Moon. If you go into a Japanese record store, they're going to have that record on the wall, and it's probably not going to be there much longer, right? So they have the same problem. They're looking for stuff too. and we kind of meet in the middle, and we don't try to get absolute low bottom stuff. I try to get the mid stuff that's really nice to get an upgrade. For example, this would be an awesome upgrade for somebody because there is no audiophile pressings of Journey albums. The US pressings are okay, but they're on Columbia vinyl. This is on really high quality vinyl. So I try to go after the stuff that for somebody would be an upgrade. And this is definitely an upgrade. This is a near mint minus and pristine copy of Journey Evolution. But every once in a while, we'll get something like a Dark Side of the Moon. And if we got something like that, we're probably not even making very much money on it because they're like, well, we need it too. We got customers over here in Japan that want it. So essentially worldwide, everybody wants the same stuff. Metal, the classic rock, the OG first pressings of iconic albums, you know, high-grade jazz, high-grade blues. It's like that everywhere in the world. Japan, the UK, Germany, United States, it doesn't matter. So everybody's kind of fighting over all the same stuff. So up at the top, we had 3 new auctions: Exodus, Tony Rice, and then the Japanese Journey. Tony Rice got a bid for 20 with Brent. Sully bid 21. Exodus opened up at 60, and then another 60, then 64, 65, 70, then 75, 75, and then Exodus 85, Exodus 85 again, and then Jim Berg on Cannibal. And Cannibal was evidently still in this crate. Is that right, or is that an auction request? I don't see a Cannibal in here. Led Zeppelin's $44.99. This next record is called Ingested. Ingested is Deathcore, $32.99. Also, Deicide, Banished by Sin. Deicide is on red vinyl, $29.99, okay? Exodus is a high bid of 85 with Jeff Wheeler, but you tied Cindy Yarborough. Her bid came in first. Brent, you're out on Tony Rice. The high bid right now is 21. Journey's a $35 start. Led Zeppelin is a 2 LP remaster, $44.99. We're talking about Kashmir, The Rover, Down by the Seaside, In My Time of Dying. That is Trampled Underfoot, $44.99. Steve McGee, you put I Am. Was that for Ingested or was that for Iron Maiden back here? Let me know, Steve McGee. And then Paul Richards on Deicide. You did show a Cannibal earlier, okay? Evidently, there's something in here called Cannibal that I missed. It might have already got sold. I promise there's nothing left in here called Cannibal. Maybe in a previous crate, but nothing in here. Next is Crowned Unholy, The Crown. That's a yellowish, greenish vinyl, $19.99. And then Steve McGee on Iron Maiden, okay? So to Steve McGee. And we have, boy, look at, is that supposed to be a logo? What is this? It's Undeath. Undeath is, I guess that is their logo. Undeath is $29.99. Deckelman on The Crown. Journey 35. Deckelman on Undeath. Paul Richards second on The Crown, Journey 35, and then Tony Rice. I was going to make sure Brent was done. The high bid was $21 with Sully. Sully, looks like that's about to go to you. Let's grab another Japanese single right quick. See what I can come up with over here. I haven't really started flipping through these yet. I think there's some good ones in here, though. Ooh, boy, there is. Nice. There's some Beatles singles coming up. Oh, man. One of my favorites here, and I can promise you already have this. This is multiple crossovers here. Beatles collectors, Paul McCartney collectors, and James Bond collectors, soundtrack collectors. Very cool. With the 007 logo, Wings, Live and Let Die. Nice. $15 start on Live and Let Die. That's now up for bid. And then over here we got Journey at 36. Tony Rice has new bids for $22.22. And then we have, oh my gosh, this is $34.99. This is unofficial. What does this say? Now, that's an H, an N, an I, an H, an I, an L, an I, an S, and an E, I think. And that's unofficial, $34.99. Tony Rice, $34. Jeff Wheeler's out on Exodus. Cindy Yarborough has it for $90. Journey has a new bid for $36. Wings has a bid for $15. And then we have Scanner. Almost said Scammer. Scammer would be a guy like Seth. This is Scanner, Terminal Earth. It's speed metal, $22.99. This is Nihilist. Thank you, $34.99. And we have, Whoa, this is Ripper, 1999. Ripper is 1999, okay? So Tony Rice got bumped to 23 with Sully. Brent bid 15 on Wings. Ted Keaton bid 15 on Wings. Journey got a new bid for 38. And then if you actually want Nihilist, Nick Orlando, you might want to let me know, or you might have been helping me out. Richard Davis on Scanner. Thank you, Richard Davis. Deckelman second on Scanner. And then Andy Lane third on Scanner. Ed Riviera fourth on Scanner. Hiram Aponte first on Ripper. Tony Rice 24. And then Ivan R next on Ripper. Okay, so I think we're done on Exodus. This was sold for $90 to Cindy Yarborough. That one is sold. Tony Rice is at 24. The bid history on that one's 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 23, and now 24. Okay, and then Wings has got bids for 15, 15, 15, 15. And then here's Journey. And Journey has bids for 35, 36, 37, 37, and now 38. Okay, so the first thing is I got some corrections to make. The first thing was Scanner. And Deckelman's S was not for Scanner. He says R was for Ripper, not Scanner. So my feed says Richard Davis Scanner. He definitely got that. My bad. Deckelman put an R, not an S. So Deckelman does get Ripper. Justin Deckelman gets Ripper. There's the sold Exodus auction. Andy Lane was next on Scanner. Then Ed Riviera. So Hiram, you were actually second on Ripper. And then Nihilist is sold to Nick Orlando, like Florida, right? And then Tony Rice, 26. And then Wings is at 17. Okay. Now, so quick update. Paul McCartney and Wings is at 17, Live and Let Die. Tony Rice is at 26. And the last bid on Journey is a final call, Stanley Richmond, $38. And John Bo Bing, you're the one that got outbid. It's really up to you. Request for White Snake, Saints, and Sinners. You got it. Next auction is White Snake, Saints, and Sinners. We've got a little nudity on the cover, so we've had to cover it up. A 1988 U.S. specialty. Geffen Records, $30 start on that. Okay? Next auction, or next record, is Insanity. Visions of Apocalypse, $14.99. Insanity, $14.99. I've got another guitar over here to show you. This one's also, let me check. One second. Let me check the price on this one. I was hoping Ed would have marked these. Let me log back in over here. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, White Snake, Tony Rice, and then we have Creator. Creator's a 3 LP on red vinyl. That's Coma of Souls, $44.99, and Death Angel, Humanist Side. That is $24.99 for Death Angel. Okay, $24.99 for Death Angel. Let me update this. Got a Jimi Hendrix guitar here I'm about to show. I think it's one of the first ones we've had. And I think it's his white Strat Woodstock guitar. And let me see if I can find this. Let me do this. Tomorrow, I don't know if y'all saw the post. While this is kind of the prime time slot, yeah, Hendrix is 49. While this is kind of the prime time slot, I want to make sure y'all know about some of these incredible high-end autographs, and this is just a teaser. The rest will be revealed either in the morning or during the show. I have a fully signed Black Sabbath item. That's signed by Bill Ward, Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, and Ozzy Osbourne. That's a signed CD booklet, JSA authenticated. That's going up for auction tomorrow. Fully signed by Black Sabbath. Going up for auction tomorrow. AC/DC poster. A full-size tour poster signed by Brian Johnson, Angus Young, Malcolm Young, Cliff Williams, and Phil Rudd. A fully signed AC/DC poster. That's going up for bid tomorrow. Megadeth autographed. Signed by Mustaine, Friedman, Elfison, and DeGrasso. Signed Megadeth going up tomorrow. The Black Crowes, fully signed. That's a record flat. That's not an album jacket. It's in a frame. I may go ahead and pop it out of the frame. I don't think that's the album. I think that's just a record flat. An album, a fully signed album would be insane, but that's fully signed by the Black Crowes. A Ramones photo, an 8x10 photo signed by Joey, Johnny, CJ, and Marky. A fully signed Ramones autograph. Iron Maiden, an Iron Maiden hoodie signed by the full band. Bruce, Adrian, Dave, Steve, Janik Gears, and Nico McBrain. Kiss. Kiss is signed by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Singer. That's the Kiss My AWS signed on the vinyl. And then this Motorhead display signed by Lemmy. I also have an REM poster that's signed by Michael Stipe, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, and Bill Berry. Fully signed REM. King Griffey Jr. baseball bat. Bee Gees that's fully signed. A Yes poster that's fully signed. Yes is signed by John Anderson, Trevor Rabin, Chris Squire, Tony Kaye, and Alan White. That is just a portion of some of the high-end memorabilia that will be sold tomorrow. There's going to be 1 air horn, 2 air horn, 3 air horn, 4 air horn, 5 air horn, 6 air horn, 7 air horn, 8 air horn, 9 air. There's going to be a lot of air horns tomorrow, so bring your earplugs. Any Green Day autographs? No. Any Mac Davis autographs? No, but you missed 4 Mac Davis records last night, John Durden. I said your name like 12 times last night, and you were asleep. You missed them. All right, let's go back to the top and update all these auctions. We had Tony Rice at $26. We had Wings at $17, then $20. Tony Rice at $27. Whitesnake at the $30. Alonzo on K for Creator. That is so to Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. Bob Riger got Death Angel. Okay? Bob Riger on Death Angel. And then next is this. We have Sadistic Ritual. Sadistic Ritual is $17.99. And I'm not joking. There was 4 Mac Davis records. If somebody in the comment chat can verify, 4 Mac Davis, and somebody bought one of them. It was evidently an obscure Casablanca pressing. I don't know, but there's a couple people freaking out over it. And I was like, well, John marked it $10 like he does all the other ones. And then over here, Wings is sold to Brent Robley for $20. That is sold. Journey is sold. And Journey is sold over here. And Journey is sold. And Journey is sold over here to Stanley Richmond for $38. $38. That is sold to Stanley Richmond. $38. Stanley Richmond. That's sold. And then over here, Tony Rice was a final call to Brent. And are we done on it? $27. About to sell it to Brent. Okay? And then over here, next is Whitesnake, $35. There's that. So it's Anthology 4, only available at the box set. They're listing us on. No, they're selling it individually. William Creator already sold. Alonzo was quick on that one. Scanner sold instantly, yes. Okay? So, yeah, you can buy Anthology 4. That's still up for pre-order in the group. And then we have the box set. If you just want 4 to add to your set you may already have, some people, of course, want all 4 because they hadn't really been available in 20 years. Those hadn't really been available in 20 years to buy new. So some people want the whole set. That's what that one guy was saying. He's like, don't these people already have the other 3 volumes? And I'm like, no, because most of my customers are fairly recent record collectors. And in the last 20 years, Anthology hasn't been available to order. And that blows some people's mind. They're like, wow. And I'm like, well, things that's not in print are highly desirable when they come back in print in today's modern era, because most people are fairly new record collectors and they don't have a lot of this stuff and they only want brand new copies. We have people who only want OGs and we have people who only want new. Europe, The Final Countdown, an original Japanese single, $15 start on that. Okay, and then Tony Rice is officially sold, and Tony Rice is sold to Brent Robley for $27, Whitesnake 40, Whitesnake 45, Europe, an original minty Japanese single, $15 start on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, Obsession. We still got some great 80s thrash metal to run. Here is Obsession, Methods of Madness. This is an 87 USOG, a $25 start for Obsession, Methods of Madness. Here we go. First thing I have is Magic Circle, Departed Souls, $19.99 for Magic Circle. KK Priest, Sermons of the Sinner, red vinyl, $24.99. Death Storm, Reaping What Is Left. Depth Storm is $14.99. Slayer, Rain and Blood, $24.99 for Slayer. Black Rat, Dread Reverence, that is $19.99. Assassin, The Upcoming Terror, Assassin Orange Vinyl, $37.99. Wastelander, War Drive is $14.99. Hooded Menace is $19.99. Extomores Reborn, $22.99. Ingested, $32.99. Insanity, Visions of Apocalypse, $14.99. Sadistic Ritual, $17.99. I don't think I made any mistakes on those. I took my time that time. Europe, $15. Europe, $20. Obsession, $25. Victor, Insanity still available. OBS Condition. OBS Condition. Obsession Condition. Near Mint Minus. Ivan wants ASS. Ivan wants ASS for Assassin. Richard Bradshaw on Slayer, Rain and Blood. Obsession, $26. John Hurt is still available. About the only thing that hadn't sold tonight is the records that's not... No, that's Leadbelly. John Hurt sold. I was about to say. Richie Valens and Leadbelly. Richie Valens and Leadbelly are the only two no bids. John Hurt already sold. Okay. Obsession, $30. Victor Garris says, I'll take Visions. Insanity, sold. Europe is up to Calvin Ward. Calvin, the high bid on this is $20 with James Chilcott. Obsessions at $31. And Whitesnake, the last bid on Whitesnake, Richard Bradshaw, I want to make sure you were done. You haven't set out. Cindy Yarborough has it for $45. Leadbelly is $25. Obsession is at $31, $35, $36. And then over here, the Michael Hamburger wants Iron Maiden sealed 3 crates back. The only Iron Maiden that's left tonight is this, The Final Frontier, if that's what you're talking about. It is sealed for $49.99. Deckelman on SR, Sadistic Ritual, sold to Deckelman. The record guy on KK Priest, sold to the record guy. There's the only Iron Maiden record that's left tonight. Europe is sold to James Chilcott for $20. Whitesnake's at $55 and Obsessions at $40. So the only no bids tonight, well first, this is a buy it now. The Kurt Hammett Mummy guitar. I'm about to show you Jimi Hendrix. Elton John Japanese single, Just Like Strange Rain, $15. Richie Valens is sealed, $15. And Leadbelly was a 1970 compilation, $25. Or if you want to make offers on those, let's get them sold. Michael Hamburger on this. Leadbelly was a 1970 USOG Orange Label, Tradition Label compilation. Now, there is no such thing as OG Leadbelly albums. There's OG compilations. But Leadbelly was not even around, I don't think, when they first started. Definitely not, right? When they started making albums. So there is no really OG albums, but there's OG compilations. There are OG compilations. You'd have to go back to the old 78 to get some original Leadbellies. Same thing for Hank Williams Sr. He's even that old. Hank Williams Sr., not alive when they were even putting music to albums. No OG Hank Williams Sr. That's pretty amazing to think. You think of him as like a recent artist, but when he was producing music, they wasn't even making albums yet. Richie Valens is sold to Moses E. Lewis, I've already sold it for $15 to him. Obsessions at $41. White Snake is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $55. We're chipping away. Okay? There's that. Lead Belly, make offer. Elton John, make offer. We're ready for another crate. Chad's about ready for another monster. Chad's about ready to show you a magic trick. Whoa, 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 it's magic. Chad's about to sneeze. It went away. Nope. Also just broke a piece of wood in half with my hand. Halloween, Detroit's heavy metal horror show. Don't meddle with evil. An 85 USOG. This is Halloween from Detroit, not Halloween. This is Halloween from Detroit, not Halloween. OG VG, a $50 start. OG VG, $50 start. Okay? Here we go. I remember one night Chad said that about Hank, and some guy disagreed and then got mad and called Chad Bud and left the chat. Yep. I've had to educate a few people, and then they get mad at me, and then they leave and never want to talk to me again. I'm like, that's not really something to get mad about. I'm just letting you know that if you have a Hank Williams Jr. album, it's not actually OG. I mean, it is such thing as an OG, but it's a compilation. He had, there's 10-inch LPs. Those were actually made when he was alive, but yeah. Same thing with Lead Belly. I've had some of those blues records before, and the guy's like, I know I have an OG Robert Johnson. And I'm like, well, you do, but it's a compilation. It's not actually original. It's not like Robert Johnson was out here alive when they were selling albums. Okay, here we go. I'm ready. Let's find something. Not here to create enemies. I'm here to make friends. I'm here to make friends. Lifetime of friends. How about, if I'm going to make friends, we better do a half-off crate. Coming out of nowhere, a half-off crate. I just got to pick one out. It's early, and we're going to go through a half-off crate. A half-off check condition crate from when? I don't know. I got to find one. How about November 15th? How about a best offer crate? How about I mean, this one is pretty dang good. Let's go through this one, best offer. This is a pretty dang good crate here. I mean, this is pretty insane, honestly. I'm looking through this like, how did some of this did not sell? November 15th. I mean, the first record's a Rush album, okay? So what I'm going to do is we're going to go through a crate, and I'm going to highly encourage offers. You can go ahead and buy these. Wow, look at all this country stuff. Holy crap. And Black Sabbath. I don't think anything that's ready. All right, back on track. Here we go. Sorry for the quick timeout. First thing we have is this. We are going to go back to the top, and we have Obsession at $45, and then Halloween, not Halloween. Halloween's at $50, and then Halloween's at $60, and we have a 1985 USOG. This is Halloween from Detroit, not Halloween. It has the original inner sleeve. Some of these in near mint condition. I'm not talking about sealed. I'm just talking about near mint, have sold for over $300. So this is a pretty dang desirable record. Somebody's laid down as much as $300 before for a near mint copy on Discogs. This is a VG, conservatively graded and not a bad jacket at all. That's at $65. And then over here, we have Obsession. And the last bit of Obsession is James Davidson at $45. And that was a final call. And let's look at Obsession one more time. Obsession is an 87 USOG hole punch cover, and it has a hop sticker, and that is near mint, and it's a final call. And that was at $41 over here, $45, $45 with James Davidson, okay? And then Halloween's at $65. Chad, you guys have discounts next week on Thanksgiving weekend. So this Sunday, we're going to be doing a live in-store sale, as in not record, Sunday night. And then this upcoming week after that, we'll do something for Black Friday. We'll do something for the day before Thanksgiving and the day after. Yeah, we'll be doing, I mean, we'll have normal shows, but the thing about us is about the only thing we can put on sale is new vinyl. Our vintage stuff is on sale every night. This is literally you determine the price. It's best offer. And we do at least 2 or 3 half-off crates every night. So the only thing here that we never honestly ever have on sale is new vinyl. And that's always big for Black Friday, because I'll put anything and everything possibly on sale unless it's already sold out or it's just way too new. Like the new stuff for next week won't be on sale, and probably the new stuff from this week or the week before. It's just way too new. It just came out, and some people literally have pre-ordered it and it's going out. But there'll be really crazy sales on old vinyl that we hadn't been able to move. Other than that, about the only other thing we could do is just put up more great stuff for auction. And all of our vintage stuff is always on sale every night. Like 80% of what we show every night is on sale because we have it where you can make offers like this. This is an 81 pressing of Rush, $79.99. $79.99, Rush. I will not be here Thanksgiving night. I will be on my mom's couch eating pie. I will not be here Thanksgiving night, okay? I don't do a sale. I have before, because we've done stuff like the day before, and I've come in and done a sale, but Thanksgiving night, the channel here will be silent, and I want everybody at home eating pie for me, okay? Because that's what I'll be doing. I'll be eating pie, and I'll be taking naps. We have Henry Gross release. Henry Gross is $9.99. These are best offer. Rare Earth Maw, really nice copy. Does have a little bit of a 5. Is that a 5 or just a pin mark? Super nice, $24.99. The Beatles, 62 to 66. Gatefold 2LP Capital Press, super nice, $39.99. Grand Funk Railroad, Born to Die. Grand Funk Railroad's $19.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival Pendulum, $29.99. New auctions, here we go. Obsession is sold to James Davidson for $45. James Davidson gets that for $45. Over here, Halloween. Halloween's at $75 of Andy Lane. And let's go ahead and put up our next auction. Nuclear Assault, oh boy. Nuclear Assault Survive. This is an 88 USOG OG EX++ near mint minus with the original on her sleeve, a $75 start. I'll be here the day before Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving. The store is closed on Thanksgiving. Everybody's got a paid holiday. Nobody will be working at Collectco Thursday. Now this Sunday is a show you don't want to miss. I will be selling anything and everything. If you like buying collectibles and posters and whatever else, Star Wars toys and Kiss toys, it's going to be an all-out mania. Now, I've got a Thanksgiving dinner that morning, and then I've got to figure out when I'm going to sleep and be here back to do that because we're eating that morning at 11. So this Saturday night, I might cut the sale really short, or I might not even be here. I might, now that I really know that what I've got to do, I might have Paul fill in for me Saturday, because Sunday is going to be a heck of a day for me. It's going to be like a 24-hour binge. 67 to 70, and I need y'all well rested too. I'm going to start early, and we might go for an obscene amount of time. $49.99 for the Beatles, and we got the Birds Never Before. The Birds is $29.99, never before. These are all buy it now, best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. Trust me, I want to sell everything in this crate. Like Abbey Road, a purple capital pressing, $34.99 on that. And Magical Mystery Tour, another purple capital label, $34.99. Great classic rock stuff in here. Beatles, Birds, CCR, Grand Funk, Beatles, Rare Earth, Henry Gross, and Rush's debut album. Halloween's at $100. A Nuclear Assault is at $80. These have already taken off. Let's put up some other Japanese pressings, okay? We still got plenty of other stuff to sell tonight. I have not done any price matching on the autographs for tomorrow. So honestly, I can't tell you. I haven't decided at all what to set the minimum bids for on any of those autographs. I got to do that tonight. As soon as I say good night, everybody, I'm signing off. I have to start working on autographs for tomorrow. We have Duran Duran. This is a Japanese pressing of their self-titled debut album. It has the inner sleeve. It's a $35 start on Duran Duran. Shane Lanedote on the Birds. Thank you. That sold to him for $25. We have Journey's Escape, $19.99. Laura's working on another straight priced crate of metal, and don't miss that. And then I'm going to go up front. So last night I stocked our bins really full in the store. I've got crates I'm about to go grab and do $6.99 records, okay? This right here is recent, brand new, vintage, clean, OG, beautiful stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers, okay? Ryan Mustaine on Journey. You can buy them. You can make offers. Doesn't matter to me. I'm here to sell them. The Beatles is $44.99, purple capital label. I'll buy the Ramones, $50 cash. Maybe add at least a 0 to that, and you might get it started. Journey is already sold to Mustaine. Michael, you were second. Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station, 77 Pittman, $49.99. I think y'all know our policy on vintage stuff. If it's clean and nice, and it's OG and really cool and really sweet, we set a price on it. You can buy it for that. You can make an offer for that. It might end up in a half-off crate. It might end up in a vintage discount crate. It might get marked down so low it ends up in our dollar sidewalk sale. For the really good stuff, that never happens. We set a price, and we work our way down till it sells. That's how I've always handled vintage LPs. That's how we're able to put out so many so fast. We just crank these things out. We got tens of thousands in this building. Like this MoFi pressing of Al Jarreau, All Fly Home, $49.99. Al Jarreau, a MoFi pressing. Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware, $19.99. And J.D. Crowe in the New South. Weird to see that still sitting in the bin, $44.99. Are we done on Halloween? $110 with Andy Lane, final call. Over here, Nuclear Assault, done. Richard Bradshaw, $80. It looks like it. And then Duran Duran's a final call to get a bid in for $35. Dire Straits, there is a little bit of writing on the cover, $29.99. Original inner sleeve, original Bob Lugwood mastering. Classic album, and that's a really desirable pressing. So Sunday, there's going to be stuff like books, magazines, action figures, toys, metal figures. I've got Metallica figures we're going to be trying to sell in auction. We got posters. Like anything we walk by, if someone's like, Chad, go through that tub of posters. We're going to unroll them, and we're going to sell them. I don't care if I've got research done on them or not. If I find a box of Kiss posters and someone's like, let's go through those, and I'm like, boom, $55, who wants it? $35, who wants it? I'm going to be walking through the back, the front, the outside, and we might even go to my house. I doubt it. You can't see inside my house. The Birds, Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde, $29.99. And the Birds, Father Along, $19.99. Tim, I haven't been ignoring you on Lead Belly. I keep forgetting. Lead Belly's in EX condition. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $20. And we have Julian Lennon Velotte. Julian Lennon is $9.99. And Daniel Amos was $19.99, horrendous disc. And The Legend Lives, Ray Charles, $19.99. All right, we're ready for new auctions. Halloween is sold to Andy Lane for $110. Seems like a fair price on that. $110. Median on this thing was $122, and some of them have sold for as much as $300 on Discogs. There's that. So there's that. Let's put that away. And then over here, Nuclear Assault. The last bid on Nuclear Assault is the following. Richard Bradshaw, the only bidder at $80. Done. And Duran Duran's a no bid. Girls on Film, Planet Earth, their debut album, Japanese press, near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. In the auction bin, I still got Def Leppard, Rap, Black Sabbath. We definitely need to do Black Sabbath, eh? This is Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, a 78 UK Vertigo original. Nice with the original on her sleeve. EX Edition Black Sabbath, $35 start. Another Daniel Amos, that's $19.99, and Bo Diddley in the spotlight. Bo Diddley's an 87 sealed copy. A Chess reissue, $26.99 sealed, and Rush is $44.99. All the World's a Stage. That's the second Rush in there. Second Rush in there. Books. I've got all kinds of stuff over here that we've never gone through before. We're going to have to get, like, dig underneath tables and find stuff and be like, all right, let's get this stuff sold. Virus. Virus is an 88 USOG, original inner sleeve. Virus, a $25 start on that, and UFO Obsessions, $29.99, and Molly Hatchet's Flirting with Disaster is $29. And let's grab another Japanese LP from over here, and the next Japanese LP is going to be the following. David Bowie, Let's Dance, Men on the Moonlight, Serious Moonlight, $35 start on this. David Bowie, Let's Dance, $35 start. This is the original on her sleeve. There's the original on her sleeve, and David Bowie, $35 start. Ninja Pony wants the Grinch record, sold, $34.99. Thank you. If anybody else wants one, I've got 2 left. Let's go ahead and replace that right quick with Black Sabbath. That's $29.99 if anybody wants that. Over here, we have B.O. for $20. And B.O. was Bo Diddley, so for $20. And then we have Kansas, 2 for the show. It's $34.99. J. Giles, Ladies Invited, $14.99. Herbie Hancock, VSOP, $39.99. And Prince, with poster, in shrink wrap. We auctioned one off earlier tonight for $42. Don't maybe put this one up for auction. It's buy it now. Poster, shrink wrap, inner sleeve, near mint, $49.99. $49.99. So we sold B.O. for $20, David Bowie $35, Virus $25, Molly Hatchet sold for $20 to Danzig. Lewis was second on Molly Hatchet. Procol Harum $24.99, and Mongo Explodes, Mongo Santa Maria $29.99. Ryan Mustaine on Herbie Hancock, that's sold to him, and John Fahey guitar, 1970 press, $39.99, and Bo Diddley, another Dimension. It has a clip corner, $39.99. Retro Class Entertainment says he'll take Prince. So to Retro Class, David Bowie has another $35 bid. No bid on Black Sabbath. You can pick that up for $35. It does have a tear over here. No bid on Black Sabbath. Virus has 1 bid for $25. That's a final call. And there's David Bowie, now 2 bids, $35. Chad needs a bottle of water. We got to get a bottle of water going. Bottle of water going. I got to sell some of these gigantic posters we have too. Serious Moonlight. All right, Funko. Yeah, look at all this cool stuff up here. Funkos, toys, posters, action figures, bobbleheads, knives, proof sets, coin sets. Ronald Reagan posters, Adlai Stevenson posters, James Bond posters, Michael Jackson pillows. Whew. About 3 hours of nonstop talking. My body's like, Chad, you got to have a little hydrogen and oxygen, okay? All right. Well, okay. This is $49.99. You got to hit the whammy bar there. $49.99. Folks, You know what that is. You can tell what that is for just looking at it. That is Jimi Hendrix's white Strat he played at Woodstock, turned upside down, $49.99. I love the kick drum. That dum dum. Okay, I got 2 Hendrix guitars. Let's get back up to the crates here. Virus and David Bowie. So we sold B.O., we sold Molly, Molly again, Herbie sold, Prince sold, David Bowie 35, Virus 27, David Bowie 40. Somewhere I have a Michael Jackson pillow, unless we already sold it. I had it the other day in a tub. I remembered seeing it. David Bowie 35, David Bowie 45. What time you starting Sunday? Possibly as early as 4 or 5. For sure, because I'm coming from across the other side of, I'm coming back into town, and it's going to be kind of early, and I'm going to stop here, get started, and just sell as long as we can. David Bowie 50, David Bowie 51, okay? And let's go right over here. We have Bruce Hornsby in the range. That's just the way it is. $24.99 for Bruce Hornsby. Billy Squier Signs of Life is $24.99. 38 Special is $24.99. Shrink Wrap. Leon Russell was $14.99. Will-O the Wisp. Jay Giles Freeze Frame is $19. Kenny Loggins is $9.99. And Firefall Luna C is $9.99. So David Bowie is $50.51 of A-Rod. Final Call with A-Rod 51. And speaking of Voodoo Child, Stevie Ray Vaughan plays guitar on this. And then Virus. The last bit on Virus that came in was Victor Garrett, 27. Did Ivan R. go out? Ivan, you were outbid on Virus. Just want to make sure you knew that. Warren Zevon, Sentimental Hygiene, Hop Sticker, $34.99. Jimmy Castor Bunch was $29. And John Anderson 2 was $29. All best offer. And Susie wants a Jimi Hendrix guitar. That's so to Susie. She's bought a Kurt Hammett. Now she's bought a Jimmy. And those are sold. And Chris Farrar wants Mongo Santa Maria. Mongo Explodes. That was back here, and that is sold. That was right here, and that was sold to Chris Ferrara. Virus out. This is sold for $27 then. $27 sold to Victor Guerra. And then over here, we have Moody Blues. This is $19.99. In Search of the Lost Chord. Gray Slick Dreams is $14. UFO was $29. And Adventures in Utopia was $19, okay? So David Bowie over here, A-Rod gets that for $51. Let me do a complete, thorough read of everything that's left in the advertised auctions. And then I've got 2 little bins of Japanese singles going up and a whole crate of Japanese vinyl. And that's all happening tonight, okay? Now, I'm going to just breeze through the titles that's left in here. This is highly eligible stuff to be put in our 9 a.m. vintage flip crates every morning that is posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. So if you want in on that, I would say, hey, man, I'm going to go ahead and make an offer now before somebody else buys it, okay? So before I do that, here is what's left over here. I have the following. Def Leppard Hysteria, Right Out of the Cellar, Blondie Auto American, Duran Duran Rio, John Lennon Shay Fish, Tempest Banshee, Crossfire, Vicious Rumors, Cerebus, Tony Rice, Led Zeppelin, Merciful Fate, and In Destroy is all in the high-end bin, and then we still got a Crocus. So let's do a metal album and another bluegrass album, and these are both coming from the high-end bin, okay? The first thing is Tony Rice Unit, Manzanita. And this is with Ricky Skaggs and David Greasom. Both play on this album. This has always been tough to get. Tony Rice is a 79 OG EX++, near mint minus, a $50 start. And In Destroy. In Destroy is an 87 USOG in Shrink and Hype. That's a $55 start. Wow. So both $55 start. Bob Goodyear on KL7. KL7 for Bob Goodyear was Kenny Loggins. Thank you. That's sold to you for $7. And Dave Ferguson got UFO for $20. Okay? There's that. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to read these titles. Can't go through all these. And again, we sold a little bit of a chunk out of here. We sold about that many out of here. I'd love to sell at least that many again. I'm going to read off the titles. And here they are. Okay? I had Rush. Now, I'll go ahead and tell you the details on this one. Final call, or I'm going to give it to Laura to tag for a Friday or Saturday night auction. So if you want to think about it or make an offer, if not, this is going to be pulled out. She's going to put it in a new inner sleeve, clean it again, research it, and it's going to go up for auction probably Friday or Saturday night for some sort of starting bid. It's an 81 keel press, near mint minus, $79.99. A lot of these may end up getting auctioned. So think about it, okay? Ron Mustaine says, I'll go ahead and take it right now. Sold. Henry Gross, release. Rare Earth, Ma. We got the Beatles Red album, and we got the Beatles Blue album. What if I go ahead and say right now, I'll sell somebody both of these for 60 bucks, 30 and 30. You can get both sets. Now, those are available new vinyl. They're about, what, $70, $80 new if you order the new 3 LP editions. I'll sell both of those right now for 60. That's the set 6266, 6770. Rare Earth, Henry Gross, and then we had Grand Funk, CCR Pendulum, another Beatles, Abbey Road, and Magical Mystery Tour. These are 1978 purple label reissues. Not bad ones to have. Let It Be, same pressing. Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station. This will be heading to the auction block if no one makes an offer. Al Jarreau, MoFi. Grand Funk, J.D. Crowe, probably heading to the auction block. OG Bob Lugg, Dire Straits, and the Byrds. Right over here, In Destroy has one bid for 55. No bid on Tony Rice. Final call. I'm about to put up another Japanese pressing. Our only 2 mini guitars left tonight is Kurt and Jimmy. And then let's go ahead and put up our next auction. And this is a Japanese pressing of, let's pull something from the very front. I've been pulling from the back. Here we go. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness. $35 start. Sister Christian, near mint minus and pristine with Obi. In Destroy is on, what label is this on? What is the Tony Rice? This is an 87. This is on New Renaissance Records. 87 USOG, one bid, 55. Todd Saw on Dire Straits. Tony Rice, Manzanita, is a 79 USOG EX++ near mint minus, $55 start. Okay? The Byrds, Father Along, Julian Lennon Valot, Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc, Ray Charles, The Legend Lives, Daniel Amos, Alarma, Rush, All the World's a Stage, VG/VG Plus cover, nicer vinyl, $44.99. UFO Obsession, Kansas, this is 2 for the show. Jay Giles, Ladies Invited, Procol Harum, Salty Dog, John Fahey, Bo Diddley, Bruce Hornsby, Billy Squire, 38 Special, Jay Giles, Leon Russell, Firefall, Warren Zevon, Jimmy Castor, John Anderson, Moody Blues, Grace Slick, and Utopia. There is no telling how many times I've listened to this Moody Blues album. In Search of the Lost Chord, Ride My Seesaw, Legend of a Mind. Here's some of my favorites. Voices in the Sky, amazing. The Actor, amazing. Those are just amazing songs. Okay. Looks like In Destroy's about to sell for 55. Looks like Tony Rice isn't going to get a bid, and Night Ranger's about to be a $35 buy now as well. Chad, you could sell ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves, or however that line goes. Well, it's kind of my job. Oh boy. I already have this, or I would not be putting it up. The Archies, a Japanese pressing of Sugar Sugar. $15 start. $15 start. Beatles Red and Blue 40. I think you mistyped. That's supposed to say 60. That was already the discounted price. That was already the discounted price. You don't, these, we'd be way too off. That's the price, $60. Night Ranger, 35, and Kansas was $19.99. 2 for the show, $19.99. Double LP. John Anderson was $29. Night Ranger was a $35 start. There's a bid. Dennis is wanting a discount on top of a discount and then discount it again. Only discounting them once. I can't do half off, then 25% off, and then 10% off, then free shipping. All right. In Destroy is sold to Hiram for $15. This is sold to Hiram for $15. $55. Excuse me, 55. Hiram Aponte, 55. Tony Rice did not get a bid. It's a $55 buy it now. Night Ranger has one bid. It's about to sell to Sean Miller. And Archie's is a final call. Okay, it's John Anderson 2. John Anderson 2. Who asked about Kansas? Alan Hagan. I'll make sure there is an offer. There is an offer if you want to. Richard Bradshaw's also offered 15. Okay, well, it's up to Alan Hagan. He has first dibs. John Anderson was $29.99. Okay, I think now I'm going to go through a half-off crate, and then I'm going to go up front and start getting stuff $6.99. I think this is kind of a really recent crate. I don't know, it may classify as, quote, nonsense. This might have been as recent as... That's yesterday. That would be way too recent. I like doing one that's maybe hadn't been shown in at least 24 hours for, quote, nonsense. There's not a lot of vintage crates back here. You would think there would be a lot. There's honestly, that's all new stuff there, right? Yeah, there's like almost no vintage stuff back here. I mean, because we go through it, best offer. I make those flip crates, so that eliminates like a crate a day. Boom, boom, boom. And, yeah, I mean, everything back here is like from the last 48 hours. I'm literally, I think, going to have to go up front. I think I'm going to have to go up front. Hiram got a great deal on that. There's been some metal records tonight sell. I think, like, there's been at least 5 or 7 at the auction block that I think have sold half of what they should have. So, half off metal tonight has happened all night. Alan Hagan says he'll take Kansas. Make sure this goes in for $19.99 for Alan Hagan, okay? $19.99 Alan Hagan. All right, the Archies is a $15 buy it now, and Night Ranger is sold to Sean Miller for $35. That way, I got the board cleared, and we're ready for a new segment. We're ready for new stuff. I'm going to have to find, literally, I'm going to have to go up and get into some old stuff. Everything back here is literally from the last 48 hours, I think. I'm going to have to sort through these one more time. It seems like we sell or have a lot of vintage. John sometimes has 4 or 5 crates. Don't forget, Laura's working on another straight price metal crate, so it's coming soon. But I'm kind of trying to figure out what to honestly show, unless we start going through new vinyl. It's kind of like, well, when we're down to one record pricer, there's not as much sometimes to show on a given night, which we've got our business set up to where we're supposed to have 2 here. But when Paul's on the road, we're down to 1, and that's Laura, and she's already marked 2 crates tonight. So Archie's is sold to William Warner for $15. Lewis Kulik was next. 3 no bids. Tony Rice, $55. Black Sabbath, $35. And Duran Duran, $35. And I grabbed Duran Duran because I need to put it in a sleeve. Guess we're going to have to get into some $6.99 discount stuff. No less, no more. $6.99 records. I'm okay with that. That's the stuff I really like moving. That's probably older inventory, and my $6.99 price is better than half off, because there's going to be some stuff that was like $19.99 and $24.99 for $6.99. Brent says he'll take Tony Rice for $55. Thank you. Some great deals on the auction blocks tonight. Holy crap. Just some stuff like I'm going to have to call the police on a few people. Holy moly. All right, our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Vicious Rumors, Soldiers of the Night. I'm going to have to start bidding on some of these. Vicious Rumors is an 85 USOG, VG Plus condition, $25 start for Vicious Rumors. And then over here in the Japanese crate, let's put up the Police Zenyatta Mandata. The Police Zenyatta Mandata is near mint minus and pristine. That's a $35 start. There's that. And let's do another Japanese single right quick. And the next Japanese single I have is the following, and that is Yes, Owner of a Lonely Heart. Japanese single, $15 start on that. Okay? All right. So, first thing I need to do, Cassettes, CDs, and 45s galore will be a little bit later. We're not too far away, though. That's only in about an hour and a half. It's not too far away before I say, all right, we're fully 45 mode. I'm going to grab this nice blue crate. I'm going to walk in front. I might have to start showing stuff like posters and autographs over here or something. Might have to do something like that. Let me grab this crate, and I'm going to fill it up with $6.99 records. I don't know what's in here. I don't know what these are. I'm going to grab a little bit from here. I'm going to grab a little bit over here. In my opinion, if they were marked $100 and they're $6.99, that's going to be up to y'all. I might take a peek. But we're about to just sell anything and everything out of here for $6.99, okay? That's it. Just $6.99. Anything and everything you could possibly want will be right in front of you in one crate for $6.99. I think a lot of people like these kind of crates. Some of these crates can cause people to absolutely lose their mind. They're going to be like, okay, Chad, I'm going to be honest with you. I am losing my mind right now. My eyes are going cross. My leg is twitching. I'm barking like a dog. I am losing it, son. I'm like, okay, let's just take it easy. Everything in here is $6.99. Here we go. And then whatever's left, we'll bundle. Okay? Next thing, Vicious Rumors 25. By the way, any leftover metal, all the leftover metal from the last week will be best offer tomorrow night for the first time. I think there's a crate and a half, one really packed. I'm going to mix it into 2 crates. So any of the leftover metal from the last 2 weeks, since we've been doing the straight price metal, it will be best offer tomorrow night. Yes, 15. Yes, 15. Vicious Rumors 30. Vicious Rumors 31, 35, 32. And there we go. All right. These are all $6.99. That's Beale and the Beals. Beals. A 1980 Canadian press. EX, $6.99. Are they all guaranteed to play well? This is just like any crate. This is just like all of our regular stuff. These are all $6.99. They're sleeved, they're clean, and they're all graded. These are just like any other crate. I just literally went up front and pulled these out of a bin up front from our store. They're all just like any other records. They're cleaned, they're sleeved, and they're all individually graded. If I don't say a grade, then it's literally a near mint minus and pristine pressing. Beale is EX. Jackie Lomax, no condition notes. Did you ever have that feeling? Capitol Records, $6.99. Ace, no strings, $6.99 for Ace. And the New Direction, $6.99. The New Direction, $6.99. Let's update the auction. This is Vicious Rumors, Soldiers of the Night, an 85 USOG. Vicious Rumors, an 85 USOG. Tony Bradford has it for $43. That is the most recent high bid. The Police doesn't have a bid yet. A pristine Japanese pressing, $35 start. Over here, Yes is a $15 start. $15 start. There's 2 bids. Topographic bid 15 and Brian's Music Room bid 15. Brian's Music Room, you're out because his bid came in first. Okay? Tim Volness gets Beals. That is $6.99. Ace does not have how long on it. Vicious Rumors, $45. Michael Stanley, $6.99. The Stylistics, Rock and Roll Baby, $6.99. Dinah Ross, last time I saw him, $6.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Aurora, $6.99. Monitor Presents Italian Songs and Dances from Italy, $6.99. Tom Jones, Help Yourself, a German press, no condition notes, $6.99. Vicious Rumors has 3 $45 bids. Alonzo bid $45, Andy Lane bid $45, Oso bid $45. The police doesn't have a bid yet. Yes is tied at 15. Brian says yes out. What is the condition of Vicious Rumors jacket? VG Plus. Very little signs of wear. Everything in this crate is $6.99. First thing we have is this. Chris Farrar, Brian's Music Room first on Jean-Luc Ponty for $6.99. Chris Farrar on Italy for $6.99. And Ryan Mustaine, it might be your lucky day. I think I know where another Jean-Luc Ponty is. It's right here. Yep. I've got it in my 2 backup crates for flip crate stuff in the morning. So guess what? Ryan Mustaine also gets a Jean-Luc Ponty. That's also sold to him for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Little Sonny, New Kings of the Blues Harmonica. That was originally $20. A 69 Monarch press, Little Sonny, $6.99. Laura Nero, the first song, 73 Terre Haute VG Plus, $6.99. Brewer and Shipley, that is $6.99. And Lost Gonzo Band, Signs of Life, Lost Gonzo, $6.99. Vicious Rumors is at $53. Topographic, You Get Yes for $15. The Police is a no bid, a $35 buy it now. Donna on Laura Nero for $6.99. So to Donna. Laura Nero, $6.99. Matthew Southern Comfort, $6.99. Matthew Southern Comfort, no condition notes. Roger McGuinn and Band, $6.99. Samuel Kopich next on Laura Nero. And Silver Condor, Trouble at Home. Silver Condor is a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Next auction is Def Leppard. Def Leppard Hysteria is an 87 specialty OG pressing, VG with the original inner sleeve. Def Leppard's a $25 start. Preston Rose on Matthew Southern Comfort, $6.99. Country Joe McDonald Paris Sessions, $6.99. Pete Seeger Circles and Seasons, $6.99. Our next Japanese auction is Janis Joplin. Japanese Janis Joplin. That's JJJ. Triple J Janis. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve, a compilation of hits. Also $6.99 is the B.B. Jackson Band Midnight Rider. This was originally $49.99, a VG Plus copy from 1978. This is when the $6.99 stuff gets crazy. A $50 record for $6.99. Joe Songtag on Country Joe, sold to Joe Songtag. Shakedown Quick on the BB, sold to Shakedown for $6.99. Odie Hawn, Missing Time. Red Vinyl Pop Punk, $6.99. We have Outstrung, a 1994 U.S. press, originally marked $39.99, now just $6.99. Bowen Sing and Slam, wow, 1956 mono, no condition notes, just $6.99. And the Box Tops Dimension, $6.99. That was like $250 worth of records collectively that just sold for $21. Hope everybody's paying close attention. If not, your eyes are going crossed and you're probably having some sort of like freak out attack right now. Dustin Hodges on SO for Strung Out. That sold to Dustin Hodges for $6.99. James Allen was second. William Drugovich third. Denise put Sam, and I think that's for Sam Bowen. Is that right, Denise? I believe so. And if not, let me know. And then over here was Silver Condor US. Is this a US pressing? This is a U.S. pressing, $6.99. Donna was next on Swingin' and Chris Farrar was next on Swingin'. John Mayall, Live at the Roxy, $6.99. The Pop, $6.99. And this is $6.99. Russian Circles, translucent red vinyl, originally $35. However, my crate is really full right now. So let me start a new crate, and that is full. And let me grab a new empty one over here. And this is $6.99. That's what we're doing right now. That is $7 minus 1 penny. That is $10 minus 13, and then you take away another penny. $6.99. First thing is Scott Arnold wants Silver Condor, sold for $6.99. Sully on Brewer and Shipley, sold for $6.99. Dustin Hodges on Russian Circles for $6.99. Jeremy was second, then Thomas Clark. Info on the Pop. The Pop is $6.99. It's called Go 1978 Arista Records. Over here, Def Leppard. Info on Def Leppard. An 87 U.S. Specialty OG has the original on her sleeve, $25 start. No bid on Janis Joplin and Vicious Rumors. The last bid on this was Andy Lane, was Alonzo Breezy at $57. Andy Lane, I want to make sure you know you've been outbid. This is at $57, Vicious Rumors. $57. It's a final call. Janis Joplin, Gold Disc, Japanese Comp, no bid, $35, and Def Leppard's a $25. Chad and Destroy sold one bid earlier, $55. Hiram got arrested for theft there short after. We have Goldie Hawn. This is Odie Hawn. It's sold to Jeremy Bryant for $6.99. Charlie DeFrank on Little Sonny. This is a $6.99 crate. Two $400 records being sold right now for $6.99. Next is Vicious Rumor 60. Janis Joplin 35. Jackie Reynolds takes the Pop. Info on Box Top $6.99. Dimensions VG condition. Also $6.99 is Graham Parker, another gray area, $6.99. Graham Parker again, $6.99. Dale Hawkins, Goodnight Sweetheart, $6.99. Waitresses, Bruisology, and Make the Weather, $6.99. We have Carole King, Speeding Time, $6.99. We have something, $6.99. It's Polish for $6.99. We have Feel Like Rockin', Pumpin' Piano, Mambo in the 88, Japanese Rockabilly, $6.99. The Motor, $6.99, VG Plus condition. The Ides of March, $6.99. Originally marked $29.99. The Tokens, We Sing Folk, $6.99. Vicious Rumor 60. Vicious Rumor 61. Def Leppard 25, Def Leppard 30. Jordan Underhill, you're out. Janis Joplin has sold one bid to Leslie Holt for $35. Def Leppard has another bid for $25. Louis Kulik already has it for $30. Louis Kulik already has it for $30. We need new auctions. I don't know if I want to put up any more or not. $6.99. Dustin Hodges on Mabo. All right, it's up to Jordan and Craig on Def Leppard now. All right, let's go through these one more time quickly. $6.99. We had Jackie Lomax. Did you ever have that feeling? Ace No Strings, The New Direction, Michael Stanley, The Stylistics Rock and Roll Baby, Diana Ross, Tom Jones, Roger McGuinn, Lost Gonzo Band, Pete Seeger, John Mayall. Let me pause there. We're going to put up another Japanese pressing. David Johnson says, I am dying for you to put up a Japanese pressing so I can bid on it, so I can go to bed, and I want one that I do not have in my collection. You've got to come through for me, Chad. I need one Japanese pressing that I do not have in my collection that I want you to put up right now. The closest thing I can come up with is Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. Maybe you have it, maybe you don't. $35 start, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Vicious Rumors, 65. Def Leppard, 33. Vicious Rumors, 68. Brian's Music Room on Stylistics, sold for $6.99. Dennis Jackson gets the box tops for $6.99. Graham Parker, another gray area. Derek Clark says those Graham Parker and Motors albums are steals. You might even get arrested if you buy them for $6.99. There's another one for $6.99. Victor said GPM. GPM for Victor Guerra. GPM. What was GPM? Also $6.99. Dale Hawkins, $6.99. Test. Is the song vehicle on the Ides of March? No, it is not. The Waitresses, Bruisology, Carole King, Speeding Time. The Motors, we have Razard, Skiba, Sibinski. That was the Polish folk, $6.99. Ides of March, and then the Tokens, all $6.99. He wants Graham Parker. Do you want one or both? Might as well go ahead and say both. Sold to Victor Guerra, $6.99, $6.99. Okay? Vicious Rumors is between two people. Now it's between one person. And I doubt he bids against himself. Alonzo Breezy, $68. So if you want to jump in the ring, you got to bid more than 68, but the bell is about to toll. Def Leppard, 35, Lewis Kulik. Everybody else is out, and Steve Miller's a $35 start. Now, I'm going to make sure everybody's thoughts and lag has had time to claim or ask questions about these. If not, I'm about to count these last few. We're going to make a bundle deal. I'm going to go refill the crate, and then we're going to do that again. I would love to sell everything that's left in here. The Stylistics is already sold, I think. Stylistics has already been sold. Okay? And if we clear this out, in a bundle deal, I'll be highly motivated to go up there and get more. I'll start on a bin and we'll just work our way completely through. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Should be an easy bundle. 17, here's my price. $65. Jackie Reynolds gets the motors, $6.99. $60. $60 now. So 60 divided by 16. That puts this bundle at $375 each. Last 16 records, $60. Come on, bundlers. Also, I have a box of 45s. If you want a random box of 45s, 150 records, $375. I started pricing those out last night. 150 random 45s. Random. Keyword is random. Price $375. Most of them are sleeved with picture sleeves or company sleeves. All are VG Plus or better. Vicious Rumors is sold, and this is sold to Alonzo for $68. I hope everybody was done on Def Leppard. This is sold to Lewis Kulik for $35, and Steve Miller Band is a buy now for $35. Okay? There's about 5 bundlers that watch this show. They'll buy every bundle. Neither one of them have been on in about a week. I'm missing them badly. I'm missing them hugely. Okay? Next auctions. Rat out of the cellar. Round and round. Rat is an 84 U.S. Specialty OG EX Plus condition. Rat is a $25 start. About a VG cover. Don't forget, Laura is marking another crate of metal right now. Next auction is Banshee. Banshee's going up. This is Race Against Time. Banshee's an 89 US OG, Gold Stamp Promo, EX condition, $35 start. Is Hawks on the Dale Hawkins? Are the Hawks on the Dale Hawkins? I have no clue. Almost no information on that one. Steve Miller is sold to Michael Salazar for $35. Okay? That's right. Come on, John Barry. He's not watching. Thomas Baumhart must not be watching. Mark Kaser must not be watching. Perfect timing. Laura has delivered a crate of metal. Is everybody in the metal mood? Probably the last crate of new arrivals. But I'm sure no one's going anywhere now that they know that we're on a $6.99 kick. Okay? Banshee's 35, Banshee's 40, Rats at 25. Let's go through this crate. Everybody crack your knuckles. Stretch. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Ooh, that was a good one. The metal crate is reissues. I have no idea. I have no idea what's in here. But it's metal, right? It's what you want. I couldn't tell you a single record in this crate right now. I couldn't tell you. I didn't see the first one. I don't see the last one. This is going to be as much as a surprise to me as it is anybody else watching right now. I don't know what this one is, or that one, or this one, and I don't even know what the first one is. This is about to be a surprise unlike anything you've ever seen in your life. Rat has another bid. Unfortunately, that did not advance the system, though. The system did not get advanced. It's still at $25. You tied the first bidder, Scott Arnold. Banshee's at 42. It's up to Mike Straws. Let's go ahead and put up another pressing, Japanese pressing. That is going to be this right here. That is going to be something. That is going to be Foreigner. Double vision. A $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Honestly, that disc couldn't get any better. If it did, it would probably blow up. So we don't want that to happen. So we'll just say it's near mint. The cover, honestly, couldn't get any better. If it did, it might combust, just explode if it got any nicer. So $35 on that. Starting bid. Let me see what's going on over here. All right. Okay. Whew. Gosh, these kind of crates. This could get out of hand. I'm going to go ahead and call the Lebanon Police Department and have them on standby. This could get insane. The Black La Murder. Sealed. Red and green split. $29.99. Sold to Justin Deckelman. Crypta. CRYPTA sealed. $24.99. Death Metal. Sealed. $24.99. Zach Flowers, you were second on the Black Delilah Murder. Rats at $32. Shane, you're out. Banshee. Banshee is with Mike Straws at $50. Richard Bradshaw, you were outbid. Foreigner is a final call for $35. $24.99. The Damned Things High Crimes. Supergroup featuring members of Anthrax, Every Time I Die, Alkaline Trio, and Fallout Boy. Bone colored vinyl, $24.99. Horrendous. Anareta. Prog metal, death metal, black, white, and red splatter, $24.99. Mark Stanley on The Dang Things. Bradley Smith was next. Angelus Aparthetada. Hidden Evolution. Blue vinyl thrash sealed, $29.99. Vulture with poster, colored vinyl, $19.99. Rat has a new bid for $35. Banshee is sold to Mike Straws for $50. Foreigner's a no bid, $35 buy it now. And we had a couple Japanese pictures, records from the Hype, like Duran Duran. It was in the Hype picture. And then here's another metal record from the high-end tab. Oh gosh, Merciful Fate. Dang. Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath. An 84 OG, goodness gracious. Has the original on her sleeve, a $75 start. Duran Duran Rio, 82 Japanese OG with insert and Obi, $35 start. Gracious. Vulture is sold to Edwin Riviera. Warfect. Warfect, Spectre of Devastation, $19.99. Enforced, Kill Grid. Enforced is $22.99. Hiram on Warfect, sold to Hiram Aponte. Ritual Carnage, Every Nerve Alive, a 2000 French OG album, $19.99. OG Original Gangster. Sadist, Seduce. Seduce, Third Man Records pressing, red vinyl, $24.99. Seduce, Third Man Records press. Rat, $38, Sean Miller. Merciful Fate is a theft of a starting bid at $75. There's no bid yet. That means we're all committing war crimes. And Duran Duran is at $35 of Michael Salazar. Jay Nutra on Seduce. Alonzo Breezy was second. Jay Nutra third. Edwin Riviera on Ritual Carnage. Death Hammer. Death Hammer, Chained to Hell, $24.99. Deckelman said he bid $75 already on Merciful Fate. Really? Okay. I've got good news and bad news. Good news is you are the only person to bid. Bad news is I can't see it, but I'll take your word for it. There's no bid on my screen, but I'll take it. How much was Sadist? Sadist? That was Seduce, if that's what you bought just a second ago. Seduce was $24.99, not Sadist. That was Seduce. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, the name of the album is Dimensions. Lantern. That's a pretty cool name. Lantern. Lantern. I can see it now. The rain is gone. $14.99. Jay Nutra wants to put back Seduce. Alonzo, do you want Seduce? You were next in line. $24.99. Incantation. Mortal Throne of Nazarene. Death metal. Really wicked colored vinyl. $19.99. Alonzo gets Seduce. Rat. Shane Lando never did say out. Only one bid on Merciful Fate. $75. Merciful Fate. $75. $75 sold to Justin Deckelman. Duran Duran's at $45. Does anybody want a Collectibles metal shirt? They start at $19.99. We've got them in stock. Tom DeLonge. Lemonade. Blink-182's guitarist. Vox guitar. $39.99. Joseph McCormick on Incantation. Incantation. Sold to Joseph McCormick. Tom is sold to Robert Vlodarchek. Another metal album sold tonight at auction for half off. So if anybody ever asks, say Collectibles has half off metal records every night. So if you're looking for $100, $200 metal records, we've been selling them all night for like $40 and $50 right here. Tell your friends and family. The Collectibles metal shirt, I'll pull it up right now. I'll show you an image. Barbarian. Barbarian, to no God shall I kneel. Speed metal, $14.99. Crisis 6. Crisis X. The Pizza EP. Pizza. Puff Pizza. Red vinyl, $19.99. Duran is sold to Michael Salazar for $45. Rat is sold to Sean Miller for $38. Scott Arnold on B for Barbarian. Deckelman on Pizza. Hiram next on Barbarian. Edwin next on Barbarian. Victor next on Barbarian. Mike Quadrini just bid on Duran. Your bid is late. Sorry. Hiram next on Crisis. National Tiger on Sounds. Okay. Next auction is Tempest. Keep in mind, half off metal records tonight. Tempest, Eye of the Storm. An 89 USOG in VG Plus condition. A $20 start on Tempest. Next auction is Cerebus. Cerebus. Too Late to Pray. Looks like New York City at the end of the world. An 86 USOG. $35 start. Haunt. If Icarus Could Fly. Haunt is signed. $34.99. Evil. Hell Unleashed. $14.99. It looks like evil and vile in one world. I'm going to say evil. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. Here is the Collectibles metal shirts. They're awesome. They're black and the font is in silver. It's like a silver reflector font. We have them in the following sizes, if we still have them. This is a limited edition print that was a pre-order. I ordered extras. They're limited edition. Small through XL, $20. And then there's the plus sizes, 22, 23, 24, 26. We got all the way up to a 5X. It's in metallic silver. I've got my XXX behind the counter to take home and wear tomorrow for Metal Night. Even though, good Lord, we're hot and heavy in some metal right now. Goodness gracious. Cerebus 35, Cerebus 35. Evile, Soda Deckelman. Alonzo next. Hiram third. Weasel on Haunt. Tempest has a bid for 20. Scott Arnold wants a 3XL. What's on the back? Nothing. How do they fit according to size, Chad? They fit well. Tempest is at 25. Rope Sect. Personae Interrogate. Post-Punk, $19.99. Deckelman also on an extra large. Whoever's watching, please write down these t-shirts. Dave Ferguson wants a 3X. That's if we have them, okay? The box is right around the corner. I may here in a second scroll back up and actually make sure we have these in stock, okay? I'll do it at the conclusion of this crate. We needed a 3X, and an XL. Sadus. Swallowed in Black. Sadus. Blue vinyl, $24.99. Mad Butcher. Metal Meat. Mad Butcher, $19.99. Up at the top, Cerebus and Tempest for auction. Cerebus 35, Cerebus 35. Tempest 20, Tempest 25. Also an extra large shark for Deckelman. Extra large for Deckelman. Scott needs a 3XL. And then we needed another 3XL and we needed a large. 4 so far. Tempest has the new for 30. Victor Guerra on rope. Sold to Victor Guerra. Bradley Smith on Sadus. Sold. Timothy Horn wants an extra large. I think I can hear Laura looking through the t-shirt box. She may be trying to find these for us. She's found most of them, she said. I wear a 3XL. I love it. It fits well. I'm 6'2" and weigh 300 pounds. It fits pretty dang good. I wear a 3XL. That's my size dimensions. Okay, if anybody wants to buy me a Christmas gift. I'm a 3XL. I'm 6'2", and I have a pretty good gut. I'm pretty wide. I like the way they fit. Creator, live creation, with this guy being played like a cello. 3 LPs, $34.99. Upon All Life. The name of the band is Bloodspore, 1999. Jay Nutra wants a 2XL. A 2XL for Jay Nutra. Laura's bringing sizes. That's good. That way I could actually make sure we got these things in stock.
That's the only 3X I can
Okay.
find. And then I got the large.
Large.
And 2 extra larges, and we needed 2XL, right?
Yes, that just popped up. Okay, so I'll start tagging those in just a second. Tempest is at 40. And Cerebus, were we done on that? I think it just had 2 bids. So Hiram, I just want to make sure you know you tied David Baber. His bid came in first, okay? And the first one to claim a shirt was Scott Arnold. And I think he's going to get the last 3X, unfortunately. So Scott Arnold, this is sold to him for $23.99. Scott Arnold, you're definitely getting one. That's sold to Scott for $23.99. The next person was Deckelman on an extra large. Justin Deckelman gets an extra large. He put XL, right? Yes. $19.99, sold to Deckelman. Dave Ferguson, I think we're fresh out of 3X. Now, I have a 3X that's up front that I was going to take home. I'd really like to keep mine, but if you want it, I'll sell it to you. Tempest is, I'll literally give you the shirt off my back, sir. Tempest is at 30. Danzig says he'll take a large. This is sold to Danzig for $19.99. We sold rope. We sold Sadus. Timothy Horn wants an extra large. Well, that said 2X. Hold on a second. All right, Timothy Horn on 2X. Large, sold to Danzig. Timothy Horn on extra large. Jay Nutra got XXL, $22.99. Okay. Tempest 40. Tempest out. And the 2XL was 22. And then Cerebus 37. And Dave Ferguson on 3XL. Craig says he'll make sure we get one. Okay. So if I can locate that one, Dave, I'll make sure you get it. I think I left it up front. Unless we find another one over here. And I've got everybody else that claimed one tagged. Okay? And if you pre-ordered this, they've all been tagged. Yeah. I don't know if I've actually locked everybody. This was invoiced last week. This was last week. So, yeah. You should have already got one if you commented on here. I never did like everybody's comments, but yes. That was on last week's invoice. So, that's it. All right. All right. There's a quick break in the middle action. Let me go take all this stuff around the corner because that was a lot of stuff there. And we have quite the pile here of 45s and CDs and blankets. And let me take all this right here. All right. Done. Now, we paused right in the middle of the hot and heavy metal crate. Paul Brothers also on 3X. Okay. So make sure you don't miss these pre-orders. I mean, I can ask Craig how difficult it is to get these again, but I know typically in the t-shirt business with my luck, because we just can't get these in immediately, I'm trying to encourage everybody to go ahead and let me know a size when you see the post or when it's up here. And if we need to make a few more, if he can run a few more, we'll do it. But we're going to be changing these so often. Like we've already done the Hatchet Ed metal. I got to get with Craig in the next 48 hours to pick out this next month's, or actually November's. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be November's. We've done September's, October's. That was October's, actually. We got to get November's out ASAP. And then we're going to be doing a different one every month. So trying to change patterns every month. And then any of the leftovers, I think they're just not too far away from loading these things on our website where we don't have to stop the show. One of the hardest things for me to do is sell merchandise because we literally have to stop the show to get everybody's size. And that's one thing I've always stayed away from t-shirts. There's about small, medium, large, extra large, and then 5+. So you got 9 different sizes, and it literally stops the show when we bring out t-shirts. We sell the heck out of them, but it's like, so I'm like, well, we'll do a pre-order, and then we'll get them uploaded on a website where somebody can just click, yes, I'll take this one. It notifies Ed. It takes it out of the inventory, and he can just put it on your invoice. That's what Jake and Tanner's working on right now, I hope. Not literally right now, but they're working on it. Cavalera, C-A-V-A-L-E-R-A, sealed, $24.99. I've probably missed out on years of selling literally thousands of dollars in merch because it's kind of hard to sell in a live format. It's not as easy as records or this. So the pre-orders work great. I just send over the sizes and we order a few extras. But when these are gone, they're gone. So whenever you see those pre-orders, or if I'm showing for the YouTube and Twitch people that don't have Facebook, you might want to let me know ASAP because we're going to be changing the patterns every month. And we're going to try to do different ones all the time. Alonzo on Cavalera, that's so to Alonzo. Mike Straws was second, Scott Arnold third. Now, I think we're done on Cerebus. $38 with David Baber. Hiram Aponte out, so did David Baber for $38. And then Tempest. And Tempest is sold, and this is sold to James Chilcott for $40. Okay. Jay Nutra was first on Cavalera. I think that's why he threw a flag. Jay Nutra first on Cavalera, right? Then Alonzo, then Mike Straws, then Scott Arnold. Okay? Next, Deathstorm. Deathstorm, Blood Beneath the Crypts. And that is $17.99. Trick or Treat is $39.99. High on Fire, Electric Messiah, Stoner Rock on red vinyl, $29.99 for High on Fire. Okay? And let me just go grab the box, and because I saw another extra large. They should have all these tagged over here. And I'll grab what's left. Here's an extra large. There's another. Yeah, we got several mediums, which is probably the hardest one to sell, and small. Medium, small, large. These are ones I actually see in my hands. Large, large, large. I got an extra large in my hand. 2XL, 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 2XL. More mediums, more 2XLs. Lots of 2XLs and extra larges left. Okay? Lots of 2XLs and extra larges left. Lots. Okay. So to this. Okay? Deicide is not for sale yet. Nice try, though. Michael Harara on extra large. Michael Harara on extra large. That's sold to Michael Harara. Next is Solarplex on Fastway for $39. And then Darren Johnson wants an XXL. And Beast Smoker wants a large. Assassin. This is Bestial Immundus. Thrash, $24.99. Vastum, V-A-S-T-U-M, $19.99. Whoops. White Mantis, $14.99. An XXL and a large. I got it. I don't know why I didn't grab that box just a moment ago. Gosh, this place is a mess back here again. How did this happen? I just had all this beautiful. They're breaking a key rule I had. Take all the dollar records and don't put them up here next to me. I'm going to have to get on to John again. John loves piling stuff up right next to me. That's the only thing, my pet peeve of John. There's empty boxes. I'm about to have a trash party back here. I mean, I literally can barely walk around my station again. There is so much merchandise, empty boxes, Weta Workshop, box sets, vinyl, 45s, Elvis, guitars, computers, posters. Okay. Exhorter, The Law, unopened music on vinyl, $24.99. Rhythm of Fear, Fatal Horizons, sealed, $19.99. Slayer, Show No Mercy, sealed, $29.99. Deicide, $24.99, 2018 OG pressing. J Neutral on Exhorter. Okay. We need a 2XL for Darren Johnson and a large for Beast Smoker. There's a 2XL and a large is right here. Nice. Collecco metal font logo. Those are sold. Box is right here beside me. If you definitely want one, we can tag it for you. And shout out to Craig for tagging and bagging these with the size stickers, or they would be just piled over here in a box and we'd have a major headache every day trying to find these. Okay, J Neutral also on S for Slayer, and Deckerman on D for Deicide, and Alonzo next on D for Deicide. And J Neutral wants to know how much those records were he just bought. They were 24 and 29, and Deckerman got Deicide for 24. All right, we need to run through these again, and we need to put up some new auctions for sure. And we need to find a replacement back there for Fastway. Let's do the new colored vinyl Motley Crue, the single LP edition, purple and orange marble vinyl. Motley Crue is $33.99. $33.99. Okay, that was an amazing crate. And our next auction is Crossfire. Crossfire is Second Attack, a 1986 Poland OG. Just a $20 start on Crossfire. And then there was a Zeppelin record over here in the high-end tab. Do what? Led Zeppelin? A 76 Japanese pressing. No Obi with insert and book. Nice copy. $50 start. $50 start. Okay? So here's what's left in this crate. These are all best offer, or excuse me, these are all sticker price, not best offer yet. These are all sticker price. Dave Ferguson, Paul Brothers, I'll make sure to get y'all a 3XL. Okay. And the next thing, as I'm going to read through these one more time, David Baber has Crossfire at 20. And don't forget, tomorrow is the legitimate Thursday night metal night, but bear in mind, I guarantee John will be back and he'll be pricing the heck out of some classic rock and pop and jazz albums like he always does. Laura's going to be here. Paul will be still gone. So if Laura has time, I'm sure she'll mark some metal. And we'll have tons of auctions, plus all those high-end autographs tomorrow too. So let's read through these again. I kind of have a better idea what's in here now. This is Crypta, sealed for $24.99, death metal. We have Horrendous, Anareta. That is Horrendous, $24.99. Angels Apatherita, Hidden Evolution, sealed $29.99. About to sell Crossfire today for $20. Laura is probably working on the hot picture right now. Yeah, I don't have it yet, but I'm sure she's working on it. I've got Enforced Kill Grid, $22.99 for Enforced. Crossfire has a new bid. And tonight I actually had a really cool collection of Japanese 7-inch singles come in. And we've been knocking some of those out over here. And the next one is, been doing them for $15 starts. And why not go ahead and throw up a, oh, this is pretty cool. David Bowie and Mick Jagger. Bowie and Jagger Dancing in the Street, Japanese. $15 start. We have Death Hammer. Death Hammer's on red, this color and that color, $24.99. Lantern, Dimensions. Lantern is $14.99. Mad Butcher. Mad Butcher is $19.99. David Baber's out on Crossfire. Final call for $22. Creator, Live Creation. 3 LPs. I'm assuming all yellow. Yep. $34.99 for Creator. Bloodspore, $19.99. Death Metal. Death Storm, Blood Beneath the Crypts, $17.99. And High on Fire, Electric Messiah. Stoner Rock, $29.99. Assassin, Bestila Immundus, Thrash, $24.99. The Lantern album was called Dimensions, $14.99. Ziggy Chaos on Creator. Andy wants, or Scott wants Lantern if Andy doesn't. Vastum is $19.99. White Mantis is $14.99. And Rhythm of Fear, Violet, heavy metal, of course, $19.99. So Crossfire is sold for $22 to Mike Straws. David Bowie is sold for $25 to Kelly Vlodderchek. And Led Zeppelin's a $50 buy now. That was a 76 Japanese pressing. The only no bids tonight is Led Zeppelin, a Japanese pressing, no Obi for $50. Foreigner, Double Vision, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, which I'm putting in a brand new sleeve right now. And Foreigner, Double Vision, is a $35 buy it now. Also a $35 buy it now, no bid, was The Police and Yada Mandata. Awesome Japanese stuff for no bids. Big titles, Zeppelin, Foreigner, The Police. And then also had Duran Duran over here. Duran Duran. And that was a no bid Japanese pressing for $35. That's their self-titled. And this is a real shocker. Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. It does have a little bit of a cover blip right there, but it's an OG Vertigo UK press. Nice. EX, $35 for Black Sabbath. So Black Sabbath, Duran Duran, The Police, Foreigner, and Zeppelin. That's kind of a crazy lineup of no bids. And then only one Japanese single, Elton John, and that is It's Me That You Need, and Just Like Strange Rain, $15 on that. That's our no bids. Andy Lane does take the Lantern. All right, sell that to Andy Lane. Okay. And then, can you get Alice Cooper, Raise Your Fist and Yell? I think that's in print from Music on Vinyl. Yeah, let's make a note. I can get that for you, I think. And we have Black Sabbath 25. I'll do Black Sabbath for 30. I will take 30 for Duran Duran for Danzig 35. Okay. And UK better than US. I don't know the metrics on that one well enough. Most of the time they're typically better. I've got a half off vintage crate lined up here. Or, yeah, I'm going to do a nonsense crate from last night. So I hope y'all ready. I've literally got a nonsense crate lined up from last night. A nonsense half-off crate from last night, that recent, that we're going to blast through here right now. And that's going to be our nonsense crate of the night. Literally, a brand new crate that was just shown last night. That's what we call nonsense. Something that recent and that big of a discount. We do at least one every night. We did a best offer crate earlier. We did a $6.99 crate earlier, but we haven't done the kind of Chad is losing his mind kind of crate, okay? And that's going up right now as soon as I can make room for it. Sabbath 29. Okay, I'll sell that to... Whoa, hold a minute. You got outbid, but I've already said sold. Andy Lane was gonna... Let's go ahead and sell that to Michael. I already said sold to him. I didn't see where Andy was going to buy it. 29 for Michael Hamburger. Sean, I'll do Zeppelin for 40. Yep, I'll do that for 40. Foreigner, Police, only 2 left here. Okay, and then... now, did everybody see the very first crate of metal? Okay, was y'all here for the very first crate of metal? Because this is going to go in the morning video. I'm going to go ahead and condense this stuff. There's the Creator box. I still got Creator, and this is $124.99. Okay, that's $124.99 for Creator. And then I had the following. I had Warbringer, but it does have a ding corner. Warbringer was $27.99. Another Warbringer was gold vinyl, $22.99. Exhumed Death Revenge was $29.99. And then Hypnosia Extreme Hatred, $19.99. But wait, I've got to put up some new auctions. And I've got Crocus and I got Blondie going up for auction. Crocus and Blondie. So Blondie's a Japanese pressing. This comes with a bonus 45 and the insert. The cover does have some foxing, $35 start on that. And Crocus, 1 vise at a time. Unfortunately, low grade, just a $5 start on Crocus. Okay, let me condense all the metal stuff into one crate. Then we're going to do a nonsense half off. We had Magic Circle, Departed Souls, $19.99. We have Benediction, Subconscious Terror for $19.99. Deathstorm as Death Awakes, $19.99. Gruesome, Twisted Prayers, $22.99. Mammoth Grinder was $19.99. And then the last handful here was these. Deathstorm again, $14.99. We had Black Rat, Dread Reverence for $19.99. This was Wastelander War Drive, $14.99. Hooded Menace, nope. Sounded, I keep forgetting the name of that one. Hooded Menace, maybe, yeah. And then Extomores Reborn and Ingested. Okay, that is 2 crates of metal now into 1 crate of metal. And Crocus has a bid for 5. Anybody else? If not, I'm breaking over the half off. That was the other new metal. Ingested, Echo Mortis, Hooded Menace, Wastelander, Black Rat, Deathstorm, Mammoth Grinder, Gruesome, Deathstorm, Benediction, Magic Circle, Hypnosia, Exhumed, Warbringer, and that was the other crate. And then the Creator box, okay? That emptied that crate. Trying to make some room over here. Looks like a record bomb went off over here behind me. There's stuff stacked, sideways, upside down, crooked. Let me throw this empty box by the back door. Big new vinyl night. We sold 14 anthology box sets. 14 anthology box sets. Okay. And Crocus is VG minus. 1 bid for $5. It's OG VG minus. Alex Kane wants Ingested. Alex Kane gets Gruesome. Alex Kane gets Benediction. Hooded Menace info. Hooded Menace is Doom Metal, $19.99. The Tritonus Bale, I think, Tritonus, 3rd pressing, black vinyl. Okay, and then the new sealed stuff that came in tonight. If you want anything out there, don't let me forget to pull it for you. And then all the new stuff for tonight is right here. Everything is right here. This is Harry Potter, The Prisoner of Azkaban, 39. Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around, 44. Corn is 33. That's Corn Issues. Limp Bizkit's 39. Promise is on cheese wheel colored vinyl for 39. Harry Potter's 39. Cash is 33. Slayer is 33. Johnny Cash is 29. Promise is 39. And NWA is $36.99. Blondie is sold for $35 if anybody wants it. That's the buy it now price. Okay? And next thing is, this is going in the trash. There's the new vinyl, metal, and here's the new vinyl. Darren Johnson on Promise. Do you want Tales from the Punch Bowl or Sailing the Seas of Cheese? He says cheese. Got it. This is sold to Darren Johnson. Crocus is sold one bid for $5 to Scott Arnold. That's sold for one bid, $5. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese single. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. I've been through the desert on a horse of no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. $15 start. Next is Weasel said, High on Fire still available. It is. High on Fire is still in this crate. 100% right here. Stoner Rock, red vinyl. Jay Nutra said, Welp, I did ask, oh well. Jay Nutra says, what is on the Crocus? I thought you were talking about the details. Are you asking for the track listing? Crocus, one vice at a time. Long Sticks Go Boom, Bad Boys Ragdolls, Playing the Outlaw Save Me, Down on the Drain, American Woman, I'm on the Run, To the Top, and Rock and Roll. Okay? If you want to bid, it's got to be more than $5. If not, I'll sell it to Scott Arnold. Weasel says he'll take High on Fire. There's that. Okay. And then America's a $15 start. He actually asked about 5 minutes ago what was the tracks on this album. Unfortunately, Craig went to bed, and I usually ignore track questions. Now people's trying to bid on it. Too late. It was just up to him. It was just up to him. Give me 1 second. I've got about 30 more Crocus albums over here. Hold up. Hold up. It's time out. It was just up to Jay Nutra. I've got about 20 more Crocus albums over here. Let me see if I've got that one. Watch that be not the one I don't have. I've got a lot over here. I've got about, I think I've got every one of them except that one. What was that one we just sold? Hold on a second. One vice at a time. Okay. I'll see if I have that one. Here is Crocus Pay and Metal. A 78 Netherlands OG. $20 start. This is a 78 Netherlands OG. $20 start. Pay it in metal. Okay. So Crocus 5. That was up for a long time. I was like, boy, is no one going to bid more than $5 on this record? It didn't happen. Everybody dozed off for a second. Oh my gosh, what happened? Crocus for $5. Then they fall off their couch. They land on their dog. Their dog screams and runs off. Then it starts biting them. Then their legs all bloody. Then they have to go get a tetanus shot. Then they're sending me the bill, and everybody's all mad. And their wife's coming out of the bedroom screaming. There's that. Okay. Next, what was I about to do? A half-off vintage crate. Good Lord. It took an hour to get that. Yeah, I had to go walk the dog. I knew it. Walk the dog. Now the wife's out screaming. Get in here and get the bed. You still in there watching, Chad? I'm getting sick and tired of you staying up all night watching that. All right, I got to drink some water. About time for that monster. Half off crate. I literally don't have much more back here vintage that isn't in the last 48 hours to show. Everything else has all been sold in flip crates, or already been put out up front because we've went through it twice, best offer. These are half off, no more, no less. The first bid on Crocus was $20. The second bid on Crocus was $35. America, Japanese single, $15 start. The next Japanese pressing, that was actually in the hot picture, is John Lennon, shaved fish, a near mint minus and pristine pressing, a $35 start. There's that. Here we go. JJ Cale Naturally, $17.50. Really nice OG label. These are simple, half off, no more, no less. Buy now, cry later. Roxy Music Manifesto, Roxy Music, $10. Duran Duran Carnival, 83 Japanese pressing, $17.50. Robin Trower, $10 in City Dreams. Glenn Campbell, $5. Reunion with Jimmy Webb. Are we done on Crocus? Hoopy, it's up to you. America's a buy now for $15. Japanese single. I've been through the desert on the horse with no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. Next Japanese single, CCR, Have You Ever Seen the Rain, and Hey Tonight. CCR is a $15 start. Charlie Marks on Roxy Music, sold to him for $10. Victor Guerra was second. Next is Michael McDonald, No Looking Back. $7.50 on Michael McDonald. Johnny Crawford, A Young Man's Fancy. $10 on Johnny Crawford. Next is Share. It's just called Share. It's a 2 LP comp, or compilation. $13.50. Dave Edmonds Twangin, $5. Brian's Music Room gets America for $15. Sold. Are we done on Crocus? No hot pictures yet. Laura's working on those right now. Crocus, sold to Alonzo for $35. Done. Final call on John Lennon. Brian's Music Room on MM for Michael McDonald. I love these kind of crates. Hopefully we're about to sell a lot of vinyl. But the first thing we're going to do is put up another Crocus. And let's put up another late night record. Let's see who's paying attention, because I know we still got some metalheads on. Crocus and Judas Priest. Crocus Hardware. An 83 US VG Plus $5 start. Another $5 start Crocus. Judas Priest Stained Class. A 78 Euro OG Near Mint Minus. OG 78 and Shrink UK Original $35 start. Half off John Baldry Long John Blues $8.50. Jay Giles Hotline. Jay Giles $10. And Dan Fogelberg $7.50. The Innocent Age. And also, don't forget, I'm going to do some more $6.99 albums as soon as we get done with this one. And then we'll start getting through, hopefully, into some 45s. If I could stop a lot earlier tonight than normal, it would be very helpful for me. Oh, my gosh. The amount of stuff I have to do to get ready for tomorrow. These autographs, research. I've got to eat. I've got to get to bed earlier. Man, on my to-do list, like I have been making notes over here next to me. I've added more and more and more stuff than I have even forgot about, replying to people, emails. But right now, the most important thing I can do is sell y'all records. Like Dave Seretna is going to get Duran from back here. Thank you. And then Crocus got a bid for 10. And then Charlie Marks on Jay Giles. And then over here. And then Judas Priest 35. And then Crocus is at 15. Crocus is at 11. Leonard Cohen is $20. 1972, $20 on Leonard Cohen. Satin Chicken's Rhinoceros, $15 on that. And the Grateful Dead, big discount on this one. It's a 1970 Pittman with the upside down cover. That's now $50. CCR is a $15 buy it now. Have You Ever Seen the Rain Japanese single? And then John Lennon's a $35 buy it now. Big discount. on the dead, and Shakedown's taking advantage. So does Shakedown. Over here, Judas Priest is at $35, final call. Crocus is at $15, final call. Also over here, we have, look, in the half-off bin, $12.50 for a U.S. pressing of John Lennon. So, amazing timing. U.S. or Japanese, your pick. U.S. or Japanese. $12.50 on that one, $35 on Japanese. We have Prince. Wow, $20. We've sold 2 copies of this tonight. $42 and $49. Somebody's about to get the steal for $20 on that. And we have Madman Across the Water, the dreaded Dick Connery collection. The dreaded Dick Connery collection. His vinyl, beautiful. Bad thing about this guy, he wrote his name on the cover. He wrote his name on the cover again. He wrote his name on the back of the cover. He probably wrote his name on the inside of the cover. He wrote his name there. He wrote his name there, and he wrote it on both labels, and he probably wrote it on the inner sleeve. So this guy wrote his name about 30 times on this jacket. That's an exaggeration. Probably about 1, 2, 3, 5 times on the jacket and twice on the label. Up at the top, Brian's Music Room CCR. It's up to Michael Jacob. Michael, do you want this for $15? If not, I'm going to sell it to Brian's Music Room. Crocus got a new bid for $16. Next is Chris Knapp on Lennon. He wants the Japanese pressing. No bid, sold to him for $35. That worked out good because Victor Guerra wants Lennon U.S. edition. That's sold to Victor Guerra. He got the U.S. edition. Donna got Prince. So we sold 1 tonight for $42, 1 tonight for $49. That's what they should be selling for. And she just got that one for $20. That's why we call this nonsense. That was nonsense. Larry Gonzalez was next. And then Rick Hall was third. Prince was $20. The Rolling Stones is $17.50. That's nonsense. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue for $12.50. That's nonsense. The Police Regatta de Blanc for $12.50. That's nonsense. Judas Priest got 1 bid for $35. Ryan Mustaine sold for $35. Crocus, the most recent bid is Hoopy at $17. Alan Hagen, do you want back in? And Michael Jacob, do you want CCR at full price? He said pass. So this is Soda Brian's Music Room for $15. Next is Rush 2112. You want a big load of nonsense? Here's a big load of nonsense right here. $25 for Rush 2112. No condition notes, a 79 PRC Compton press. The Police is Soda Brian's Music Room. Soda Brian's Music Room. And then let's put up another auction. Another Japanese single. These have been really cool tonight. And look how many we have. I've got 2 cartons like this full of Japanese singles. I mean, we've got Beatles, we got George Harrison, we got Buffett, ABBA, Elton John, more James Bond, George Michael, Grand Funk. I mean, I really hadn't got to look at them. Here's another sweet Creedence. Boy, look at that one. Down on the Corner and Fortunate Son on Liberty. Wow, that's beautiful. And these are all perfect condition. CCR, $15 start. These are OGs too, or early pressings. These are not new records. A lot of people look at these Japanese and they're so beautiful, they're so pristine, they get confused and think they're new. These are usually OG or early reissues. Eric Van Leuven on the Rolling Stones, that was nonsense. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Ryan Mustaine on Rush, that was nonsense. Then Chris Knapp on Rush. Then Joe Castillo on Rush. CCR 15, CCR 15, CCR 17. The Crocus album is officially sold to Alan Hagen for $18. And now we're ready for new auctions. Let's slide that over there. And this crate is full, folks. This crate is full. We have filled up, counting Beatles box sets, our 2, 4, 6, 9th crate tonight. Wow. Counting all the Beatles anthology. If you want the Beatles anthology, that's the only thing I didn't show in the recap. Let me go ahead and set it in the new vinyl crate. This is the only thing I didn't show in the recap. They're in stock. Comes out Friday. The Beatles anthology, $374.99. The first 3 volumes and then the new 4th volume. 12 LPs of music. 12 LPs of music. All right, we have Billie Holiday, the first Verve sessions, $13.50. Boys with Toys, Big House, half off of $49.99, an 85 Power Pop sealed, $25 on that. And John Sebastian, welcome back, $5 on John Sebastian. Let me grab another empty crate here. We're going to fill up another one tonight, then another one, 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 then another one. Okay. Any monkeys? I don't know. Any soul? I don't know. I'm trying to flip through them and see. There's so many in here I can barely see the titles. Let's see if we can find something different. This is pretty cool. Wow, I've never seen that. Down Under, the hit song from Men at Work with the Australian theme with the koala bear. Never seen that before. $15 start. CCR is at $20. And don't forget, I got other auctions over here. The next thing I have is Crocus, one vice at a time. Crocus is the UK edition. Y'all ready? Long stick goes boom. Long stick goes boom. Crocus, an 82 UK, a UK edition. Near mint minus, and when we tagged this, none was for sale in the United States. $20 start. What is the Billie Holiday title and condition? The first Verve sessions, her 52-54 recordings, near mint $13.50. This is a half off crate, no more, low less. CCR 20, Men at Work 15. Mac Davis, $5 on Mac Davis. Jimmy Dean's Greatest Hits, Big Bad John, $5 on Jimmy Dean. Seals and Croft, $5 on that. Wet Willie Keep on Smiling is $10. And that Indian record, there it is, $15, 1970 Italian press. Exile is $5, and Mondo Cane is $7.50. Donna gets Billie Holiday, sold. Jay Nutra on Wet Willie, sold. Let's read through those one more time. That was a half off crate, no more, no less. Men at Work, sold to Tim Voldness for $15. CCR, sold to Tim Voldness for $20. Crocus has a high bid of $25, going once, going twice. Next Japanese record, Talking in Your Sleep, The Romantics, $15 start, Talking in Your Sleep. And then over here, our next one is, oh my goodness, My Sweet Lord, Isn't It a Pity? George Harrison, $15 start. Wow. Cookies. All right, let's read through these again. Final call on these. It's pretty simple. Half off, no more, no less. J.J. Kell, Naturally, $17.50. Robin Trower, NCT Dreams, $10. Glenn Campbell, $5. Johnny Crawford, A Young Man's Fancy, $10. Jimmy Dean, sold to James Fairfax, Big Bad John. That was right here, unless somebody bought it. Did somebody buy that? No. Jimmy Dean, sold to James Fairfax. Cher, $13.50. It's called Cher. Romantics, $15. George Harrison, $15. Dave Edmonds Twangin is $5. Long John Blues, John Baldry, $8.50. Dan Fogelberg Anderson Day, $7.50. Laura has sent me the hot pictures, by the way. Check out Leonard Cohen here. $20 for Leonard Cohen. Are y'all out there? $20 on Leonard Cohen. And then we have Satin Chicken's Rhinoceros for $15. Madman Across the Water. Now, I know it's got the names written on it, but man, what a stellar album. Tiny Dancer, Levon, Razorface, Madman Across the Water. And right here to me, these are just amazing. Kind of deep cuts. If you just listen to Elton John's hits, you probably don't know these, and they're some of his best work. Indian Sunset. It sounds like you've gone back in time to this different dimension when he starts singing. Holiday Inn, Rotten Peaches, All the Nasties. That's a good one. $15 for Elton. First time I listened to that is like an experience. I was like, wait a minute. What was that I just heard? I don't think I know that one, and that was easy on my ears. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What was that? I was like, whoa. And then I was hooked. I was like, good gracious. The Rolling Stones, Black and Blue, $12.50. When I used to commute a lot, driving home, that was like my go-to album. I had it timed down perfectly. If I started it, and before I moved to Lebanon, I'd have to drive back, and that was like my go-to album. It was timed out. It'd play all those great songs. Pretty much the whole album would almost play. Boys with Toys, Big House, $25 on that. John Sebastian's $5. Mac Davis was $5. Seals and Croft was $5. This Random Indian record, Indian soundtrack, $15. Exile is $7.50, and Mondo Cane is $7.50. George Harrison's $15. The Romantics is $15, and Crocus is at $28. Victor Guerra, you've been outbid. Charlie Marks has it for $28. Just FYI. Okay, and let's look at those hot pictures from Laura. And she sent me the following. Oh boy. She sent me, I don't know what that first one is. Cerebral, Iron Maiden, Iron Angel, Randy Rhoads, Megadeth, Voivod, Impaler, Destruction, Death Wish, Sanctuary, Satan, Savage Grace, King Diamond, Manowar, Anthrax, Metallica, Devastation, Nuclear Assault, Purgatory, Quick Change, Excursion, Grim Reaper, Great White, Killer Dwarfs, GNR, whatever that one is, Juggernaut, Sepultura, I think, yeah, Silent Rage, Whiplash, Eccentrics, Armored Saint Rat, I can't make that one out. Killer Dwarves, no, that's Cats and Boots. Burnt Offering and Vendetta. Wow, there's more. Brittany Fox, Violence, Surth and Gold, Hallow's Eve. Golly, Lizzie Borden. I haven't seen some of these in a while. Hades, Heretic, Celtic Frost. Gosh. All right, Holbrook got J.J. Cale. Chad Saul said he bid 15 on George Harrison. You did. I didn't see that. So you got that for 15. George Harrison, Chad Saul's. Romantics is still available. And then Crocus, $28. Okay. $115 bundle. Is that an offer on this crate or for all those metal records I just seen? Is that an offer for this crate or those 45 metal records? I'll say all 45 of those metal records right now for $15,750. If anybody wants to go ahead and buy them, that's $350 a piece. You'll get first dibs, and the only thing we got to do is pick out 45 more, and Laura can rephotograph those, and we'll do more tomorrow. But if you want to go ahead and buy all those that I just showed, $15,750. That's $350 a piece. You'll save you all the trouble from watching, and you get an instant collection. Bundle deal on the crate. Okay, $115. Let's see what I got here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I came up with... You know, these hadn't been shown yet in a flip video. I usually ask more, or these hadn't made its way to a flip video yet. Crocus. Crocus is sold to Charlie Marks for $28, and everything in this crate is sold to Tim Holloway for $115. I already pulled out J.J. Cale. These are all sold to Tim Holloway for $115. Everything that's left here. All right. Done. Boom. And boom. That's where it stops. Okay, next auction is this, and then that, and don't forget we got these over here, so don't forget about those. Whew. Oxygen. What a relief to squat down. My back is like, thank you. We've been holding up your 150-pound gut for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 4 hours, dang. All right. What can we put up for auction? If y'all only knew some of the stuff I'm reading by, like Testament and Red Hot Chili Peppers and Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and The Cure, and let's grab Michael Schenker and Dwight Yoakam. Let's do these two here. Okay. We have Michael Schenker Group, an 87 USOG specialty, EX condition, a $20 start. Dwight Yoakam, Buenos Noches in the Lonely Room, 88 US, VG Plus, $20 start. Okay, next is Air Horn. Maybe. Was that the leftover metal? No, that was the leftover half-off crate. Hammer is tomorrow, I think. Testament is tomorrow, and we need more $6.99. Yes, we do. I've had, let me move these guitars before I drop them. I've got the Jimi Hendrix Woodstock guitar, as what I call it, his upside-down Strat, white Strat. That is $49.99. Let me set that there. This crate is empty. And let me go get some $6.99 LPs. And let's do it. Whoop, there. It's about time for my bread and Monster. I'm about to break bread and eat a Monster. I mean, what did I just say? All right, here we go. Time for some $6.99 action. A sweet, sweet victory, yeah. As featured in SpongeBob. Sweet, sweet, sweet victory, yeah. All right. $6.99. Sweet, sweet, sweet victory, yeah. Wow. Okay, y'all gonna be getting some deals. I've glanced at most of them, but I didn't glance at everything. Talking about sweet, sweet, sweet victory, yeah. Okay. Set Hendrix over here. Now I got to go back up front. Hope everybody's having a fine night. We got people tuned in Washington, California, Florida, Maine, UK, as in the United Kingdom. We got people watching down in Puerto Rico. Hiram down there in Puerto Rico, having a big party tonight. In Puerto Rico, down there by the beach, got his toes in the sand, buying some records. I'm breaking bread. Where's that freaking Monster at? There it is. Oh, my knee just popped like a rifle, like a firecracker. Oh, my mom brought me some stew. Stew, yeah. Time to break bread and eat a Monster. Golly. Y'all wore me out. There's Edwin. There we go. Some people are freezing to death. Edwin's down there like in a swimming pool right now buying records. I'm breaking bread and having a Monster right quick. All right, back to business. I'll take another quick break to finish that bread and pistachios in just a second. I'm on bread and pistachios and monsters tonight. Okay. So Michael Schenker went up for auction. Sorry for the major break there, but it is 11 o'clock. That's usually when I pause for a few minutes. And Michael Schenker Group is an 87 USOG. This is actually Macaulay Schenker Group. So I apologize, first of all. This is actually Macaulay Schenker Group, MSG. And that is $20 and then $25 of Carla Brecky. So Carla has that for $25. If you're not Carla, you don't have the high bid. Dwight Yoakam has the bid for $20. This is an 88 USOG, and that's with Alan Hagen at $20. And that's the high bid on those. Let's put up some more Japanese singles. Boy, do I have some sweet ones here. Here's the Monkees. Daydream Believer and Theme from the Monkees. Now, this is obviously a reissue because I can tell you this lady right here is from the 80s, and this is a Arista 80s reissue. But it's beautiful, and it's got a really cool picture sleeve with it. $15 start on the Monkees, okay? And then here we go. $6.99. First question. Mark Chesler. I have to jump in and answer a question, Chad. I've looked up and down on new vinyl the last few days, and I'm wondering if you got the new Tone Poet, Frank Sinatra, and the Wee Small Hours, and how much you selling it for. I did not get that in, but if you want me to look into it, I will graciously do that. No problem. Okay, $6.99 records. Chuck Jackson arrives. Chuck Jackson's on mono, $6.99. Next is Leo Kottke, Dreams and All That Stuff. Leo Kottke, $6.99. $6.99 on that one. Also, we have Skywalk, Silent Witness. Skywalk is an 83 Fusion record, $6.99. Donna on Chuck Jackson. No, she said Frank. She's talking about Frank Sinatra. Andy Pratt, Silver in the Night. That is sealed for $6.99. Another Taste of Honey, Martin Denny. EX, $6.99 on Martin Denny. Neil Sedaka, The Hungry Years. Neil Sedaka, $6.99. Starbuck, Rock and Roll Rocket. Starbuck, $6.99. Dwight Yoakam is sold for $20 to Alan Hagen. And then over here, we have a Macaulay Schenker, 26. That's the final call on that. Monkees is at 15. Martin is $6.99. Martin Denny, that's sold to Charlie Marks. Tyler Childers Purgatory. I do have Tyler Childers Purgatory. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We have Hammer Smith, Hard Rock Blues, EX, $6.99. Hammer Smith, 2020. Look out. That is $6.99. And Bill Chinook Blues. That's EX, $6.99. Lights Out San Francisco. Voco presents The Soul of the Bay Area. Sealed, $6.99. Louis Kulik on Neil S. Neil Sedaka. So everything in this crate is $6.99. No more, no less. $6.99, $6.99. Dave Seretna, you've been outbid on MSG. And Diodato Whirlwinds. Diodato is $6.99. Biddlecombe was second on Martin Denny. Charlie Marks has already grabbed that one. Somebody asked, could you please at least show the Judas Priest I'm going to sell tomorrow? What if I go ahead and sell it tonight? It's an 81 euro original of Judas Priest Point of Entry. It does have a little bit of a blip up here on the top of the cover. Other than that, it's really nice, and it's a Euro UK original with the original inner sleeve. Really nice vinyl. $35 start on Judas Priest. Next is, I think this is upside down, Streetwalkers. Streetwalkers is $6.99. Totus. This is Marina, pop album from Brazil. She is $6.99. Also, we have Beside the Still Waters, Mac Wiseman. Mac Wiseman on Dot, VG Plus $6.99. Irish Fish, Mason Williams. No condition notes on Mason, $6.99. Gypsy Girl, Rockabilly and Rock and Roll and Psycho. A Psychobilly Rockabilly comp, just $6.99. That could be pretty good for just $6.99. And then Chad Atkins, Solid Gold 68, $6.99. MSG sold to Carla Brecky for $30. The Monkees Daydream Believer is a $15 buy it now, Japanese single. We still got the Romantics, and we still got Elton John over here. I think all of our no-bid stuff is all Japanese stuff. Judas Priest has a bid for $30, $40. $40 is the new bid with Charlie Marks, Head Nut 65 over on Twix. He gets Gypsy for $6.99. Dustin on GG for $6.99. That was Gypsy Girl, and then Preston Rose was third. Charlie first on that one. Another Chet Atkins. That one's called Chet. Back-to-back Chet. And Dear Dolph and Joseph. Dear Dolph and Joseph is signed, and that's VG $6.99. Looks like it's signed by somebody. That's probably an old Dale Pittsburgh collection record there. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese single then. Boy, Walking Down a Country Road. James Taylor and Sunny Skies. That's a cool one. James Taylor, $15 start on that. Biddlecombe was also next on Gypsy. And we have Spirit. Spirit of 76, $6.99. This is Spirit of 76. That's $6.99. And Narvel Felts, Narvel the Marvel. He is sealed from 1976 as well, $6.99. Usury, USSERY. That is $6.99. That one was originally marked 34. And then over here, we got Alcuin. Nobody Can Wait Forever. Alcuin is $6.99. Jules Shear, The Eternal Return. Jules Shear is $6.99. Lines and Ghost, Wild Garden. Lines and Ghost is $6.99. And Robert Palmer, Double Fun. Robert Palmer, EX Edition, $6.99. Cat Stevens, Catch Bullet 4. VG Plus, $6.99. These are all $6.99. And another Jackie Lomax. We had one in the last $6.99 crate. There's another one for $6.99. Chris Frazier on Robert Palmer. That's sold. Judas Priest is sold for $40 to Charlie Marks. Head Nut 65. And let's put that right in here. And then James Taylor is a Japanese single, $15 start on that. James Fairfax on 2020. James Fairfax on 2020. That was back here, but that is still available, and that's sold to him for $6.99. The Best of Hoyt Axton, VJ Records, 6 for Hoyt. Seals and Croft, again, I think we just had one of those in the last crate. Hall & Oates, No Goodbye. There is some writing on the cover, $6.99 on that, EX condition. Billy Joe Royal, Cherry Hill Park, $6.99. I Love My Car. This one looks interesting. This is another Psychobilly Rockabilly comp. I Love My Car, Vauxhall, $6.99. Another comp. And then Jackie Lee Walken Cochran. That is Rockabilly, $6.99. Wow, a lot left in that crate. And I'm just going to read those titles. I'm going to count them. I'm going to make a bundle. Biddlecombe says Car, so to Biddlecombe. Charlie Marks next. James Taylor's a $15 buy it now if anybody wants that. $15 buy it now on Walking Down a Country Road. James Taylor. All right, let's grab, you know what? We hadn't done a Kiss record tonight. I'd feel bad if we didn't. And this one's actually pretty cool. This is a Netherlands press, made in Holland. Not a bad copy whatsoever of Kiss Alive. Kiss Alive is a 1980 Netherlands reissue. VG Plus EX, a $35 start on Kiss Alive. $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? $6.99. 35 on Kiss Alive. Nice copy. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, back. Derek Clark gets Alcuin. So did Derek Clark. All right. Kiss is an 85 1980 Netherlands press, made in Holland. Disc 1 VG Plus, Disc 2 EX Plus. This is a nice copy. It does have a bid already for $35. Bundle deal on all these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28. This is going to be the cheapest per record I've offered a bundle deal in a while. You ready? Here's the price. $70. That's $2.50 a record if you take what's left in there. $70 bundle deal. $70 bundle deal. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Next auction. Next auction. Crocus. No, that starts with a K. Kiss. No, that starts with a K. U2. The Unforgettable Fire. An 84 OG VG Plus, $15 start. Tim Holloway sold. I'm about to say, I'm not going to probably take much less than that for those. You probably didn't see the last bundle either, Tim. We sold a Tim Holloway for $70. Sold. Boom, all gone. Let's go get some more. Let's do it again. Just like Steely Dan. Back, Jack, do it again. Maybe go ahead and grab a few of these posters up here behind the counter I need to sell. Okay. Let's see here. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. $6.99, $6.99. $6.99, $6.99. Back, Jack, do it again. Wheel keeps on spinning round and round. Back, Jack, do it again. In the morning, you go on the and then beam ba da da ram ba shooby doo ba da 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 dee bam 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 ba bop beep bop ba da 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 dee doo 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 doo. All right, that was your intermission music. That was your intermission music. Kiss 35, Kiss 36, Kiss 38, Kiss 38, Kiss 40, Kiss 42. Is Kiss a 1980 press? Yes. Yes. U2 is an 84 press, specialty, OG, inner sleeve, $15 start. No bid. Kiss Alive. A 1980 Netherlands. That's Holland. That's Dutchland. The Netherlands. Who were the Dutch? Casablanca. 6640026. 2 LP gatefold. Nice condition. Conservatively graded by Seth, who is the most pickiest, obnoxious, and annoying human being on earth. VG Plus, Disc 2 EX Plus. Kiss has a high bid of $45. and U2 17. Donna, I am working on a Blue Note light for you. Give me 3 months. I'm not joking. Give me 3 months. Maybe 2. I have an enormous amount of lights. I have more lights than most people have on their Christmas trees. $6.99. Everlasting Love, Robert Knight. Robert Knight, excuse me, yes, $6.99. The last time I counted the list of bands that people want lights of, I was up to in the hundreds. 3 digits. Wolverine on Robert Knight. This is a $6.99 discount crate. These are no more, no less, $6.99. Homer and Jethro, Zany Songs of the 30s, in shrink, RCA, $6.99. 4 sides of Buzzy Lionheart, signed on the back, and it's red vinyl, $6.99. Laugh Tour EP. I don't know what this is, but it's signed, $6.99. $6.99. Don Nix, Gone Too Long, $6.99 for Jimmy Bryant. Bryant's back in town on Imperial Records, $6.99 for Jimmy Bryant. $6.99 for the 7. 7 is $6.99. A 1970 US promo, $6.99. We have Bonnie Bramblett, Memories. Bonnie Bramblett is signed by Jimmy Webb on the back, $6.99. Norman, sealed, limited edition, signed, $6.99. Kiss is at $52 of Jordan Underhill. Chad Schneider, You've Been Outbid. U2's at 18 with Sully. Sully. Chris Knapp, You've Been Outbid. Everything in this crate is $6.99. Just $6.99. This is Pearls Before Swine, Tom Rapp. Tom Rapp is VG Plus, $6.99. Dave Perkins, The Innocents, EX, $6.99. Lost Tones, Psychotropic. Lost Tones is sealed. 2014 Portugal, Garage, $6.99. For $6.99, Jackie wants the 7. The 7 sold for $6.99 to Jackie Reynolds. Starland Vocal Band. No, it does not have Afternoon Delight. Rearview Mirror is $6.99. Craig Thomas on Lost Tones for $6.99. Chuck Haley on Bramlett for $6.99. So did Chuck Haley. Also $6.99 is Deborah Allen, Let Me Be the First. EX edition, $6.99. W.C. Fields, Step Right Up. It's at your Buick LeSabre Value Carnival. This is some kind of Buick promo, as in the car manufacturer. W.C. Fields record, $6.99. Chris Knapp, do you want back in on U2? Jordan Underhill, do you want back in on Kiss? W.C. Fields sold to Biddlecombe, $6.99. Larry Gonzalez wants a Kiss light. Make sure Larry Gonzalez is on the wait list for Kiss light. Larry Gonzalez. We may start tagging those as soon as this week. Okay? All right. Next, $6.99, Terry Noland. Terry Noland was originally $49.99. How about $6.99? VG Black Brunswick label, $6.99. $6.99 for the Ames Brothers. Living Stereo, The Blend and the Beat, $6.99. Terry Noland sold to Denise. Steve Biddlecombe was next. Over here, price for U2, the high bid is $18 with Sully. Kiss is still getting bids. Now it's at $55. Chad Snyder, You've Been Outbid. Teos, T-A-O-S, $6.99. Little Charlie and the Nightcats, The Big Break, $6.99. Audience, Lunch, EX, $6.99 for Audience. Joe Bushkin in Concert, Town Hall, EX, $6.99. EX, $6.99. Also, okay, also we have to Bonnie from Delaney. Delaney and Bonnie, $6.99. Barbara's, watch out. Barbara's is $6.99. And Nicholas and Alexander, this is $6.99. Nicholas and Alexander, $6.99. Kiss is at 55 of Jordan Underhill. Kiss is at 56. Sully, you get you two for $18. Let's do another Japanese single. Okay, got this amazing collection of Japanese singles over here. And we're going to do this one right here. Nice. Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman, a Japanese single. I don't have an exact year for you, but it is I was about to say, I better check this one because having this high grade would be remarkable. This is actually a pretty solid VG Plus for a Japanese. Definitely an older pressing. Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman, $15 start. Wow. Right now, we're in a $6.99 value crate. Everything in here is $6.99, no more, no less. We'll read through them once. I'll do a quick recap. And then we're going to bundle them. We're going to bundle them, okay, to Tim Holloway or whoever else. Adam Bernardi put in Eco Nicholas. That took 3 line items, but he got it. That's sold to Adam Bernardi, Nicholas. Kiss is at 60. Percy Sledge is at 15. Kiss is at 65. Chikanga, the Walter Wanderley Trio, $6.99 on Chikanga. And then we have more Japanese singles over here. We've got crates full of them. Next is this. Hey Jude Revolution, the Beatles, $15 start. Next is 2020 Sex Trap, 2020. That was originally $29.99, $6.99. The Legends Let Loose. That is a 63 mono, the Legend, 63 mono, $6.99. This was originally marked 29. This was originally marked 29, and now they're $6.99, and so is Jackie DeShannon, new image. VG Plus, $6.99 on Jackie DeShannon. Chuck Jackson, Maxine Brown, Saying Something, $6.99, $6.99. Over here, Steve Biddlecombe on Legend, sold to Biddlecombe for $6.99. The Beatles 15, the Beatles 20, the Beatles 20, Kiss 65, and Percy Sledge Final Call 15. Suite for Flute and Piano Jazz, Claude Bowling, Half-Speed Master, Near Mint, $6.99. Chuck Jackson sold to Wolverine, $6.99. $6.99 for Lloyd Thaxton Presents, Deco Records, 64 Mono Promo, $6.99. Shakedown on Sweet, really cool covers. I forgot the artist on these right here. Really cool covers. Very cool stuff there. $6.99. That's sold to Shakedown. Adam Bernardi was next. He put J and then as. And then Nick Dahmer's 20 was for 2020. Nick Dahmer, you get 2020 for $6.99. Now, the other night, I tuned into Paul's show, Nick, for just a second on Sunday night, Psych Night, and he said Nick Dahmer. So are you Nick Dahmer, or does it matter? I've been calling you Dahmer. Checkmate, the Lemon Poppers and 1910 Fruit Gums, $6.99, no condition notes. So the Beatles, in fact, has 2 bids, 15 and 20. Robert Warner, you're out. Wolverine, actually, you bid against yourself. You do have it for $20. You, in fact, do have it for $20. You also get Percy Sledge for $15. And what about Kiss? Boy, we've had a battle for this. Jordan Underhill, 65, Chad's out. Final call. The Pamplemousse, Le Spank. Le Spank is $6.99. We have Checkmate to Biddlecombe for $6.99. Beatles is out, so Wolverine, you have it for $20. I'm going to save you $2 there, okay? Lloyd Thaxton, so to Chuck Haley. And then we have Leo Kottke, Time Step for $6.99. Spirit is $6.99. The Big Three, that's early, Mama Cass, $6.99. And Joy of Cooking, $6.99. And we have It's Fun to Square Dance. Domer, yeah. I know, I've been saying Dahmer, and I was like, boy, that's a bad name to have nowadays, especially after, I didn't even know about that guy until that show came out. I did not want to watch it. That's like, if somebody said, Chad, I'll pay you $500 to watch each episode of this, I would say, no. I wouldn't do it for $1,000 an episode. That kind of stuff will make me just like have brain trouble for about a week. Adam Bernardi on Kottke. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Wolverine on the big three. That is sold to Wolverine. And Chuck Haley was next. And then Preston Rose on Joy of Cooking. Okay, there's that. And then the Beatles is sold to Wolverine for 20. And my crate is full. And let me swap out crates. And I'm going to put up a new auction. And we're going to sell Kiss. But that crate filled up fast with bundles and $6.99ers for sure. And there's a sticky note stuck to my foot. Okay, new empty crate. Blasting through some stuff here. I'm going to read through these one more time. We're going to go refill this up. And that's what we're going to do, folks. That's what we're going to do. All right, so this is officially sold to Jordan. This is sold to Jordan for $65. $65. Okay. Denise says her budget is blown. What the heck's a budget? Budget? What is that word? I've never heard that before. Is that English? Budget. Budget? What is that? A budget? Next auction is going up right now from the Japanese crate. We've already sold one of these tonight, but I love it. And we've got one more. Wings, Live and Let Die. Boom! Live and Let Die. Boom! $15 start. 007. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Spirit and audience condition. Okay, here's what's left. These are all $6.99. Homer and Jethro, 4 sides of Buzzy Lonhot, the Laughter EP, Don Nix, Jimmy Bryant, Norman, Thomas Rapp, Dave Perkins, Deborah Allen, Starland Vocal Band, the Ames Brothers, Teos, Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, audience, Derek Clark, EX, a white label promo, Bob Lugwood mastering. White label promo, EX, Bob Lugwood mastering. Joe Bushkin, to Bonnie from Delaney, Barbara's Watch Out, Chikanga, the Walter Wanderley Trio, Jackie DeShannon, the Pomble Moose, Spirit, No Condition Notes, I Got a Line on You, Orange Label. Derek, as you probably already know, that's not the first label, but it's nice. It's really nice. And it's fun to square dance. Okay, Wings is a $15 start. You wasn't joking about circle jerks posters. No, not that I know of. You said that earlier. I thought that was just a shot in the dark. That is a shot in the dark, but my answer is no. Not to my knowledge. I can't go put my hand on one right now. But I did actually grab some posters to show y'all. This is $55. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. This is a real Motley Crue promo poster that was in a record store. This is a Letcher Records, a real promo poster for promotional use only, not for sale. An advertisement for Motley Crue's Girls, Girls, Girls. $55. $55. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. That's a real 1987 Electra promo poster for Girls, Girls, Girls. $55. That will come shipped rolled in a tube. I'm going to keep these tonight, and then I'm going to show them again tomorrow. And if they don't sell right now, there is a extremely high possibility they're going to sell tomorrow. Okay, 55 on that one. Next is Derek Clark gets both of these for $6.99, $6.99. Okay, there's that and there's that. And then let's go over here and see what else. All right, so here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 records left in here. Can we do a bundle deal, please? Let's get these sold. 20 records. I'm thinking $65. Everything that's left, $65. You want me to do the math for you? $3.25. Audience was already sold to Derek Clark. He asked for Audience and Spirit. He wanted to see the condition, and then he bought both of them. Those were sold to Derek Clark. Adam, you were second. $65, everything that's left. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Wow, Wings. We sold one of these earlier for $27. Now that one's $15. Now I'm sad. Next poster, Poison, Native Tongue, $35. This is a real Capitol advertisement record store poster for Poison's Native Tongue. $35. This will come shipped rolled in a tube. $35. Wings over here. This is sold to Boxel for $15. Poison Native Tongue, 1992 Capitol Records promo poster, $35. Native Tongue on compact Capitol disc and cassettes. That's an original Poison poster advertising their album Native Tongue, $35. Anybody on this bundle? Who's been buying these? Who's been buying the bundles tonight? Come on, don't kill the mojo. Don't make me lose my mojo. Bundle. Thou shall bundle. I'm going to have to read a royal decree over here. For promotional use only, not for sale. Goodness. Guns N' Roses, $55. For promotional use only, not for sale. Guns N' Roses. This was displayed in a record store at some point. It's not actually advertising an album, but that is a real promo poster. I'll show you the markings right over here. 55 on this. Geffen Records, 1991. So that was Use Your Illusion 1. Promotional use only, not for sale. $55 for Guns N' Roses. So we've had Motley Crue, Poison, and these are our original record store posters. Where is Tim Holloway at for the bundle? Chad, did you ever find those CBS promo Pink Floyd posters? Have a lot more to send you. No, I think yours is buried about 5 layers back here behind me. So if I do a 180, there's black tubs with yellow lids. There's about 500 posters rolled up in crates. Then there's 2 or 3 more tubs of toys, box sets, metal records, metal toys, metal 45s, metal CDs, and metal DVDs that we can't get to right now. And then there's 3 metal industrial racks, and that has autographs, posters, box sets, and more toys that I really can't get to right now. So that is all buried back here behind me. Okay, and this next one is $75. Van Halen, $75. Vintage original poster. Give me 1 second. Let me see what it says on the bottom. 1993 Warner Brothers, not for sale. This is another promo Van Halen poster. $75. Roth. Hagar. I can't tell. I think that's Hagar. Hold on a second. Yeah, 1993. Definitely Hagar. Van Halen. $75. That's some of the best rock and metal posters that I could just pull out of my hat tonight. Those should have been sold, but it's 140, or excuse me, there's 140 people watching instead of 340, and take advantage of these poster deals tonight. I have realized the end of the year is creeping up. I've got way too many posters. We were going to start photographing these stuff and auction them. We still are, because we got some $500 ones. We got some $1,000 ones. But I have so many $50, $30, $100 ones. We're just going to have to start showing them. And probably Sunday, when I'm walking through this store and doing our Sunday sale, we might show 300 posters. We might show 500 posters. And hopefully we sell every one of them. That's sold to Travis for $75. He gets Van Halen. Great grab now instead of waiting for it to go to auction, right? Which would probably been the starting bid. This is why you don't go to sleep and Collectco. Let's go get some more $6.99 records. Here was the leftovers from earlier $6.99 crate. Jackie Lomax, Ace, The New Direction, Michael Stanley, Diana Ross, Roger McGuinn, Tom Jones, Lost Gonzo Band, Pete Seeger, John Mayall, Waitresses, Razard Skibita Sabrinsky, Carole King, Odds of March, the tokens, and Dale Hawkins. Okay? Now, Susie asked twice for, can I see Thomas R. in the crate? Now, that's what I haven't been able to figure out what you're talking about. You talking about Tom Rapp? Tom Rapp is VG Plus, Pearls Before Swine, $6.99. There you are, Jeff Church. This is a beautiful James Taylor Country Road Japanese single for a $15 buy it now. It's Country Road from Sweet Baby James. Biddlecomb on Dale for $6.99. Biddlecomb gets Dale Hopkins. Do I have any more Kiss auctions? Are you kidding me? I've got so many Kiss auctions, your head will start spinning. I have going up for auction right now, so get ready for your head to start spinning. A 1981 Japanese pressing of Kiss, Music from the Elder. This is an 81 Japanese OG pressing. The cover does have damage. The cover has been wet. So the cover is damaged. $20 start, 81 Japanese, $20 start on Kiss. I did say Dale Hawkins, and we just sold it for $6.99 to Steve Biddlecomb. It's going over the big pond to the UK. Let me go refill another crate of $6.99. Is everybody sure nobody wants a bundle? What if we do $65 and I just added all those other ones? So $65 was the price before, and then I just added all these, $65. Now it's getting down there to like $2 something a piece. Jeff Church gets James Taylor for $15. Kiss is a $20 start. And now another Japanese single is going to go up right now. Oh boy, the Beatles. We had some interest in this earlier. Ticket to Ride, and yes it is. $15 start on the Japanese Beatles single. Sweet. $15 start on that. Next thing is this. What was the Waitresses? That was a 12-inch single, Bruisology. That was Bruisology and Make the Weather. Everything in that crate left is $65. Okay, I'm going to go grab this other blue crate, fill it back up. I'm going to grab a few more posters behind the counter, and I'll start trying to get some other ones over here, okay? She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, and she don't care. Said that living with me is bringing her down, yeah. She would never be free when I was around, yeah. Oh, she's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. I'm gonna go through more. $6.99. Dun, 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 dun. Chad is about to go through another $6.99. Yeah. He is gonna sell records for $6.99. Yeah. $6.99 records. $6.99 records. $6.99 records. He don't care. Everything left in this crate is sold to Tim Holloway for $65. The Beatles has one bid for $15 to Wolverine. He's about to commit theft and buy that Beatles Japanese single for $15 if nobody puts up a fight. Okay? He's about to come in and just absolutely dominate the auction block. Are y'all going to let that happen? That was crazy. We're moving through some vinyl tonight. These are $6.99. We've sold a Van Halen poster. Epic. What else do I have? I don't know. What I've been told, a big leg woman ain't got no soul. Sonny James, $6.99. Teal Capel label, no condition notes. Leo Sayer, sealed, $6.99. $6.99, David Bromberg Band, $6.99. $6.99, Brush Arbor, $6.99 for Brush Arbor. Rita Coolidge, Love Me Again, VG Plus, $6.99. Wolverine got Sonny James. Jon Stewart in concert, $6.99. Also $6.99. Jon Stewart, the Phoenix Concerts live. Also $6.99 is Country Gazette out to lunch, $6.99. Wolverine. At this point, I was begging somebody to outbid you. I was like, somebody, please outbid this guy. Didn't happen. Beatles sold to him for $15. The Kiss album is a $20 buy it now. Water damage cover. It's a Japanese pressing, though. EX, just $20 on Kiss. If you want a nice copy to listen to, that's your copy. Next is Jim Queso on Bromberg, $6.99. So, Jim Queso, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, including Mick Jones. He was in a band called Foreigner. We have Gallery featuring Jim Gold. That's $6.99 for Gallery. Also $6.99 is Jean-Luc Ponty Aurora. We sold 2 of these earlier from another $6.99 crate. There's another copy of Aurora and Lions and Ghost, Velvet Kiss, Leak of the Lime. $6.99 for Lions and Ghost. You may ask yourself, Chad, what is the next single you're going to be putting up? Because honestly, my head is starting to spin and I'm getting a little bit disoriented over all these $6.99 records. I don't know if my heart could take much more of it. Okay, then I'll put up a George Harrison. This is the second one of the night of My Sweet Lord and Isn't It a Pity? $15 start for Harrison. Lions and Ghost is $6.99. Everything in this crate is $6.99. Stony Inn, Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies. Great stuff there. $6.99. Robert Palmer Pressure Drop. Excuse the bare end on the back of that cover or the front of the cover. Robert Palmer is $6.99. Jackie on Velvet. Jackie on Velvet. Jackie on Velvet. Velvet. Did you mean this right here? This. That's sold to Jackie. Derek was second. George Harrison 15, Chris Frazier first on Robert Palmer. Next is Mark Almond 2. Mark Almond is $6. Whoops. Mark Almond $6.99. Chris Frazier on Stone Ponies. Also $6.99 is All That Jazz. $6.99. We have John Ford's Cheyenne Autumn soundtrack. That is now $6.99. And we have George Harrison. Wolverine is at $15. Denise is saying if her rear end looks that good, she'd be showing it off every day too. Whoa, we have Don Henley going up for auction. This is Don Henley building the perfect beast. This is the OG pressing with that big summer, the boys, with that big song, The Boys of Summer. 84 EX Plus condition, $15 start. Adam Minardi says Jazz Details. That's All That Jazz. Hop sticker, gold stamp promo, an 87 alternate rock album, $6.99. Chuck Haley on Linda. And Linda was Linda Ronstadt already sold. Also over here, and this is Barry Goldberg and Friends recorded live. VG Plus $6.99. And James Montgomery Band High Roller. VG Plus $6.99. And we have Jorge Santana. That's VG Plus $6.99 for Jorge Santana. Bram Tchaikovsky. Oh boy, there it is. This is pronounced Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky. $6.99. And Joan Rivers, What Becomes a Semi-Legend Most, $6.99. George Harrison sold for $15 to Wolverine. Don Henley's a $15 start. And TV's Golden Hits, Peter Gunn, Dragnet, Man from U.N.C.L.E., etc., etc. $6.99 promo sticker. Our next Japanese single is going to go up for a $15 start. Mr. Roboto by Styx. Very cool Japanese single. $15 start on that. Everything in here is $6.99, including Johnny and the Hurricanes, Jukebox Giants, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Sonny James, Southern Gentleman, another earlier Capitol record, $6.99. Al Cooper, New York City, You're a Woman, $6.99 for Al Cooper. We had Ian Hunter, All the Good Ones Are Taken, $6.99 for Ian Hunter, $6.99 for A Taste of Honey, $6.99 for Sanctuary Luis Bonfa, a 71 U.S. Samba Bossa Nova Latin Jazz album, $6.99 for Sanctuary, Bossa Nova Jazz, cool cover. Next is Steve Biddlecombe on Sonny James, sold for $6.99 to Biddlecombe. Sonny James. Next is Styx has a bid for $15. and Adam Bernardi on AL. That's Al Cooper. So to Adam Bernardi. Don Henley's a no bid. You can pick that up for $15. Great price on that. Sticks is at $15. So Carla Brecky going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Next single, Journey, a Japanese pressing, a Separate Ways. $15 start on that. Next over here is Jackie Reynolds says, give Lines and Ghosts to Derek Clark. Change the Lines and Ghost album here from Jackie Reynolds and change that, give that to Derek Clark. Derek, you are in fact getting the copy of Lines and Ghost, okay? Thank you on that. And then next thing over here is Jim Ciascio on Barry Goldberg. Was that already claimed? Is that still in here? It's still in here. Jim Ciascio on that one. We have Lens Farrin, Happy Days. Lens Farrin is $6.99. And the best of Ian and Sylvia, $6. That's the best of Ian and Sylvia, $6.99. And Soul Children, Finders Keepers. Soul Children was $34.99. Nah. How about $6.99 for Soul Children? I'm a soul man. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Let me get this light. This light needs to be like up here, like that, honestly. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, we have Journeys and Migrations, the Ambroy Dukes. Wow, that's $6.99. Soul Children, Soda Shakedown. Jim Ciascio on Lens Farrin for $6.99. Carla Brecky, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Sticks for $15, and you're about to get Journey for $15. Nick Domer, you were second on Soul Children. Chester and Lester, that's Chet Atkins and Les Paul, $6.99. How about Mary Lou Williams, the Ash Recordings, 1944-1947, a 2 LP Folkways box set for just $6.99 for Mary Lou Williams. Also, After Hours, Erskine Hawkins, RCA Victor Mono 2227, that's $6.99. And the last $6.99 was Bilko Marches, brass and percussion and high fidelity. And there's Phil Silvers from Sergeant Bilko, EX, $6.99. Carla Brecky also gets Journey for $15. Jim Ciascio on Chester and Lester for $6.99. Nice. Okay, and then Ersk is sold to Biddlecombe. That's right here. That is sold to Mr. Steve Biddlecombe. $6.99 albums. Okay, so what's left in here for $6.99? We'll make this easy. Let's see. I wish somebody would have told me there was a bad glare on Motley. Let's shift this down. Okay. And Nick Domer wants Mary Lou. You got it. Okay, so here's what's left for $6.99. I'm just going to read the titles. I won't see $6.99, but one time. That's right now. Everything in this crate is $6.99. Leo Sayer, Another Year, Brush Arbor, Rita Coolidge, John Stewart, Country Gazette, Mick Jones, Gallery, Jean-Luc Ponty, Mark Almond 2, John Ford Cheyenne Autumn, All That Jazz, James Montgomery Band, Jorge Santana, Bram Tchaikovsky, Joan Rivers, TV's Golden Greats, John the Hurricanes, Ian Hunter, A Taste of Honey, Sanctuary, Luis Bonfa Jazz, Best of Ian and Sylvia, Journeys and Migration, Ambroy, The Dukes. So this is Ted Nugent, a 2 LP compilation, first track. This is a Ambroy Dukes, $6.99, and then Bilko Marches, okay? Next single, Japanese, is Blondie, Call Me. Very, very sweet here. Blondie is going to go up for a $15 start. I feel like I've lost my lighting. I moved this one thing one time, and now I feel like it's a little off. Okay, I don't know how it looks on y'all's end. For me, I got to be able to see. For y'all, I just try to make sure the glare's off. I try to make sure I can see this stuff, so I'm grading it, but also without light shining in my face. They had a setup here the other night, and some of these lights I'm about to turn off because they've gotten reorganized and they're shining in my eyes, and it caused me almost to have a headache. Imagine a big, bright LED light in your face for about 8 hours. Whew. Yeah, I'm closing my eyes, and all I can see is spots where these records reflect back into my eyes. Whew. Okay, Blondie 1516, Wolverine, and Craig. All right, anybody else? Let's put up another LP. If not, we're about to count these and hopefully sell them in a bundle. I'm kind of dizzy from staring into lights. I don't know what just happened. And let's put up Kiss Love Gun. So Love Gun is a 77 OG. So this is an OG pressing of Love Gun. It's in VG Plus condition. Not bad for just a $20 start. And it has the original cutout of the Love Gun. It doesn't have the Love Gun or the Bang, but it has the cardboard cutout. So you get a little piece of it. One of their better albums for sure. $20 start on that. Chuck Haley gets the $40 Ted Nugent album for $6.99. All right, I'm going to go ahead and touch my toes. Oh, that felt pretty good. Holy guacamole. All right, let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23. Are y'all ready? 2, 3. Here's the price. I'm starting these a lot lower than I normally do for bundles because they're $6.99s and not half-offs. $65 for the rest of these. 65 divided by 23, that's only $2.82 a piece. Everything left, bundle deal, poof, they're gone. Blondie is sold to Wolverine for $22. Love Gun is an OG copy, VG Plus, $20 start. Okay? Jerry Rock says, Chad, I'm in at that price. Bundle deal. I'll be highly motivated to go do this again if we can sell everything that's left in here. So come on, Tim Voldness. Come on, Tim Voldness. Come on, John Barry. Where's my other posters at? During intermission here, I've been showing some posters. Let's see here. All right. Should this be auctioned? Yes. Am I going to offer it to y'all right now? Yes. How about $275? $275. Bond, James Bond, signed by Shirley Eaton. This is a reissue poster. This is a reissue poster. It's not original. It would be a lot more. Very nice, though. Very well made. And it's signed right here on her body, Shirley Eaton. And, of course, it's JSA authenticated. It's a full-size movie poster, autographed by the Golden Girl herself, $275. Bond Goldfinger poster, $275. I have the world's largest Shirley Eaton autograph collection. I've got photos, I've got magazines, I've got a few posters, I've sold a ton, but if anybody thinks they have more than me, I would like to see it. I have hundreds of Shirley Eaton autographs. $275. This is one of the better items, this poster here. Okay? $275 on that. The self-proclaimed world's largest Shirley Eaton autograph collection. Thanks to Fred Goodwin. Thank you, Fred. Rest in peace, buddy. He dated her for a while. He's like, hey, baby, sign this. Hey, baby, sign this. Sign a few more of these before you leave, baby. Kiss is at 23. Horror posters. Somewhere we got some good leftovers. They're just been buried in the catacombs here. Somewhere in this building, we've been buried. Those have been buried in the catacombs. Let's go grab these behind the counter. I don't know how these ended up behind the counter, but come on, John Barry. Nobody on the bundle? See, now y'all got me all like sad and melancholy. Gold finger. Bow, bow, ba-da-da-da-da. He's the man with the Midas touch. Hey, baby, sign a few more of these before you head out. Uh-oh, keep Susie Breedlove away from this one. Robert Plant. We'll ship this rolled in a tube, a 1983 original. $25 for Robert Plant. And somewhere Susie Breedlove is losing her mind right now. 25 for old Robert there. He's in the mood for a melody. He's in the mood. Sold to Susie Breedlove, $25. Remain calm, Susie. Remain calm. Remain calm, Susie. That's the second Guns N' Roses. I've got two of these. Promo posters, $75. Susie almost started growling at that poster. Dang. Jimi Hendrix BBC Sessions. Of course, this is something kind of modern. 1998. $25 on Jimi Hendrix. Pretty cool thing, though. BBC Sessions. $25. That will come shipped rolled in a tube. Are we done on Kiss? Jordan, Jerry Rock has had the bid for about the last 3 minutes at $26. Buddy, it's all up to you. Jimi Hendrix, 25, and let's see what we got here. Uh-oh, is this one of these nudie posters? Let me make sure. This could be a nudie poster. Okay, good. Sometimes these beer posters may have a little bit more flesh showing than it should. This is $25. This is a vintage Miller Lite, Miller Time, San Francisco 49ers. 1998, if you consider that vintage. Miller Lite, San Francisco, $25. Now, as always, if we're selling posters in a week, if we're moving through posters and you've already bought one, then make sure you let me know, because sometimes I can cut you a deal. The price includes the tube and the extra postage. Yes, it's still technically $8 unlimited, but some of these posters I have to roll in additional cost for tubes and additional postage. So by the time we order a tube from Uline and we pay extra postage and have to pack it up separately, we go ahead and say it's probably $10. So after you buy a second poster, sometimes let me know, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, Love Gun. Sold to Jerry Rock, $26. Let's do some more, $6.99. Okay? And I hate that this bundle got left behind, but that's okay. We'll do some more. Boom. I got another blue empty crate right here behind me. I think I can finish out these crates up here. I guess we need to go through a box of 45s, right? I'm sure the 45 buyers are here. It's about time for that too. So let's refill this crate. Let's do some 6.99ers. And then 6.99 45s. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. Let's see. This looks like a pretty good batch. Lady Madonna, children at your feet. Wonder how you manage to make ends meet. Who finds the money? Pay you. Right. Whoa, there went Motley. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Breaking the law, breaking the law. That is not a Motley Crue song. But I do have going up right now, Madonna. I'm sure she's broke the law a few times. And we got Castle Donington. Okay. Madonna, Like a Virgin, is an 84 USOG specialty. Strong VG, $10. And Castle Donington with Rainbow Scorpions, April Wine, Saxon, Ride, and Touch. VG, $10 start. And then our next Japanese single. Oh my gosh. George Harrison, What is Life, and Apple Scruffs from All Things Must Pass. Beautiful Japanese single, $15 start. Anything left for auction? Hundreds. Some may say thousands. Neil Reigler wants to know what the bundle was. Neil, before I even bring it up here, you might buy it blindly. 23 records for $65. $282 a piece. $65 for 23 records. How could you say no just buying that? But that would be like a mystery box for you. Boy, these pistachios choke me to death. 10-wheel drive of Gina Raven. More $6.99. More $6.99. Gina Raven, 10-wheel drive, $6.99. John Martin, Piece by Piece, 86 UK, $6.99 for John Martin. Vic Vergat, Down to the Bone, $6.99. Boy, John Barry's on the stream. Oh, wow. Neil Reigler got it first, though. Holy, whoa. Okay, this show just went to a different level, folks. Oh, wow. Here we go. Goodness. Oh, my goodness. Okay, everybody, buckle up, button up your bootstraps, and put on your crash helmets. This show is about to get a lot more interesting than you could ever imagine. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Okay. So, right now what we're doing, we got $6.99 records, no more, no less, unless we bundle them. I've just put down 3 live auctions. And here's the 3 live auctions. Madonna, Like a Virgin. This is an 84 USOG specialty press, a strong VG copy, and we're asking just an Alexander Hamilton. And for those that don't know, he's on the $10 bill. So a $10 start USD on Madonna. I'm also, for US dollars, looking for a $10 start on Castle Donington. This is a live compilation featuring artists such as Rainbow, Scorpions, April Wine, Saxon, Ride, and Touch. Also looking for an Alexander Hamilton on that one. Right now, there's no Alexander Hamiltons. There's not even a president on the board yet. And then over here, we got George Harrison, What Is Life? A Japanese single, pristine, $15 start. The no bid pile is as follows. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast, 84 OG Club, nice, $15. Kiss, Music from the Elder, Japanese press, heavy cover damage, nice vinyl though, $20. The Monkees is $15. The Romantics is $15. Those are Japanese singles. Blondie was $35, a 1980 Japanese with bonus single of Call Me. Elton John, Just Like Strange Rain, that's surprisingly still available for $15. And then The Police and Foreigner, more pristine Japanese, $35.35. That's all of tonight's no bids. That's simple. And then right now we're in $6.99 land. The first records in $6.99 land was Vic Vergat, John Martin, and 10-Wheel Drive of Gina Raven. Derek Clark says, for any of those who like Janice Gina Raven vocals, she kills it with her band 10-Wheel Drive. If Derek Clark leaves a positive review, you might want to check it out, especially for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Dark of the Woods, Pete Carnes Blues Band. That was originally $24.99. That's Paul's handwriting, so probably not a fair price to begin with. And now it's just $6.99. Lacey J. Dalton is just $6.99. That's called Hard Times. The Best of Chad Atkins, Volume 2. That is $6.99. Lacey J. Dalton, $6.99. And Amazing Blondel, Inspiration, that is $6.99, okay? The Police. Adam, I'll not even meet you in the middle. Give me $3 more. That will be a pretty fair price for that. Jerry said $2 off on Don Henley. This is sold to Jerry Rock for $13. Great price on that. We usually like sticker those, $25. That's crazy. Whew. Man, those pistachios, I try chewing them too fast and then I get all hung up on them. The Police is sold for $18 to Adam Bernardi. I mean, $28. $28 on the Police. And right now, my crate is full. And that's the name of my band. I've got a little garage group going. We got Seth in the band. He plays the anvil. We only break him out when we do Maxwell's Silver Hammer. So George Harrison's up for bid right now. What Is Life? $15 start. The no bid is Elton John, the Monkees, and the Romantics. $15 each. Daydream Believer, Romantics is Walking in Your Sleep, Talking in Your Sleep, and Just Like Strange Rain. Okay, that's the no bids there. Okay, back to the $6.99ers. Whew. Okay, we got Time to Get It Together, Country Coalition, $6.99 on Country Coalition. Suspicion, Terry Stafford, a really nice record, but it is from that Connery collection. $6.99 for that. And A.A. Bondi, When the Devil's Loose. That is sealed, just $6.99 for A.A. Bondi. Exile is $6.99, Exile. And we have Gold. Excuse me, this is a mind twist. Doldinger Jubilee. This is a German import, a 3LP compilation, $6.99, okay? First of all, sell Wolverine, George Harrison for $15. For $25, sell him the Monkees and Elton John, okay? So $12.50. And then Biddlecombe on Terry. Terry was Terry Stafford, sold to Biddlecombe. And then let's make these buy it nows. Castle Donington, $10. Madonna, $10. Those are buy it nows for $10, okay? $10. Buy it nows for $10. $10. We got Kim Carnes for $6.99. And then Allison Moyet for $6.99. Rain Dancing. More $6.99. Billy Grammer, Traveling On. $6.99 for Billy Grammer. And same price for Dawn and the Good Times. No condition notes. It's called So Good, and it's a clean $6.99. Biddlecombe on CD for, a Breezy. Alonzo Breezy on Castle Donning for $10. I was wondering if somebody's going to grab that. That was going to be one of my starting bids for tomorrow night, and it would have sold for a lot more there, so maybe I should reconsider my life. But first, here is Elton John, I Live and Breathe. that Philadelphia Freedom. And I'm going to grab another Japanese single over here. Nice. You keep me hanging on. Wow. Vanilla Fudge and Elton John, Japanese singles, 15-15 to get those started. 15-15. Nice. Amazing. And then we got, oh boy, good old summertime Fabian in shrink with hype. Vinyls VG Plus, just $6.99 for Fabian. Over here, we got Joe Tex from The Roots Came the Rapper. Joe Tex is VG Plus, $6.99. And Joe Henderson, Snap Your Fingers. Joe Henderson, VG Condition, $6.99. Wolverine on Fabian. I knew Wolverine or Biddlecombe. I knew the UK buyers were going to go after that. I knew it. I knew it. And Joe Tex, yep, so to Biddlecombe. Boy, do we have the Joe Tex 45 collection. Holy moly. You should see the box of Joe Tex 45s John's accumulated back there. We have Tramline somewhere down the line. Tramline is EX $6.99. And we have the medium is the Massage. That's not Message, that's Massage with Marshall McLaughlin. 67 stereo, $6.99. Let Biddlecombe have the Fabian. There you go, Biddlecombe. Congratulations. I guess Boxall's not that bad of a guy. He's going to let you have that. And then those two Japanese singles, 15-15. Any Billy Joel? I hadn't flipped through them all yet, but as of right now, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any, no. I got a lot of 80s stuff over here. There's definitely more Beatles. And there's even a couple Christmas. Well, there's one Christmas one. Maybe two, maybe five. Maybe I'm not telling y'all everything. Maybe I like to keep some stuff in deep secret. Wow, there's some good ones still over here. Okay. All right, let me step right over here for a second. Been bringing out a few posters. We sold a couple, chipping away. Sold two, 10,000 left. Two posters down, 100 million left to go. What's right over here in this little thingy? Look at all these, look at all these. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh. Kiss Blacklight poster. I like the way that sounds. Uh-oh. There's no telling what that is. East Coast. Weird. Oh, boy. I wonder what this thingy looks like. Boy, look at all these over here. Look at all these over there. Look at all this over here. Here's all the Fillmore stuff. Handbills. Original 60s psychedelia Fillmore stuff. That's literally what this sign says in this box. Whew. Holy moly. This is coming straight out of a tube. Kiss Blacklight. I'm not going to show it or tell a price until I know what it is. Oh my gosh. Holy crow. I've never seen that one before. Amazing. I got to look this up. See, this is one I can't go off my intuition, okay? This is one I've got to look up right quick. This is the problem I run with posters. Shakedown on AA Bondi. That was back here earlier for $6.99. That's sold a Shakedown. Let's keep going through some $6.99. We got Dodinger sold for $6.99 to Adam Bernardi, and Jackie Reynolds on Tram for $6.99. And that was right here, okay? No bid on these singles. Yeah, Biddlecombe bid. He bid 15 on Elton John. Sold to Wolverine for 15. And no bid on Vanilla Fudge. It's a $15 buy now. You keep me hanging on. Okay, $6.99. We got My Labors, Nick Grave Knights. That is now just $6.99. Wow. I don't even want to tell you what Paul had that marked for. Tracy, Cufflinks, $6.99 on that. And Neil Rigler claimed Joe Henderson. You're kidding. Neil Rigler, Joe Henderson. You're kidding. Okay, well, I didn't see it, but I'll give it to you right now. $6.99. Labor is sold to Shakedown. Robert Warner second. Let me pull up the old eBay over here. Music to Watch Girls by the Bob Crew Generation. That is $6.99. All right. Also, Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves. Graham Parker is $6.99. Graham Parker, and then over here, I have Bobby Rydell sings Forget Him. $6.99 on Bobby Rydell. $6.99 on Bobby Rydell, and the Kink Chronicles. That's a double LP Kinks comp for just $6.99. This is a 125. I was pretty close. I thought it might get in the 200s, but I've never seen this one. $125. Let's go to the top cam. $125. This is an original Kiss blacklight logo. And the glare may be throwing off the covers, but it's like a bright orange and bright neon yellow. That is a original blacklight poster, flocked. Let's go to the main cam. You might get a better idea of the colors. $125, and it's got sparkle on it. It's got like sparkles and blacklight. That's an original Funky Enterprises. I don't have an exact year for you, but Kiss is $125. That is pretty dang cool. Funky Enterprises, $125. Kiss logo blacklight poster. Man, $125. Buy now, cry later. Next is the Kinks. Derek says this is a gem of a grab, a 2 LP compilation. Lola's on there. Lola, $6.99. How about Adam and Eve Ning, Adam Wade? Adam Wade is $6.99 on that one. Also, we have Dan McCafferty. Dan McCafferty is $6.99. And Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found. $6.99 on Jason and the Scorchers. Joe Piscopo, I Love Rock and Roll Melody. $6.99. We got Steve Biddlecombe on the Kinks. Steve Biddlecombe on Adam Wade. Rick Perrine next on the Kinks. D.D. King standing in the spotlight. Whoa! Big markdown on that one. Holy guacamole. $6.99. But it's been here over a year and no one's bought it. No one made an offer. $6.99 for D.D. King. We have Grand Reunion of Mainline, Joe Mendelson and Michael McSomething. Whoa, big discount on that one too. That's Paul's handwriting. Sealed, $44.99. Dennis Jackson was third on the Kinks. Shakedown on D.D. King. Craig Thomas was next. Joe Sontag on Joe Piscopo. And I have Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva. $6.99 on Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva. Tom Cochran and Red Rider, $6.99 on that, and $6.99 for Res Band Hostage. Res Band Hostage, $6.99. Craig on Mainline, that's sold to Craig Thomas, $6.99. Whoa, records. Hold the phone there for a second, buddy. All right, Neil Rigler next on Mainline. All right, so let's find some more stuff over here to auction. Somebody said, could I possibly, any way possible, in any alternate universe, have another copy of Kiss Alive? Well, well, well. White Whale. Newman. Kiss Alive. A 1975 OG pressing. Inner sleeves and booklet. VG++ Disc 1, Disc 2 Strong VG, Hype Sticker, $30 start on Kiss. I'm going to read through these one more time. $6.99. I'm going to go to the back and pull another poster. Let's do it. Let's go to the back and pull another poster. I see with my eye 300-400 right here, rolled up in tubes and individually wrapped. What is in this gigantic tube? Goodness gracious. What is in this gigantic one? Golly, this is... Talk about a big one. So, look how long the tube is. The tube is 5 foot tall. Let's see what's in here. There's only one poster. There's something written on the tube. If it's what it is, it could be pretty good. This is going to be really hard to show on camera. I mean, this is ginormous, okay? Wow. Twisted Sister. This is a gigantic, oversized, ginormous Twisted Sister poster. Huge. It is, what, a 40 by 60 or something? Gigantic Twisted Sister poster. I can't even show it to you. That's what this is. Okay. I don't even know what the price is because I don't know what it is, but I'm interested. Wow, Chad and Jordan battling over another kiss. And Chuck Haley wants Lady Godiva. All right, last read-through before we bundle these. $6.99. We got 10-wheel drive of Gina Raven, John Martin, Piece by Piece, Vic Vergott, Down to the Bone, Pete Carnes Blues Band, Dark of the Woods, Lacey J. Dalton, Hard Times, The Best of Chet Atkins, Volume 2, Amazing Blondel, Inspiration, Lacey J. Dalton, 16th Avenue, Time to Get It Together, Country Coalition, Exile, self-titled, Kim Carnes, Cafe Racer, Allison Moye, Rain Dancing, Dawn and the Good Times, Billy Grammer, Traveling On, The Medium is the Massage, Tracy, The Cufflinks, Music to Watch Girls by Bob Crew Generation, Graham Parker and the Shaw Steady Nerves, Bobby Rydell Sings, Dan McCafferty, Jason and the Scorchers, Tom Cochran and Red Rider, and Rez Band. Kiss Alive is at $46 with Chad Schneider. Our next Japanese single is going to go up right now, and that is the following. For a $15 start, this is, for a $15 start, this is Eric Clapton, I Shot the Sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. $15 start. Trying to mislead people. He did, in fact, shoot the sheriff. Making sure nobody's lagged. There might be some people making sure they don't want anything out of here, checking their collection, checking Discogs. If not, we're about to count these. Okay? Time for a pistachio break. All right. So Kiss was between 3 people. Now it's down to 2. Jerry Rock and Chad Snyder. Jerry Rock has it for $48. Chad Snyder, you're out. And then Eric Clapton is a final call for $15. Chuck Haley wants Tracy. Yeah, let me go grab the Old Bay seasoning. I need to go do that. It's behind the counter. Tracy cufflinks. Then I'm going to count these, and let's bundle them. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Bundle deal, bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 records here. I know we got 2 bundlers watching. Here's my price on these. $75 divided by 22. That makes these just $3.40 each. $75, 22 records. Bundle price. I'm also going to step up front. I think I had a few more rolled posters behind the counter. I shot the sheriff. I swear I did not shoot the deputy. Oh yeah. I shot the sheriff. Swear it was in self-defense. Sheriff John Brown always hated me. For what? I don't know. Oh man, I think I took that home, Craig. I did. I think I took that home to put on my popcorn. I think it's in my cabinet. Dang it. Yeah, I think that's in my cabinet at my house. Well, well, well. White whale. I shot the sheriff. Did not shoot the deputy. All right. So Clapton's a $15 bot now. Kiss is sold to Chad Snyder for $50, and John Barry gets everything in here for $65. Dang, Neil was going to do $70. Already sold to John Barry for $65. Well, dang. John, you almost had to pay $5 more. You almost had to pay $5 more, but that's okay. Let's knock these out for $65 to John Barry, and let's go fill up another crate, okay? Let's go fill up another crate. And before I walk away, I'll put up another auction. Let's get into this other crate I hadn't even touched over here. And I think somebody asked a moment ago for Billy Joe 45s. Here's one right here. This is Billy Joe. This is My Life. $15 start. Japanese single. Billy Joe, My Life. Okay. And then over here, I've got Muddy Waters and another Crocus. I don't know if any of the metalheads are still hanging out, but here is Super Blues, Bo Diddley, Muddy Waters, Little Walter, 67 OG Santa Maria VG, $15 start, and Crocus Headhunter. Unfortunately, VG minus, just a $5 start. Okay. Let's go refill this crate. Don't go anywhere. All right. I shot the sheriff. I did not shoot the deputy. Oh, yeah. I shot the sheriff. I swear it was self-defense. Sheriff John Brown always hated me. For what? I don't know. Self-defense. Mm-hmm. Super Blues, 15. Robert Warner. No bid on Billy Joe, no bid on Crocus. Billy Joe, 15. Crocus, 5. Crocus, 5. 5 on Crocus. What do we have in here, folks? Look at here, look at here. Say ye, say ye. Here comes the judge. This could really use a cleaning. Let's see here. What the heck is all this? I don't know. We need to flip through all this, though. I got stuff on top of stuff. Okay. That could use a good cleaning, too. So, Crocus, one bid, $5. That and that. All right, well, those are about done. $6.99, anything and everything in here. Roger McGuinn Thunderbird. Roger McGuinn is a white label promo, $6.99. This is AM, Future Sons and Daughters. Signed, numbered to 1,000, $6.99 on that. Also, Lee Rittenauer, Captain Fingers, VG Plus, $6.99. Rare Bird, As Your Mind Flies By, VG, $6.99, Rare Bird. Here we are again, Country Joe and the Fish, that's VG, $6.99. Barbara Jaggle, performed by Donovan, $6.99 on Donovan. The Jags, No Tie Like a Present, that's $6.99 for the Jags. And the Hall Monitors, Up to No Good. That is a garage album from 2017, sealed, $6.99 on Hall Monitors. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty, let me refresh my feed over here. We've been live for how long? 6 hours and 14 minutes, okay. Craig Thomas on the Hall Monitors for $6.99. Larry Gonzalez gets Crocus for $5. Super Blues is sold for $15 to Robert Warner. And Billy Joel's a $15 buy it now. Next for $6.99 is Music is a Universal Language, Trinidad. That looks interesting. $6.99, a gospel funk album from Trinidad. $6.99, another copy of it. And then One of These Days, Connie Caldor, a 1980 Canadian import, $6.99 for that. Mark Jordan Mannequin. Mark Jordan is sealed, a 78 US, $6.99. And Seventh Wave, Things to Come. Seventh Wave is sealed. It's a 1974 U.S. rock album. $6.99 for that. Okay. All right. Also, we have music from the soundtrack, The Night of the Iguana. The Night of the Iguana. That is a mono from 64, $6.99 on that. The Comedian soundtrack. That's another movie, and that's another soundtrack. $6.99 for The Comedians. We have RCR Scandal. That is sealed for $6.99. Jackie Reynolds on Seventh Wave. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Frankie Valli, Our Day Will Come. That is $6.99. And we have Duple Zen, Los Negativios. Spain, Psych, sealed. Just $6.99. Just $6.99. Holy River Family Band, Welcome to the River House. Psych, 1998, $6.99. And then Brother, Oh Brother, Show Pony. Garage, Psych, originally $34.99, colored vinyl, $6.99. $6.99 for Chet Atkins, Boston Pops, Arthur Fiedler. $6.99 for Chet. Brother, Oh Brother is sold to Shakedown. That's sold to him for $6.99. And Don Nix, Living by the Days, a white label promotional copy of Don Nix, $6.99. Also $6.99 is The 3 Degrees Live. $6.99 on The 3 Degrees Live. All right, next quick auction. I have Lou Reed and Genesis. Ooh. Ah, great back and neck adjustments right there. Wonderful, wonderful neck adjustments. Lou Reed Transformer, a 72 OG, Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. VG++, an OG Indianapolis press, the real deal. $30 start on Lou Reed. Genesis 3 Sides Live, an 82 UK. Nice. OG UK copy. Nice. Double LP, $20 start on Genesis. Monster is gone. Chris Knapp, you were third on Brother. Preston Rose, you were second. All right. Patrick Francis, you were second on Seventh Wave. Already sold. David and Jonathan. Michelle, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Brewer and Shipley. Welcome to Riddle Bridge. $6.99 for Brewer and Shipley. Peter, Paul, and Mary, Moving. This is $6.99 with Puff the Magic Dragon. $6.99 for Puff the Magic Dragon. Johnny Rivers 2 LP, $6.99 for that. Also $6.99 is Lulu New Routes. $6.99. This one was recorded down in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Dwayne Allman on guitar on a few songs. $6.99 for old Lulu there. Also $6.99 is the Lovin' Spoonful and Woody Allen's What's Up, Tiger Lily? $6.99. Oh, Woody Allen. These pretzels are making me thirsty. The Carpenters Horizon is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Million Sellers by Fats Domino. $6.99. Ace, Time for Another. Ace is just $6.99. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. Dave Edmunds, Get It, all $6.99. Elucid Beach Band, that's EX $6.99. And Keep On Singing, the Cathedral Quartet, a 79 Gospel Funk sealed. Look at that one. Originally $35, now just $6.99. Biddlecombe on Fats Domino. That is soda Biddlecombe, $6.99. Okay, Patrick Francis on the Carpenters. Let's read to those one more time. All right, that's soda Patrick Francis. Lovin' Spoonful, What's Up, Tiger Lily, soda Chuck Haley. Lou Reed's a $30 start. Genesis a $20 start. Bundle. As soon as I read through these one more time, we got to do one more official read through. Here are some buy it now opportunities. I've got original tour books from Wings and Journey, $14.99 each. Wings Over America, a real tour book from that era. And then Journey, this looks like the tour book from Frontiers. And just let me make sure there's no autographs in it because bands were known to sign these. I don't think there is. $14.99 for Journey. That's an original tour book from the Frontiers album. Very cool. Original there. And then Paul McCartney, yeah, look, it even has a backstage pass stuck to the back. After show guest. Is that David Letterman? Who's that on the front there? Who is that? Who is that on that sticker? It's not David Letterman, unless he has some really bad teeth. I don't know who that is, but it's on their, it's stuck to the back cover. Just wanted to make sure there's no autographs. Looks like something somebody could have took backstage and got signed, but I don't see any signatures. And then Wings, of course, that's self-explanatory. That's Paul McCartney. If there's an autograph in here, I'll poop my pants live on camera. Hopefully not. That would be embarrassing, but I would admit it to y'all. I'd be like, okay, guys, I'm going to be honest. This is signed by Paul McCartney, and I accidentally just pooped my pants, so I've got to go, you know, home. Very cool. All right. Wings and Journey tour books, $14.99, $14.99. Here's what's left in here for $6.99. We have Roger McGuinn Thunderbird, Future Sons and Daughters, Lee Ritenour, Rare Bird, As Your Mind Flies By, Country Joe McDonald, Barbara Jag O'Donovan, The Jags, Music in the Universal Language, Trinidad. We had Connie Caldor, One of These Days, Mark Jordan Mannequin, The Night of the Iguana, The Comedians, those are both soundtracks, RCR Scandal, Frankie Valli, Our Day Will Come, Duple Zen, Los Negativos, Holy River Family Band, Welcome to River House, Chet Atkins, Boston Pops, Don Nix, The 3 Degrees Live, Dave and Jonathan Michelle, Brewer and Shipley, Welcome to Riddle Bridge, Peter, Paul, and Mary Movin', and Johnny Rivers. Shakedown on River House, that was this one right here. That's sold a Shakedown for $6.99. Lulu is $6.99. Ace, Bob Geldof, Elucid Beach, Dave Edmunds, and Keep On Singing, which was a soul, funk, gospel album. $6.99 was $35. Okay, and I'm going to make sure nobody's lag comes in. If not, Neil Rogler has asked first for a bundle. I'll price it. We'll see what happens. Heads up, everything in here is about to be gone. And that's spelled G-O-N-N. Here is a calendar from Waxwork, you know, like the record label. I'll do this for $6.99. Really cool. There's the Ninja Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's Bloodspot. There's The Ring, The Sentinel, Lost Highway. And I know it's out of date. There's the Munsters. That's really cool. I finally bought one of those. I collect Munster stuff. So $6.99 on that. There's the Lag I was talking about. Chuck Haley on the Iguana soundtrack for $6.99. Chris Knapp on Lost Negativos and Keep. Lost Negativos and Keep. Johnny Rivers, no condition notes on the vinyl. It does show a little bit of ring wear, so VG Plus cover. All right, and that was this right here. And then what was Keep, Chris Knapp? Keep was... Keep on smiling. Okay. Whew. Yeah, this is some dusty stuff over here I've unearthed. What is this? This looks like a Beatles window sticker for the Yellow Submarine song track. Yeah, it looks like a reverse sticker. $6.99 on the Beatles sticker. Yellow Submarine. $6.99 on the Beatles. And then Jackie Reynolds got Johnny Rivers. Okay, now let's count these and do a bundle deal on the rest. Beatles sticker, $6.99. What could possibly be in here? I've never looked in this in my life. I have no idea. The Go? Isn't that Third Man Records? That's something from Third Man, isn't it? Yeah. This is, I think, something from a vault package. The Go. Yep. I'll have to probably look this up. The Go. It's a book, a record, and an insert. Let me check the price on that right quick. I'll price it to somebody. All right, and then the bundle on this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25. I think 25, okay? Let's see over here. 25. We'll do these for that price. So, yeah. 85. 85 divided by 25 is $340 each. That's about what the last ones were. 25 records, $85. That's $340 each. Let's go check out the Go. They look pretty cool. Is that Jack White? Over here on the left? It looks like him. A really, really young version, but I don't think it is. It could be, yeah. There's his name, White. 1999, that's before. That's before, so. TMR, that's before White Stripes is what I'm trying to say, right? Isn't that before White Stripes? TMR 654, 645. It's not too expensive. So the Go studio outtakes. I'll say this, the book, the insert, and the envelope. $6.99. $6.99 for the Go. $6.99 for the Go. Book and record, and I'll put everything back in here. Okay. Now, John, your comment came in right before him, but Neil actually asked, like, right after I got done reading these the first time. So, Neil had first grabs, okay? And he offered $75. So did you. This is sold to Neil Reigler for $75. Let's do that. And let's tag these and put them away. The Go single and book, $6.99. Okay. All this bundle I'm putting away right here is sold to Neil Reigler for $75. And I think I can fit it into this crate. All right. All right. This is sold to Chris Knapp. This was the Go. Single and book sold to Chris Knapp for $6.99. Okay. All right. That's done. How about a Rancantor's bandana? I'm going to guess and say $6.99. Third Man Records Rancantor's bandana. That might even be part of a vault package. $6.99. Okay, why are these records just laying over here like this? Let me see what these are. You Ain't Heard Nothing Yet, James Garner, Eddie Cookie Burns, Warner Brothers Sampler from Fred Goodwin, $6.99. Louis Armstrong, Town Hall Concerts and his orchestra, RCA Records, $6.99. Louis Armstrong. Louis Armstrong in concert, $6.99. Little Richard, King of Rock and Roll. Little Richard, King of Rock and Roll. White label promo, $6.99. Contraband. Somebody wrote on the back, they had circled Skinnerd, Artemis Pyle. Contraband, $6.99. Contains the band Alias. And evidently some members of Skinnerd play on here. $6.99. These have not been processed or cleaned. These last 4 or 5 here, this is just stuff I found laying over here in a pile of miscellaneous stuff. By the way, Lou Reed is a buy it now for $30, and Genesis is a buy it now for $20. Okay? Biddlecombe on the Little Richard. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him at least. It looked fine. It was very nice. It just might need a cleaning. Joe Sontag was second, and I need to start a new crate. Do you get Third Man Record stuff? One time we bought a collection, and the guy had every Third Man Vault package that had been put out up until date. So he had, well, I should say he had about all of them. So yeah, sometimes we buy people's collections, and they have every Third Man Vault package ever made. Some of them still sealed. One guy subscribed to it and never did even really open them. He had a bunch of them. He just thought they were good investments, and he just subscribed and never did open any of them. We've bought a lot, yeah. Just depends. So Little Richard sold a Biddlecombe for $6.99. So that left Alias, Louis Armstrong, and some kind of TV. That's a lot of TV stars, you know. Kind of some kind of sampler there. That was a long time ago, though. I hadn't had any vault packages in a while. That's been a pretty good bit ago. Let's see what this stuff is here. This is... Let me check on this one. This is TMR. If y'all could see... If we had an archive of everything we've ever sold here, you would be amazed. If you're relatively new to Collectco, if you could see everything we've sold here and you could just scroll through it, you'd be like, good gosh. I wish we had an archive of it. It's too late now. Jack White, $9.99. Gold vinyl, Battle Cry, Jack White, $9.99. This is on Discogs, by the way. They start at $15. The median's $20, and some of them have sold for as much as $40. So Jack White is sold to Craig for $9.99. John Barry gets the sampler for $6.99. Patrick Francis gets Alias for $6.99. Who wants these 2 Louis Armstrongs for $10? 5 and 5, $10 for both Louis Armstrongs. 5 and 5 since we've sold everything else out of there. $10 for both Louis Armstrongs. Okay, and then this is all random, more Third Man stuff. Some kind of magnets. It's like, it feels in, yeah, these are magnets. Magnets, this little insert here, the making of white blood cells, a Rancantor's insert, and then these 3 lithographs, which I think is from White Stripe's Greatest Hits. So I'm going to say random Third Man lot, $6.99. I still got the Rancantors for $6.99. But that other third man, including the prints and the magnets, $6.99 for third man. Here is another tour book, The Who Performs Quadrophenia, $6.99. The Who Performs Quadrophenia, $6.99. Rocking Back Rock Revival on Duke. Nice. Bobby Bland, Big Mama Thornton. This is really clean. This needs to be probably a lot more than $6.99, but how about $9.99? Rocking Back Rock Revival, Duke compilation, really clean, $9.99. All right, what's next in this pile? Let's see here. Kiss calendar, Kiss calendar, Kiss calendar. 3 Kiss calendars, $10. 3 Kiss calendars, $10. Rockin' Back Soda Biddlecombe for $9.99. Let's put that in a new sleeve for him. Rockin' Back Soda Biddlecombe for $9.99. You got it. 3 Kiss calendars, $10. 2016, 2014, and 2000. Lost in Time, issue number 2, May 2005. Fuzz Tones, Chesterfield King, Stems. Contains a 24-track CD. I don't know if that's still in here or not. I don't think so. Some sort of magazine here. $6.99 for Lost in Time. No CD, though, unless it pops up later in this stack. The 3 Kiss calendars are sold to Patrick Francis for $10. I think I can put those in a sleeve here to make that easier for whoever. All right. Yep. So all 3 Kiss calendars sold for $10 to Patrick Francis. Let's see here. One Elvis calendar, 2 Elvis calendar, an Elvis promotional record flat, 3 Elvis calendars. So 3 Elvis calendars and an Elvis flat, $10. 3 Elvis calendars and an Elvis flat, $10. Oh boy. Man, this is a good one. I'll have to check price on this. This is a good one. Charlie Brown Christmas album, sealed. With 12-page book. I'll have to comp that. That's a pretty good record, I think. Didn't know that was laying over here. And then what is this? What is this? Precision Records. Precision's a pressing plant out of Nashville to somebody in Dallas. Hell's Angels. REM. Possibly an REM test pressing. REM 1987 test pressing. What do we have here? And why is there a Hell's Angels flyer in here? Mystery. Original test. Well, this is bizarre. R.E. Morgan. Well, this could be possibly hundreds of dollars if I knew exactly what it was. I don't know if there's 3 different discs here. I don't know what I'm looking at. That's the problem. I don't know where this came from, and I don't know where that has nothing to do with it. I think it just got slipped in there. All right, let me set that. I'll have to figure out what that is. That could be anywhere between $100 and like $1,000. Who knows? Probably somewhere between there. Okay, let me go grab another stack out of stuff over here. Yeah, that could be pretty dang expensive. That could be up in the hundreds of dollars if that's an REM test pressing. All right, let's see what else is here. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's a record flat for $5. There's another Kiss calendar for $5. This is a metal sign, Magical Mystery Tour, $15. This is this vinyl? Oh, this is vinyl. I thought that was CD. It says compact disc, 6LP. It's got the wrong lid on it. This is in fact vinyl, the Led Zeppelin Crop Circles box. That's pretty interesting. Let me set that over here. That's got the wrong lid on it though. Then here's the book. That goes in it. Is this vinyl or CDs? Rod Stewart Christmas, volume 1, 2, 3, 4. So Rod Stewart 4-disc CD box set. We'll say $14.99 for Rod Stewart. 1, 2, 3, 4. $14.99 for Rod Stewart. So Kiss, the other Kiss calendar, sell this one for $5 to Patrick Francis. We got a $50 offer on Charlie Brown Christmas. $50 offer on the sealed Charlie Brown Christmas. Could we have possibly a better offer than that? That's a pretty strong offer. That's a pretty strong offer. What is this stack? I don't know. Let me grab it and find out. Oh, these are fake autographs. Well, that's a fake autograph. That's just somebody's name. We can sell those. That's a fake autograph. That's a fake autograph. That's fake. 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 And fake. Those are all fake. All right. Let me set those there. These are just scribbles. Let's see if the discs are good. So Santana, that's just somebody's name. That's not any autograph. Nice disc, $6.99 for Santana. Bootsy's rubber band. This boot is made for funkin'. $6.99. Late night deals as I'm cleaning up stuff over here. I'm in a room over here next to me that's got tubs, posters, autographs, coins, sports memorabilia, baseball cards, knives, records, autographs. I don't know what I'm getting into. I really don't know what I'm really getting into here. So Bootsy sold a Shakedown and Santana sold a Brian Call. Okay. And let's put those in new sleeves. Bootsy is $6.99. That's sold to Shakedown. And Santana is $6.99. And Santana is sold to Brian Call for $6.99. Okay? Those are done and done. So $50 for Charlie Brown Christmas. Let me see if I can figure that one out over here right quick, Chuck. He's the first one to step up to the plate. And give me 1 second. Charlie Brown. Now, as we saw the other night, the real Vince Guaraldi trio, the original Jazz one is hundreds of dollars in high grade, hundreds of dollars. This one here, yeah, there's one right there for $540. I think he's talking about this one, $80, $99. Okay, give me 1 second. Time out. 1 second. Sold. Okay, the one that we're talking about over here. So on eBay, Chuck, there's 2 that sold recently. An open one for 30 and a sealed one for 160. I think ours is sealed over here. Let me see what's going on with it. It is sealed. It is original sealed. It's got an old Toys R Us tag on it. You could have walked in a Toys R Us back in the day. So that's 2 sold prices. And then there's one active sealed for 100. You can buy one right now for 100. And then there's an open one for 80. I'll sell you this for $75 if you want it. Sealed, last sealed copy, 160, but there is one active right now for 100. Sealed Charlie Brown, $75. I think that'd be pretty fair, especially showing it now and not putting it up for auction. Brian Call also wants the Rod Stewart CD collection. That's sold to him for $14.99. And then how much for George Jones fake auto? I don't sell the fake autos. Now, if you want to buy the record, I'll scribble out the autograph with another Sharpie, but if you just want to buy the record. But yeah, these are fake. These are either forged or faked. These are either secretarial, like that's James Stewart's secretary. I think these are just forgeries. This is a forgery on George Jones. This was secretarial. So yeah, that's just a forgery on George Jones. The disc is actually trashed, so this isn't worth much at all. I just destroyed a bunch of these the other day. 8x10s. I ripped up about 100 fake autographs and threw them in the trash. So that's a fake. That's a forgery on George Jones. Is it very good? Oh yeah, it would fool a lot of people. So that's why we don't sell them. I don't let these go back out into circulation. We just destroy them. Okay. So I don't, yeah, the autograph stuff, it's better to either mark over them and I'll sell them if it's a good record, or we just destroy them. So I think that's what's in the rest of this tub. Yeah. Fake Wheelie, fake meters, fake Chris Christoph. Yeah, these are all bad autographs. Okay, that's what's left in this tub. Yeah, these are all bad autographs. Cheap Trick. There's posters in here, and Jerry Garcia. Boy, now I was disappointed when I found out this is fake, because this could be hundreds of dollars, but this is a bad Jerry Garcia. I was really disappointed. That came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, but this is bad. Somebody gifted that to him, so yeah, be careful. That's a bad Garcia. Bad Garcia. And then, let's see. Let me make sure these are, some of these could have been like, I still think this is Bob Hope, because Fred Goodwin had 3 other Bob Hopes, but I think Bob Hope just like didn't try on this one. He just like scribbled, so they couldn't really make out, they wouldn't pass it. But I really think Bob Hope wrote all over this record, so I still can't do much with it. George Carlin, it didn't pass. This is a very bad. Cheap Trick is fake. These are bad or secretarial. Fred mailed in a lot of stuff. And see, some of this is unfortunate because it's pretty good posters, I think. Let me see who signed this. Yeah, this is a secretarial Debbie Reynolds poster. So Debbie Reynolds signed that, or Debbie Reynolds' secretary signed that, so kind of messed up a good movie poster. It's not too expensive. And then, yeah, these are all bad. I think this is all Debbie Reynolds stuff up until here. Mickey Rooney. A lot of bad Mickey Rooneys, I think. We had some good ones. That's a very bad Willie. Bad Willie. These were bad. The meters is New Directions. Yeah, that was just writing. I can sell this one. That's not really a forgery. That's just where somebody wrote on it. So we didn't know, though. And This is VG Plus. I'll say $6.99. These are legit counterfeits. This is like where somebody sat down to counterfeit these to try to fool somebody. That's a forged Dave Clark. And this was really disappointing. Dale was gifted this. It's amazing. All of the stuff Dale was gifted, because people knew he was an autograph collector, was fake. Because you know why? They'd go to some kind of gallery, buy autographs that people said were real, and they were. And all of his other stuff, he got signed in person. So, you know, he had that hanging up forever, and in fact, it was fake. So, that's one accumulation. I've got about 3 tubs full of fake autographs over here. So, the meters is sold to Brian Call for $6.99. Okay, that's not really anything that somebody was trying to fool over, but it's kind of our responsibility to pull these out of either alter them so we can sell them or pull them out of population. I think that's our responsibility as a dealer. Get the bad stuff out of circulation. Less bad stuff out there, the better. Otherwise, somebody's going to be like, hey, man, look at this Jerry Garcia photo I got. Yeah, I met him. Blah, 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 blah. I met him a bunch of times. Blah, 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 blah. And they're just trying to impress their buddy. They're just trying to impress their buddies. Hey, man, I met John Lennon 5 times. Look at all these signed photos. Every time I met him, he signed a photo for me. Okay? Brian Call got the meters. Chris Knapp might have asked for it first. Oh, wait a minute. Chris Knapp asked for it first. Chris Knapp did ask for it first. Chris Knapp said, what meters? And then he said he'll take it. Okay? So this is the meters, New Directions. This is actually sold to, he had dibs on this one, my bad. Sorry, I'm not locked into the feed right now. There's a lot going on. The Chuck Haley said he'll take the Charlie Brown. He hadn't said yet. He said 65. All right, let's go ahead and sell this to him. I was waiting to see what happened. Okay. That's a crazy good price on that for right now for this time of the year, but you're watching and it's yours. Okay. Let's see what other crazy stuff I have over here. Let me get some of this off the table and recap some of it. And I'm going to take advantage by flipping this crate over. Sorry, and I can probably dig up some more goodies over here. I just got to make room for them. We're getting kind of out of hand over here. So we had this Beatles metal, reproduction sign. It's embossed, $14.99. Lost in Time magazine, $6.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan record flat for $5. 3 Elvis calendars and a record flat. So 4 Elvis items, $10. 2 Louis Armstrongs for $10. I did say $6.99, $6.99, both for $10. The Who Quadrophenia tour book, $6.99. The Rancanteurs bandana, $6.99. All this random Third Man record stuff, prints, magnets, Third Man Records inserts from a box set, $6.99. The Yellow Submarine sticker, $6.99. And the rest of this is vinyl. No, it's not. We had the Waxwork calendar for $6.99. We had the Journey tour book with the backstage pass on the back for $14.99. And then Wings for $6.99. Or excuse me, Wings for $14.99. Wings is $14.99. The rest of this is vinyl. Kiss is $20. Blondie, $35. Foreigner, $35. Madonna, just $15. Japanese singles, $15, $15, $15, $15. And then we have Billy Joel, Clapton, Vanilla Fudge, and the Romantics. And then Genesis was $20, and Lou Reed was $30. Okay, so that's all the vinyl left over tonight. And, of course, some of this has been in the last hour when it was really late. So I'll run that stuff again tomorrow. And so far, this is all the leftover miscellaneous stuff, all that right there. Here's the sold pile. And here's my further research, the Zeppelin Crop Circles box. Actually, I got an extra Zeppelin book. If somebody needs an extra Zeppelin Crop Circles book, this is $6.99. Okay? Led Zeppelin Crop Circle. That's an extra booklet there, $6.99 on that. I'll have to go through and clean the disc on the crop circles. I got to figure out which REM test pressing this is. And then we got Billy Stewart. I got to figure out what that is. Give me 1 second. And then this one needs a good dusty. This one needs a good dusting. This is a Boston tour book. It could use a cleaning. I'll say $9.99. And I will clean that, okay? It's covered in dust, but Boston is $9.99. Okay, that's all fake stuff. We've emptied that crate. I think this is, well, we're about to find out. All this is laying over here very obtrusively. So let's see what we got here. All this is laying over here very obtrusively, very precariously, very precariously. So let me see what all this is. Do I know? No. Are we about to find out? Yes. Okay. So this is signed by Kenny Olson. Is this signed by Kid Rock too? I know Kenny Olson played guitar for Kid Rock. I'd have to run the JSA number. Okay, I don't know on that one. Patrick Francis wants the Zeppelin book for $6.99. Sold. And then, hey Chad, what kind of records does Paul bring back from Texas? I have no idea. I haven't heard from them in 48 hours. I hope they're still alive. I don't know what he's buying. I know he told me how much money to give him, and we'll find out when he gets back. I have no idea. I haven't heard from them all day. They're supposed to be back tomorrow night. Usually Paul hops on the feed and like, hey, we're checking into our hotel, but I hadn't heard from him. Kenny Olson, that's from Kid Rock. I have no idea who signed that. These are all JSA authenticated. Silverstein, it looks like it's signed by 2, 4. There's 5 guys there. 1, 2, 3, 5 signatures. Silverstein. We got Afro Man. Signed Afro Man. Signed Silver Tide. This is all JSA authenticated stuff. This is a Alter Bridge signed itinerary. This is a piece of cardboard. That's a COA to a lithograph that I know where it is. This is a Lamb of God poster, no autographs. This is a very valuable Led Zeppelin poster that we've got to run for auction. This is a very expensive Led Zeppelin poster. This is an original Fillmore Led Zeppelin, Country Joe and the Fish. Bill Graham presents. Okay. This Lamb of God. You know, I don't know what this was for. Is this like a real store poster? I mean, it's not something obviously that came in an album. It's like made of laminate. I'm going to say, because how are we going to have to ship? Can we roll this? Maybe. I'm going to say that's from their first album. I'm considering shipping costs too. $45. John Durden's asked and Patrick Francis is asked. These are signed by Buck Owens. Let's see. These are signed by Buck Owens. Buck Owens, and they're JSA'd. There's that, and there's that. These are signed by Buck Owens. And this is The Sound of Music. It's signed by the director, Robert Wise. Original lobby card. This is The Island Earth, signed by Rex Reason. And that's all JSA. Let me find out on Buck Owens. Give me a second. Buck Owens.
Pretty cool to have a poster signed. We had a cut of his the other night, so it's not actually that expensive, but or the cut wasn't, but a poster is a little bit different story. Pretty cool item. I'm going to say on a signed Buck Owens poster, JSA'd, I'm going to say 125. We'll have to ship that flat. Patrick Francis, 45 on Lamb of God. Signed Buck Owens, 125. And then the Sound of Music. Let's find out. Signed by Robert Wise. That could be a pretty dang good item. Let me see what we have over here. And we're talking about a very important movie. I don't see anything. Let me go over here to a deeper database. Research. Okay, there's a cut of his. Framed with the day the earth... I forgot he did that too. The day the earth stood still. Cut. Okay, on poster. There's on laser disc. On poster. Okay, I'm going to say... $175 on this. $175, signed window card. Robert Wise, $125 on Buck Owens. And then we've already sold one of these to... we sold one of these to Danny Thomason already. These are $475. These are signed by Waylon Jennings. $475. There's one, there's two. Waylon Jennings. Those are original lobby card or window cards. $475 on Waylon. And then I've got two more signed Sound of Music. There's another one and there's another one. Okay. So Waylon's are $475. We already sold one of those just a few weeks ago. And I really didn't want to price it. But that was what I came up with. And then this is a promotional item from a movie. $125. Evel Knievel. Evel Knievel, $125. He's a cardboard cutout. That's an original. I think that's from the movie. That's from Fred stuff, so that's a movie thing. All right. What's next in the box? All this came out of like a box over here. Of course, these were sticking out of the top of it. And then... let's see, This Island Earth. That was signed by Rex Reason. Let me check on that one. Cool stuff here. Very cool stuff. I just got to get this photographed and let people know we have it, and then it's going to get gone. Time consuming to photograph all this stuff. Rex Reason. This Island Earth. That's where he signed some photos. So signed photos, JS8 are like 100. Anything like a poster though. Poster's a pretty dang cool item to have signed. 35 for like a stock photo. Signed cards. Let me take a look at this again. That was right here. And let me find its card. Let's go to the top cam. Is this the card for it? 2641, yeah. I'm going to say on this, let me see here. I'm going to say on this, let me go to actual, I was on the Terapeak database. Let's go over here to this right quick. I'm probably going to say 175 on that too. Pretty cool item to have signed. 175. That's the same price for Robert Wise, Sound of Music. Buck Owens was $125. Waylon Jennings, $475. $150 for Evel Knievel. And then let me see what these are. These are Kellogg's. These are those lenticulars from Kellogg's cereal. These have never been opened. Herman Killebrew, Ron Guidry, Phil Necro, Rod Carew, Ken Griffey Sr., Don Sutton, Orlando Cepeda. These are sealed Kellogg's, you know, like refractors in screw-down cases. I have never opened this binder in my life. Basketball, nice. Magic Johnson, Okeem Olajuwon, nice. Oh, Charles Broccoli, Drexler. That's always a bad sign when two are missing. Hey, there's that card with the... Do y'all know about that? That's the two guys that killed their parents or whatever. Do y'all know the story on that card? That's the... What's their names? Do y'all know about that? Those two kids in the background, that's the... They killed their parents. Pretty good batch of 90s basketball here. Unfortunately, no Jordan rookie cards or inserts. The Mendez brothers, yep, that's them. They're back here in the back of that card. It's on a Mark Jackson NBA Hoops, and that's them in the back. I think that's a pretty good card. That's a pretty cool lot of 90s basketball there. Nothing crazy in there. Nothing crazy in there, though, unfortunately. But I don't think that card there is like too... People found out about it, and then it kind of took off. Of course, I think if they're graded, so let's see. That's Mark Jackson. Let me look it up on eBay. Mark Jackson. Mendez. There it is, of course. I think they demand pretty good money when it's PSA'd. Oh, yeah, of course, there's crazy prices on here. Let's go here. Yeah, let's see. What are they selling for raw? Because I know this isn't a 9 or a 10. Yeah, it's not much. 8, 5, 6, 5, 10. Yeah. 10. Now, but what's crazy, if you want a perfect one, $500. 500, 2,000 signed, 500. Yeah, that's when stuff gets crazy. PSA 10. $510. This is, I promise you, not a PSA 10. It's probably not even a PSA 9. They probably wouldn't grade it an 8 or even a 7, even though it looks perfect. So, yeah. $500 for a PSA 10. So, $10 raw. $10 raw, PSA 10, $500. All right, let's see what's in here. Uh-oh, I'm seeing red. Phil Jackson, Paxton, Cartwright, Scott, Williams, Horace Grant, Stacey King, Karl Malone, Kemp. That one might be pretty good. Isaiah. Uh-oh. Now that's a good one. There's a Kobe rookie. There's another Kobe rookie. There's two Kobe rookies. These are reprints. These are reprints. These are not worth anything. I don't see anything here. Those are reprints. I need to get those Kobe's. I didn't know those were in there. Let's see here. Magic. Your eyes can deceive you going through these. You'll miss something. Those are pretty good. That's not a rookie. This is, though. That's probably a $100 card, I think. This is just a standard 96 tops. I think that's about $100. Kobe there. It should be. Raw, that is. A 10 and 9s and 8s are different stories. This one looks pretty dang nice, though. I'll check on that in just a second. That's another pretty good batch of basketball. I need to get all this out and figure out what we can sell individually and then sell the rest. The Rod Carew Kellogg's, I was about to guess, but let me do a double take. 1976 Kellogg's Rod Carew. This will be $10. So brand new, never opened, $10. Is there even a sealed one on here? I mean, I've seen a lot of active. I don't know if any sealed have actually. I think we photographed these to list them on eBay, and I never got around to it. Those sealed Kellogg's cards. Yeah, $10 though on that. All right, basketball. What else is in this box? Didn't know I'd be getting all this tonight when I went live, but that's what happens when you're going through stuff over here. You just never know. I never know what I'm about to crack open over here. I could crack open an ice cold chocolate milk Yoo-hoo. I love Yoo-hoo. I love Yoo-hoo. All right, Ron Guidry price. Was that one of these two? Ron Guidry. This one here. All right, sell this to Ada Bernardi for $10. And then let me see what's going on with this. 1980 Kellogg's. That was, so 1980 Kellogg's. Ron Guidry. Kind of still sealed. Or is still sealed. I don't know for these sealed ones. I don't know. I don't see many on here sealed. You know, that's how it came in the cereal box. It's never been opened. I'm going to say $10. $10 on Ron. He's never been opened. Okay, here's some. What are these? These are buttons. What are these? I've got Dead Kennedys, $6.99. I Like Elvis, $6.99. Students for Kennedy. Let me check that one. That could be pretty good. I Saw Elvis Kissing Santa Claus, $6.99. I Love Elvis, $6.99. And Robert Gordon, $6.99. So Kennedy, Dead Kennedys, Elvis, and Robert Gordon. Ron Guidry sold for $10 to Mega Blast. Chris Bryant wants the Dead Kennedys. Let me check on Students for Kennedy. Now, I've sold Kennedy buttons for $5 and $7. I've sold some for hundreds of dollars. And I can't remember how good this one is. It's definitely original. Yeah, it's just in really good shape. This is election of 1960. JFK, and some of these are really, really common, so they're very inexpensive. Really cool way to get a real Kennedy pin. Yeah, $6.99. This one's really common. Really cool though. 1 1/4, $6.99 for Students for Kennedy. That's an original. Elvis, $6.99 or all three for $15. Robert Gordon and Students for Kennedy, $6.99. Didn't even know we had all that over here, but now you do. Mega Blast takes JFK button for $6.99. Pack of Elvis cards. $4.99. Pack of Elvis cards, $4.99. Where's Regina Tabor at? Magical Mystery Tour button, or excuse me, Chad, that's Sergeant Pepper's. How dare you? Sergeant Pepper, $6.99. Empty sleeve. Kiss t-shirt, $29. We already priced that. $29.99. Kiss Love for sale. It's a 2XL new Kiss t-shirt, $29.99. This is a sealed John Lennon Imagine. I better wait on that. I don't know what's going on. That could be very expensive. Sheryl Crow threads. Sheryl Crow is a CD advanced copy with promotional book. Sheryl Crow book and CD, $6.99. Deck of Oasis playing cards. Oh, is that what these are? Oasis playing cards, sealed, $6.99. Yep. Oasis playing cards. Deftones Backstage Pass. Deftones, $6.99. The Most Wonderful People. You remember when Steinbrenner was reading that? People magazine, The Most Intriguing People of '79. 1979 People magazine, $6.99. You get Stallone and Debbie Harry and the Pope and Johnny Carson and some other people. Some other people. This is a sealed Michael Bublé, I think, which is a tour book of some sort, maybe. Michael Bublé, $9.99. Elder, Madonna, and t-shirt for $40. You know what? I forgot you made an offer earlier on Elder. So Elder was $20 but damaged. Madonna was $10 and the shirt was $30. So I was at $20 and $10, which is $30. And then the t-shirt $30, $60. I'll do 20. We need to do 5 more. 5 more, Larry. It's all yours. The t-shirt, the Madonna, and the Elder. I got a Denise Williams press photo and press release. $6.99 for Denise Williams. And a Dickie Betts Band press release. $6.99. This is some sort of advanced promo sampler for restricted. This is from that music executive. I know what this is. Mars and Jupiter. This is from what is the Red Hot Chili Peppers album? That's the box set. I forgot what this was. The Elder jacket had water damage. It just looks kind of wrinkled. I'll show it to you. It's kind of buried. Give me 1 second. Oasis playing cards for Shakedown. That's So Do Shakedown for $6.99. Tanner is on the feed. He said, go through the stack that has the Zeppelin crop circles. That's actually what we're going through right now. Yep, I'm almost done. I'm in the middle of this tray here. We're almost done. And here is some sort of t-shirt. You Trapped. You Trapped? Is that a band? That's from Mike Slarv stuff, isn't it? I think that's from Mike. That's either from the Nashville CD Executive or I'm not for sure on that. And let me show Larry this. So I would say this is pretty unique. It's the CD belongs to Rittenberg Mike. And, you know, there's the tracks, Danny, California, Snow, Hey Ho. I'm going to say 1999. 1999 on those two promo CDs. That's pretty unusual. And then, Larry, let me show you if I can get to these without having a earthquake over here. He's talking about these right here. So, yeah, it's really not visible. It kind of just has like a wavy look. Okay? And then Chad Snyder says, I'll claim the Sheryl Crow for $6.99. Okay. So this is so the Chad Snyder, the Sheryl Crow thing for $6.99. And let me lay that right there. I got to start a new pile in just a second. T-shirt, Kiss and Madonna pending to Larry for $45. $19.99 on that. The Trap T-shirt, if anybody wants it, $9.99. And let me see what else I can dig out over here from our miscellaneous room. We found some basketball cards. We found a Kobe Bryant rookie, Tanner, in this binder. I forgot we had it, or I didn't know we had it. Whichever one. Either I forgot we had it, or I didn't know we had it. So I guess I forgot either way. I forgot to remember to forget. That's an old song by the old Johnny Cash. Anybody ever heard of him? The old Johnny Cash. I forgot to remember to forget. All right, all right, all right. What's in the next tub? Oh, more baseball cards. Holy crap. Holy moly. Holy whoa. Oh my gosh. Where's Michael Root at? Where's Michael Rudolph when I need him? Here's a whole bag of wheat pennies. Whole bag of wheat pennies. I don't know how many's in here. I'm going to say $15. Bag of pennies. Larry, let's do a deal. Let's do a deal then on Madonna and the Kiss t-shirt. What if we do Madonna for $5 and the Kiss shirt for $25? That's like buy the shirt and get Madonna for free. So 25 and 5, I'll say Madonna and that for $30. Scott Oman takes the pennies for $15. So does Scott Oman for $15. Let me set this stuff in here before we have a crash and burn. Yeah, let me grab this handful. Tanner, we are out of table space. I'm going to have to start over here. I'll send you pictures, of course, but we are out of table space. I've sold a lot of miscellaneous tonight. Posters, blankets, posters, books, magazines, cards, CDs. You name it. All right, and then sell Larry Gonzalez this t-shirt. Just put that in for $25, okay? And then put Madonna in for $5. That will complete his bundle price. We've sold guitars, cards, peas, tomatoes, potatoes, lambs, rams, chars, Mars, pens, buttons, Funkos, Madonna, live and let die, live and let die. Okay, and we're talking, folks, about Madonna. All right. Amazing price on that, $5, but that's okay. It's part of a bundle. Enjoy. Faithful, faithful customer there, Larry Gonzalez. What do we have here? Oh, I remember this stuff. This deserves a better presentation, but it will come soon. I don't want to price any of this. I think we got some original, like, World War II era medals here. And I've told some people about this stuff. This is all, like, history in a box here. This is, so, yeah, here's some, like, military papers. That's where they served overseas. There's foreign currency, foreign stamps. Here's their patches. There's literally their dog tags. Fire department badge, which is very collectible. This is like a box of military history here. And this says Red Russian, what's this say? Red Russian star from an officer's cap. Where's that at? Ow. Is that what's in here? Is this the pocket watch? What's in here? No, this is foreign currency. Yeah. There's some Nazi stuff. I think that's what mostly this is. Yeah, that's mostly Nazi Germany stuff there. That's a cigarette stamp tax. Where's that star at that was on an officer's thing? The Titanic. This could be pretty valuable here. This badge. M.T. Morris, Michigan Fire Department. Old badges can carry huge value. That is actually pretty dang cool. I don't know what happened to the Russian star. I'd like to see that, because he even kept a note here, but I don't think that's in here anymore. Unless it was paper or cloth, but I doubt it's probably long gone. So interesting stuff here. I think this is worthy of a presentation and selling it all in one lot, one night, because this is literally somebody's military history here. Does it show where he's from? What did his dog tag say? Hackney, Flint, Michigan. Harold Hackney. His wife was Miss Hackney. So, y'all be amazed how much stuff like this I found. A lot of lost military stuff. Just at some point, their family has gotten detached and, you know, may not even had any children or grandchildren, and it's just kind of lost in history. Very cool stuff, though. Here's a bunch of football cards that we're going to have to go through. I think this is modern stuff. This looks like modern stuff. Yeah, Jalen Hurts, Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Brett Favre. A lot of modern type stuff in here. Hockey cards. That's pretty much the rest of the box. And literally, not kidding, live ammunition. And I can't show that. And clips. So, not going to show that. Don't want to be banned from Facebook. Didn't even know we had that over here. Let's see. These are more modern cards. There's some old hockey cards. Wow. I was about to say, there's some old hockey cards. These are 70s. Yes, mid-70s. Interesting stuff there. Probably worth a little bit of time to figure out what that stuff is. Okay, so that was one box in this tub. And I better not go too much further or we're going to be in a mess. I've made a mess. And then we're going to be in a mess trying to clear all this up. And it's going to get messy. It's going to get messy. So I better say, does anybody have any final requests? Does anybody have any final requests or maybe seen something you were thinking about? This next tub is completely full of cards. Then there's binders. There's binders full of cards. This tub is full of cards. There's shoe boxes full of cards. There's plastic tubs full of cards. I think there's 3 tubs in here full of sports cards that we've never gone through that we bought from a guy in Monterey. So how many people? We still got 81 people watching me go through all this stuff. I wish I had more to show, but it is almost 2 a.m. I've got to eat. I got to get ready for tomorrow. I told everybody I was going to stop early tonight, and I got suckered into going through all this stuff. It's been fun, but the feed is pretty quiet, and I probably need to stop, and we can do more of this tomorrow, the next night, and the next night. The amount of stuff in this building is unlimited. So there's years of selling here. I do this every night. We don't make a dent in it at all, every night. I mean, it's just, and plus we bring back trailers and trucks full of stuff. We just keep piling it in here, piling it in here. There's years of selling, and I'll be here every night. So I better stop there. I've been getting very little sleep, and I've been waking up way too late. So if I can get out of here and get everything cleaned up, look up these autographs, photograph some more autographs, we'll have a big night tomorrow, and big metal night ahead tomorrow. Plus, we're doing all those high-end autographs, and I'll have some mid-range stuff, and I'll probably have some cheap stuff too. So looking forward to that. I found a few posters tonight: Kiss, Blacklight, Motley Crue, Guns N' Roses, and no takers, but we'll try them again another night. I think my mom brought some soup or some stew or something. I'm about to go up there and try to figure out how to warm it up without causing a disaster. And I'm going to send pictures to Tanner of everything we sold tonight, including the Beatles box sets. We sold 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We sold 12 crates tonight, including all the Beatles box sets. We sold a whole table of miscellaneous, and I started a new table over here. So, wow. That included Collectibles shirts. That included blankets, guitars, lots of 45s, and then all the miscellaneous stuff we've sold here the last couple hours. And if you change your mind on something, let me know, especially these autograph posters. I think I priced them very fairly, but if you want to throw something out there, I'll listen. I am trying my best to, by the end of the year, sell off as much miscellaneous. Sunday's going to be a big night for the walkthrough. We're going to have a fun time. And I think everybody's done. So if everybody's done, I'm done. And I'm going to eat. I'm going to wash my hands, eat. And we'll do this again tomorrow. So thanks, everybody. Good night. And Collectibles sticker. We can hook you up with that. We can hook you up with that, no problem. Just either A, keep reminding me, B, ask Ed. Of course, we technically sell them, but you should get one in a package every now and then. Just make sure you check down in your box. We send them out for free quite often, but you can always lock one in for sure by purchasing one. But as a thank you to customers, we send them out free all the time. Paul's trying to call me. I better answer it. Thanks, everybody. Good night.